However, just as I was about to do that, a burning sensation appeared at my back. An intense pain tore through my body. I could feel it, it originated exactly where I had that mark on my back. Something's not right here. This can't be just me hesitating. What is this pain and this uncomfortable feeling like it's getting harder to breathe? And then I felt something which almost trembled my heart. I felt the hammer in my hand getting heavier. The Asgardian rune of worthiness emerged from it, making my breath hitch. You gave your word. That is the word of the future king of Asgard. My ear rang, a heavy voice rang in my ears, almost taking me by surprise. A tingling sensation passed through my back. A chill crept up my spine. Gulping, I took one step back by instinct, and as soon as I did that, I felt the heavy oppressive feeling disappear. The hammer in my hand went light as a feather and my breathing came back to order. By all Father, what was that? I'll be slowly adding additional chapters in my Patreon. Get up to 10 additional chapters in Patreon. If you like the story then please consider supporting me. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Do Words Hold Power? Cersei stood frozen in place, her heart racing as chaos unfolded before her eyes. Thor stood tall in the center, his red cloak fluttering in the wind, Mjolnir crackling with leftover lightning in his grip. He brought forth the lightning from the sky and burned half of the city guards alive. By the 7, this was the first time she saw something like this, and her heart was almost ready to beat out of her chest. No one dared move. The guards left standing had dropped their weapons. Fear had gripped their hearts. Thor didn't move after that, but even his gaze was making their backs crawl and tense up. Then, he spoke. His voice rang loud and clear over the silence. Lay down your weapons, he said, and you have my word that no harm will come to anyone here. Some guards dropped their swords immediately. Others hesitated only a moment before following. No one wanted to face the wrath of a man who could summon the sky itself. Cersei watched him scan the crowd, like he was looking for someone. While defended by guards, both she and Joffrey were still easily visible for him to notice, and thus he was looking for someone else. But who? However, her breath caught as his eyes landed on Joffrey after he seemed not to find whoever he was looking for. For a moment, she feared he might strike. Her body tensed, this fear was far greater than when she saw thunder strike from the sky when he burned those city guards alive. She was ready to scream, do anything to save her boy, but Thor didn't move toward her son. Instead, he turned his gaze to her suddenly. His stare was cold, piercing, like a predator eyeing its prey. For a heartbeat, Cersei felt as if her life hung by a thread. She stiffened. She was sure that he would bring down thunder on her head anytime. His eyes told her so. However, that didn't happen either. In fact, without a word, he turned away. Thor began to walk toward the gates, leaving behind stunned silence and a city too afraid to stop him. Cersei could only stand there, her heart pounding in her chest, shaken and confused. Half disbelieving what just happened and half numb to her own breathing, to the fact that she lived. She saw him go away, just like that, without any demands, no more bloodshed, no words. Little did she know that words have power. Can't blame her though, I learned about it today myself. She, in fact, should be grateful that those words I said in my ignorance saved them. They saved her and her bastard son. Remembering the feeling of that utter pressure around me when I even so much as thought about acting against anyone in King's Landing after I gave my word to not harm them was terrible. As I got out of the gutter of a city, I was only pondering how foolish I was to not see the signs which were in front of me. From the personality change to the way I feel conflicted every time I try to contradict Thor's personality, it should have been obvious. However, this was the first time I firsthand saw Thor's personality completely overpower mine. Why now though? There has to be a reason behind why it suddenly acted like that. You gave your word. Those words still ring in my ears like telling me the reason why this happened now. Word. Does my word really mean that much? Was it just Thor's personality which lashed out when his honor and pride were at stake? If so, then can he even make me unworthy? Or was it something else? Could it be that Mjolnir started to reject me the moment I planned to attack anyone there, because I was going back on my word? First, I wished to go after Joffrey of all people, and I felt that uncomfortable feeling, so I unconsciously changed my target to Cersei, even going as far as readying myself to throw Mjolnir at her, and that's when I felt pressure building around me, while Mjolnir got heavier. While getting out of the city, I once again thought of attacking a city guard to test out my theory, and that feeling was back again. Not as intense, but it was back nonetheless. I won't go after him, you have my word. I told that to Robert before he died. Lay down your weapons and no harm shall come to any of you, you have my word. And that was what I said in the city to stop those soldiers. Thus, that means that I could go after them once I leave the city and this particular incident passes. At least that's what I meant when I said those words. Could it be that there is some sort of magical contract taking place when I give my word? It's not impossible, seeing how Odin puts his runes with just words, or how Thor in the fourth movie was able to share his power through Zeus' lightning bolt by just incantation of words. Before I even knew it, I was out of the city with my hands clenched in frustration at the situation. If it were just my own actions which threatened to cause my unworthiness, then I could handle that. After all, I just gotta be a man of my word, follow those knightly virtues. However, if my earlier suspicions that it was Thor's own personality causing this are true, then I might have bigger trouble on my hands. I just hope that if it's indeed Thor, then it's MCU Thor post his first movie. At least he'll be easy to deal with. It was indeed frustrating. Not only did I not find Varys, Odin knows where that eunuch has buried himself, I couldn't even take down either Joffrey or Cersei. Sigh. At least Stark got out of there, something going in my favor. Tightening my grip around my hammer, I sped up. Gotta reach Stark and then catch up to the girls. Even though we didn't specify a meeting place, I knew that he would be near the stables, which indeed was the case. He had already secured a steed for himself. Thor, where are my daughters? Ned Stark had many questions the way he looked at me and asked. However, the only thing his heart wished to know was the safety of his daughters. Unfortunately for him though, he owed me a punch to his face. Worry not, Stark, you'll see them soon. As soon as he opened his mouth and asked this, I was upon him, already swinging my arm back, making a fist and trying my damnedest to hold back to not kill the fool. Crack! That sound definitely didn't arouse any motivation inside me, nor the way he fell back, completely knocked out. However, his still breathing form ensured that all that effort to save him wasn't for nothing. Though he might be out for a good while. And that's when I realized that maybe hitting him on his face once we met the girls and got further away from here would have been better. Now, I have to carry his body all the way to them. Sigh. At least by the time he wakes up, he'll indeed see his daughters, so I didn't lie there. I'll be slowly adding additional chapters in my Patreon. Get up to 10 additional chapters in Patreon. If you like the story, then please consider supporting me. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Small Man Big Shadow. Casterly Rock. The great halls of Casterly Rock echoed with the measured step of one Tyrion Lannister. A rather small man with big grievances with life. Torchlight flickered across the stone walls, casting long shadows behind the dwarf as he made his way to the solar, where his lord father awaited, or at least that would be the polite term to put it. In reality, he knew that man never waited for him, never considered him as his son, and even at times would not even acknowledge his existence if not to uphold the name of his family, his house, and his future glory. The so-called legacy behind which Tywin Lannister worked all his life, did unspeakable profanities and would do the same if reason arose which would so cause his house even a grain of shame or blood. Tywin Lannister sat behind a long oaken table, fingers steepled, gaze cold as the northern winds. He did not rise, nor offer a greeting. His eyes, sharp as daggers, followed Tyrion's approach with veiled contempt. "You've returned, Tywin said, his voice devoid of warmth. North gals were a little too cold for my cock. I'm afraid I can't lose more in the size department as it is already, Tyrion replied, the corner of his mouth twitching with a smirk. Tywin, for his credit, didn't even bat an eye at this despicable talk. He kept on just glaring at his youngest with the same intensity which would be suitable for a lion ready to hunt prey. Your prodigal son, back from his travels and no feast, no gals from the whorehouses of Lys, not very befitting for our esteemed house and its glory, wouldn't you say? Tywin said nothing, just kept on glaring at his youngest like sizing him up. A show of power, building pressure, authority, and more than anything, his silent way to show that he doesn't care. Not about Tyrion's return or his escapades. I bring a letter, Tyrion finally sighed and said, knowing fully well that any more and he might be dismissed in a rather demeaning manner. He stopped. It wasn't good for his health angering his lord father, especially when he knew what kind of news he brought. So he quietly reached within his cloak and retrieved a folded parchment sealed with the lion sigil of House Lannister. From Jaime. He sends his regards. And, oddly enough, an apology. Tywin wasn't expecting this. He thought this monster spawn was here to waste his time as usual. He showed the slightest of disdain before he reached out for the letter, broke the seal, and began to read. At first, his expression was unmoved. But as his eyes scanned the contents, his brow furrowed. Tyrion watched, enjoying the rare sight of his father's composure slipping. White Walkers, Tywin said, almost spat like he was mocking or looking down on thoughts of creatures biologically inferior to his. And yet this was his sons. Tyrion said, pouring himself a cup of wine uninvited. Dead men walking. Not the kind Cersei keeps in her bedchamber either. The real sort. Cold, silent, and more persuasive than septas in terms of changing our affiliations. Though this particular one might cost our lives. Small price to pay for crawling beyond the free world existing beyond the wall for eternity, if anyone asks me. Tywin looked up sharply. You seem quite taken with the proposition. Should have taken it. Or this walker wasn't interested in a man of your stature, Tywin replied, not even acknowledging what he read, like he knew it was full of cow dung. Tyrion smiled, a forceful one, but smile indeed he did. Not quite, in fact, the one I encountered didn't seem to distinguish a man or any form of life in that regard. As long as they are living, they were most pleased to take them. I, however, couldn't find it in me to leave behind the company of our dear little family. I have yet to burn half of the gold in Casterly Rock on whores and wines, if that's even possible, and make my dear father proud. Again, Tywin didn't respond to this. He just turned back to the letter. And what about this? Thor. Yes, Tyrion said, sipping his wine. A man with the strength of 10 and a hammer he treats like lesser men treat their own cock, in his hand all the time. Though I assure you this was no lesser man. He, after all, was the one who caught the white. Tywin's jaw clenched. It was not like this was the first time he was hearing about Thor. News from King's Landing comes to Casterly Rock much faster than anyone could imagine. Ravens have told this Hammer Lord's tales. Not more than a day passes and half of Westeros knows how he beat one of Tywin's strongest cards in the deck. The Mountain's defeat was like a slap on Tywin's reputation. He had two thoughts about taking action against Thor, however, the fight was done in a tourney and no foul play was involved. Even if he took his revenge against this man, he couldn't recover the loss of reputation which was lost in front of many lords and ladies of various houses. He could only remove a powerful pawn from the chessboard. Which he previously intended to do, however, this pawn was placed by a new player, one who hardly played the game and more importantly was in alliance with him by CO affiliation. Ned Stark, after all, was the hand of the king now. He can be moved, but moving against him would cost much, especially when Robert was still on the throne while the North gave support to his rule. The very same throne which his grandson would sit on soon. That, however, changes now since Robert was dead and Joffrey was king. Though he doubted he had to move himself, just a little push to his daughter should suffice to bring those northerners to pikes. He is considering Thor as a northerner here. And finally, Tyrion waited, and ultimately added, Jaime has gone beyond the wall to seek out this threat himself. What? Tywin asked in a jolt, his eyes back on the letter, eyes moving miles a second before he slammed the parchment down. My son goes chasing fairy tales while my house stands on the edge of war. War. Tyrion narrowed his eyes. It seems in his absence much has happened in the realm which he's unaware of. Not knowing what was happening, he decided to crack another one of his annoying jokes to poke for information, in his own way. Well, I did hear one of the whores in the north plan to venture south, but to wage war over her cunt is enough, Tywin growled. You think your jests can shield you from consequences? I have lived through many consequences, as you can already see. They began the moment you decided to use your cock once more after making my dear siblings. However, I fail to see how me being born has anything to relate to this. You should have stopped him, Tywin growled, now really getting angry. Yes, Tyrion said, setting his cup down, his voice hardening slightly. I should have, in fact, I did. But did you really expect me to succeed? What is one more failure? Tywin stood, towering over Tyrion. I'll not be lectured in my own hall by the creature that killed his own mother. Tyrion's smile faded. And yet here I am, father. The only child who's still listening to you. They stood in silence, the fire crackling between them. At last, Tywin turned away. You are dismissed. Tyrion bowed with mock flourish. As always, a pleasure. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving Tywin to stare at the letter, the flicker of unease now burning like a slow flame in his chest. I'll be slowly adding additional chapters in my Patreon. Get up to 10 additional chapters in Patreon. If you like the story, then please consider supporting me. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Reunited. The fire crackled low in the hearth of the crumbling cottage where Syrio had taken shelter with the two Stark girls. The storm that had raged over King's Landing had passed, leaving behind a damp stillness. Even from this far away they would have seen the massive storm brewing on top of King's Landing. If there ever was a list to leave that horrid city behind, then another very good reason had been added there today. They knew that they couldn't stay there for long. Maybe the storm would slow down the soldiers coming after them, but they would come eventually. However, the journey they had undertaken wasn't a short one. It would take them an entire moon, a month in Westerosi language, to reach their destination. So they had to rest and regain their strength before they moved on further. Syrio knew this, and thus he allowed them a little rest time before they eventually moved on. Sansa knelt upon a threadbare rug, her hands clasped tightly in prayer. Arya, meanwhile, paced like a caged dire wolf, muttering and glaring at the shuttered windows. Seven above, hear me, Sansa whispered. Bring them back. Bring back my lord father and Thor. Let them live. Let them live. Seven won't listen to you. If they had to, then they would have a long time ago. And prayers won't bring them back, Arya snapped, her voice sharp with worry, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I should have stayed. I could have helped. Syrio sat nearby, cleaning the edge of his blade. Everyone has their battle, Arya child. You will have your own someday, but this is not yours to take part in. If you had stayed, you would be dead or worse, held captive, which would have led to the death of your family, and the reason would have been you. The god of death has many hands, boy, but even he knows better than to raise them against those who have yet to come to adulthood. Arya gritted her teeth and turned away. She, of course, knew this. Thor had said pretty much the same things. However, she didn't wish to hear them now. She needed to know what was going on in King's Landing. What had happened to her father and Thor? Her mind drifted to the moment before the escape when Thor took them away from their chambers and helped them escape the city. You take them far, to the Riverlands if you must, he had said, voice grim but calm. I will bring their father back and come after you. Just make sure to stay clear from the King's Road. Follow it but stay hidden. Arya had clutched his cloak. Let me fight. I can hold a blade now. I won't be a burden. Thor had knelt, putting his big hand on her head like she was some sort of animal, ruffling and mostly messing their already hard-to-handle messy hair. You're brave, little one, a little wolf if your father's saying about wolf's blood is anything to go by. But bravery alone wins no battles, Arya. I cannot save your father and look after you together. You're better needed here anyways. Protect your sister. That is your war, for now. Wakanda forever. She pursed her lips and repeated what Thor usually said to motivate himself once he started to get tired of his workout, to get a few more reps in. Haha, even Heimdall would find it challenging to find another like you, child. Thor laughed and ruffled her head more, completely ruining her hair. Sansa had only nodded tearfully, unable to find words. Please, she whispered to him, bring my father back. Bring us back together. And Thor had laid a hand on her shoulder, gently. You have my word, my lady. If only Thor knew then that giving away his words like second-hand clothes wasn't quite healthy for him. That was 2 days ago, though. They had covered as much distance as they could while hiding from any patrol or guards they found. Keeping a low profile. Arya halted mid-step. But what if they don't see me coming? I can slip back, poke them like you taught me. No one will see me. Speak such madness again and I'll bind your feet, Syrio warned without looking up, halting Arya's speech midway. It's my fault, Sansa muttered under her breath. It's not, Sansa child. No, it is. It's because I asked mother to convince father to take the hand's position, only so that I could marry the prince and become queen. It's all my fault. Oh, he would have taken the position anyway. Don't beat yourself over it. Thor said it himself, Arya said, remembering what Thor said to her way to comfort her sister, maybe. What if they are? Do not speak it, Arya hissed. He promised he'll come back. We just have to wait and keep moving. At first, they weren't quiet, devastated and afraid but quiet. But only recently, when there was no sign of Thor or their father, did they start to feel hopeless. They started to break down emotionally. The night was thick with fog and silence, yet no one found sleep. If later they could have, then those chances too got lost when the silence was broken only by a sound coming from a distance, coming towards them. Sirio's hand shot to his blade, and in a breath, he stood before the hearth, sword gleaming in the firelight. Behind me, he hissed low, eyes sharp as a cat's in the dark. Arya pulled Sansa close, her breath caught in her throat. They heard the rider before they saw him, a tall shadow upon a black steed, cloaked from head to spur. The horse neighed, stamping near the doorway, and the figure slid down with the quiet grace of a trained killer. The darkness didn't let them see much, the cloak didn't help in that regard either. Syrio raised his sword. Show thy face, shadow, lest I remove it myself. Thou shalt try me, friend, though victory in this ordeal you would find none. A deep voice came, making others tense. However, the voice sounded familiar. The figure said nothing after that, only pulled back his hood with one gloved hand. Firelight kissed golden hair and storm-wrought eyes. Thor, Sansa breathed, the name breaking from her lips like a prayer answered. Arya didn't even bother saying anything. She just bolted like a flash, gone from behind Syrio before he could know it, barreling into Thor with such force even he staggered half a step. She threw her arms around him without shame. Thought you were dead, she muttered into his chest. Haha, I assure you many have tried and failed before, and so would in future. Seeing Arya like that, I just ruffled the little she-wolf's head. After making sure she was fine, I turned to the elder. Sansa followed slower, her steps hesitant but her eyes wide with unshed tears. When she reached him, she too threw her arms around him, but barely a moment passed before she realized what she'd done. She stepped back quickly, cheeks afire. I beg your pardon, my lord. I no pardon needed, my lady. It warms the heart to know I was missed by a fair maiden such as you. Another reason not to die, don't you say, my friend? Grinning, I turned to Sirio. Sirio sheathed his sword, still watching the trees. You have the timing of a cat in a winehouse, but yes, it makes all the difference. Sirio grinned back. Where is father? Arya was the first one to ask, and immediately Sansa too followed. On the horse. He's, sleeping. Too tired from all the fighting and the dungeon. Better bring him down and lay him near the fire. My smile stiffened suddenly. If only they knew why their father was down and out like a corpse, then maybe I wouldn't be getting any more hugs in the future. I'll be slowly adding additional chapters in my Patreon. Get up to 10 additional chapters in Patreon. If you like the story, then please consider supporting me. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Towards north we go. When we rode north, under clouded skies and fading stars. The city was far behind us now, and with each mile we put between us and King's Landing, I felt the weight on my shoulders ease, but only a little. Ned Stark still lay in the cart behind me, wrapped in a cloak, unconscious. Bless Sirio to even bothering to bring a cart, otherwise I might have had to share a horse with him throughout the journey. Unfortunately, the man refused to travel with us any further north. Even for money, he didn't do it. I had suspicions that he only took the task to escort the girls out of a sense of duty and not exactly money. Though that was exactly why I asked for his help, knowing what kind of person he was, knowing his actions in the series. Arya wasn't happy, of course, when he decided to leave, but we can't tie him up with us. Staying with us is dangerous enough, I can't push him to do it. Arya too understood the matter. So now we were only 4 people, 2 girls and 1 man unconscious. If this wasn't me and anyone else, then perhaps this situation could have been very dangerous indeed. I doubt anyone from King's Landing especially would try to ambush us while I'm here. I should have left quite an impression, at least that was the plan. Used up all my saved up points. Had 3 upgrade points left after winning the tourney, killing Baelish, and finally using Varys to free that faceless man, and ended up using all of them to upgrade all 3 attributes. Godly Body at LVL2 and Thunder at LVL2 didn't show that much difference to me. Of course, I got strong physically and channeling lightning got easier for me. However, the massive lightning bolt I used wasn't the lightning which I generated, that is still not strong enough. It was the thunder brought down from the sky with the combined effort of my LVL2 thunder stats and LVL3 Mjolnir. Mjolnir, though, there I finally saw a big upgrade. The hammer can fly now. I can't fly yet, it's still lacking much power for me to soar through the skies, but still, now I can throw the bloody hammer for some sort of long-range attack and summon it back. A critical part of Thor's fighting style which I was lacking. Out of all the upgrades, Mjolnir was the best. I'm still a little skeptical whether all this trouble was worth going through for the old wolf. Though now I at least know why I was so focused on saving him. It again comes back to my word. I promised to save him. This was another example of how this unknown invisible force, maybe magic, influences my decision-making. Thor's personality does, but that is something I can control my instincts, but what happened back in the city was different. I have to be very careful about what I say from now on. At least I know this much, words have power. Mine specifically. Sighing, I looked back at the man who was the center of all this drama. Still sleeping soundly. I significantly held back while hitting him, so him still being unconscious doesn't make sense. Must be something to do with being in the dungeon all that time. Oh, I'm definitely up for a rather nasty talk when the man wakes up. Arya rode beside me, fidgeting with the reins of her horse. Well, actually, she was sitting on the same horse pulling the cart, just because she wanted to. We, after all, only had 2 horses, and I just can't believe the reins of the horse I'm on, in the hands of a 10-year-old girl. You still haven't told us, she said, eyes narrowed. One moment they're about to kill father, and then a storm conveniently hit King's Landing and thunder fell near the execution stage, you take advantage and escape with him. You expect us to believe that? Arya all but glared at me. This was the umpteenth time she had asked me this, and I now began to just ignore her altogether. The girl was perceptive, a little too much for comfort sometimes. I didn't answer. Her stare was sharp, like a blade pressing against my side. Sansa, more quiet but just as curious, was sitting in the cart with her father. Please, my lord, we only wish to know how you saved him. You have our thanks, but it felt like a miracle. I just wish to show my gratitude and nothing more. Sansa asked, as she noticed I finally started to avoid Arya's questioning completely. Maybe she too wished to know how? It matters not, my lady. Consider the 7 conspired with the old gods to bring this boon to life and leave it to that. Mortals are not in any position to question the actions of gods, I said. Your father lives. That is enough. Is it not? Arya huffed. You're hiding something. Besides my overwhelming urge to find a woman and bed her or my dread of being back on a horse for another moon, I assure you there is nothing else. Swear in the name of Odin, Arya sent a glare at me. Odin's beard. What was that? You asked me to swear and thus I did. You know that's not what I mean. Well, I did it now so you must settle with that. Huff. Gotta say, Arya had the heart of a warrior, and might accept my word after a little bit of distracting but Sansa had been raised on songs and the faith of the 7. My powers would be seen as unnatural, perhaps even wicked. I would not risk planting fear in their hearts when they needed hope. Well, that also depended on what the sleeping man does after he comes back to the land of the living. Follower of the old gods he might be, but I doubt that even Ned Stark would willingly accept someone like me near him, or dare I say near his daughters much willingly. Then, a sound. A low groan from the cart. Ned Stark stirred. Speak of the devil. Father. Sansa. By the 7, I thought you. Sansa's eyes moistened but she held her composure. What happened? He sat up slowly, wincing, hand going to his head. His grey eyes opened, sharp and confused. He looked around, then spotted me. You, he growled, voice hoarse. You struck me. I turned in my saddle, met his stare. I pride myself as a man of my word. Gave you my word to save you and your daughters. As you can smell, you got your wolf cubs here, unharmed. However, if you recall, I also said that my fist would find your face once we are out of that horrid city. I shrugged. You knocked me down like some traitor, a traitor who saved your life and will be taking you home soon. Quite an honorable traitor I'm turning out to be, won't you say? He scowled but said nothing. Maybe because he partially didn't wish to antagonize a man who can bring down lightning. Both Arya and Sansa, hearing the exchange between us, were baffled. But didn't ask any questions. We need to talk. Ned Stark seemed like he wished to cut me open and see for himself whether I was some sort of eldritch monstrosity in the hide of a human, but he refrained from openly discussing what happened back in the city. You'll have your answers, Stark. However, for now, rest. Gather your strength. We are still in the Crownlands, entering the Riverlands should be our main priority right now. To this, the man grunted and lay back down. I suppose I should thank you. I owe you in this regard, he said finally, after his eyes once again fell to his 2 daughters. Their safety was the most important to him. I'll be slowly adding additional chapters in my Patreon. Get up to 10 additional chapters in Patreon. If you like the story, then please consider supporting me. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Aftermaths. Winterfell. Catelyn Stark sat on the cold stone bench inside the small September of Winterfell, made especially for her after she got married up in the south to the Lord Paramount of the North. Being from the Riverlands, she had grown up praying with the religion of the Seven, and even after marriage, she didn't turn her worship to the old gods. She was lucky in this regard. She married a lord who didn't have her convert her religion. So every time she prayed here, she found herself blessed to have the only September in the entire north, all for herself. However, today was different. She sat with her hands clasped tight in prayer. The soft light of the candles flickered against the walls, casting long shadows around her. She had been there for hours now, whispering to the Seven, begging them to watch over her son. Ever since Rob's letter arrived, she had known no peace. Bran, her sweet, brave boy, had been found at Castle Black, but then he vanished again. Gone without a trace, and not alone. Rob had written that the Hound had disappeared at the same time. There was no doubt who did it. Catelyn's heart ached with worry while a mother's fury was boiling inside her. It was times like this when she wished to be born as a man. At least she could go after her child and find him. She asked the Seven to protect her son, to guide him back to her. She promised them offerings, prayers, and devotion, anything if only they would return Bran safe. It was on one of these sorrowful days, when Catelyn was once again kneeling before the altar, that a servant came rushing into the September. The young man looked pale, his hands shaking slightly as he held out a folded piece of parchment. "My lady," he said, bowing low. "A raven. The message is unknown, but for your eyes only." Catelyn rose quickly, snatching the letter from his hand, not sure who sent it or why, but to a grieving mother, anything which mildly looked like a hope to find her son was a treasure. Fear gripped her heart before she even broke the seal, though. The message could bring hope, as at the same time it could bring the same amount of desperation and fear at times. She didn't recognize the wax-no sigil, plain and simple, meant to not draw attention. Her fingers trembled as she opened it. Her eyes raced over the words. And then, she froze. Ned. Captured. She read the words again, hardly believing them. Her husband, her strong, loyal Ned, was declared as a traitor by those Lannisters. Betrayed and thrown into chains. There was nothing more in the letter. It was so plain even believing the words written in it was questionable. Catelyn sat back heavily on the bench, the letter falling from her hand. First Bran, and now Ned. Her family was being torn apart piece by piece, and she was powerless to stop it. She didn't wish to believe it, however. When the mind only sees dark, it gets blind to the light existing in the world. Tears welled in her eyes, but she bit them back. Sir Roderick, he must know something, she muttered to herself and got up. Being a woman, she had no hand in politics, but to a battle-hardened man like Sir Roderick, who is the master-at-arms at Winterfell for years, he must know something. He might be able to prove the message's validity. King's Landing. The city of King's Landing was in chaos after Thor left. The streets were filled with shouting and fear. Word of what happened spread faster than a new sexual disease does from the whorehouse. Everyone spoke of the man with golden hair who summoned lightning from the sky and crushed the entire King's Landing guards like they were nothing. Many no longer thought of him as a man at all. Some whispered that he was a god. Others said he was a demon sent to destroy them all. The September of the Seven were the most vocal about it. They moved quickly. The High Septon and his priests, who hated anything to do with magic or strange powers, declared Thor a heretic and a spawn of a demon almost immediately. From the steps of the Great September, they preached to the common folk, telling them Thor was a threat to all good and faithful men. They promised that the gods would strike him down if the crown did not. Same old tactics used from generation to generation to control the masses. Inside the Red Keep, the mood was even darker. Cersei and Joffrey had been taken back to the castle by what few guards remained loyal. Cersei sat alone in her chambers, her face pale, her hands trembling though she tried to hide it. Her mind would not stop playing the memories over and over. The flash of blinding light. The hammer flying through the air. The thunder that cracked the sky itself. She never was a woman particularly afraid of anything, but all that changed when her firstborn died. She shuddered, remembering the death of her firstborn son. The boy had died on a stormy night, lightning striking her boy, and the seven took his life. That was when she realized what fear really is. She wouldn't say this to anyone, not even her brother, that she had ever since then been afraid of the thunder and the omen it brings, that it reminded her of that dreadful night. Tears burned in her eyes, but she refused to cry. Instead, her mind turned back to the old prophecy she had heard as a child. The witch's voice echoed in her ears, warning of her children's deaths and her own fall. A knock came at her door. Without waiting for an answer, Varys entered, his robes whispering over the floor. The spider had been missing during the whole ordeal, nowhere to be found when Thor attacked. He was too busy looking out for the whereabouts of Stark's daughters, which he couldn't find either. Good, otherwise he might have not survived, though maybe he would have, since Thor had to open his mouth and give his word about not harming anyone there. "My queen," Varys said, bowing low. "I have heard the reports. I fear this Thor is a danger we cannot ignore." Cersei said nothing, staring out the window toward the sky. She wasn't even paying attention to the man. "I might have a way to find him," Varys, seeing no reaction, continued carefully. "The city's defenses are weak, and my little birds heard about songs of rebellions coming from Stormland, Highgarden, and even the Vale. That man was loyal to Eddard Stark, and once Lord Stark reaches the north, he shall too will call for his banners." Varys said, and again no reaction from the queen. This was getting on his nerves. If this were to happen, then that means that that man too will be an enemy of the crown. With the backing of an entire army. Varys put more heat, trying to rile the wounded lioness up. At that, Cersei finally turned her head. Her eyes were cold and empty. "Leave," she said. Varys blinked, thrown off by her flat voice. "But, my queen, get out," she shouted, rising from her chair with sudden rage. Varys pursed his lips but bowed again, deeper this time, and backed out of the room without another word. Cersei didn't wish to listen about Thor or anything now. She was too shaken to enter into a political game now. A very rare time in her life when she found herself this weak emotionally. And even Jaime wasn't here with her. As Varys walked back through the stone halls of the Red Keep toward his own chambers, his mind boiled with frustration. He had planned Thor's death carefully. Using the secret tunnels under the city, he had set traps. Everything had been perfectly arranged. And yet that man had survived. More than survived, he had burst forth stronger than ever, bringing down the fury of the heavens themselves. Varys hated magic. It reminded him too much of his own painful past, the cruel wizard who had cut him and left him broken. And now Thor, a man wielding magic far greater than anything he had seen, was free and walking in Westeros. As Varys reached his chambers, he made a silent vow. He would find a way to kill Thor, no matter how long it took. Men who could call down the storm had no place in the world he wished to build. However, just as he was about to open the door, he heard someone say the words he was very familiar with as someone from Essos. "Vala Morghulis." And a shiver went down his spine when he heard these words. "I'll be slowly adding additional chapters in my Patreon. Get up to 10 additional chapters in Patreon. If you like the story, then please consider supporting me." Chapter 60, Chapter 60, Tidings Vale. It took Hugh many days to finally reach the Vale. The narrow mountain paths were hard, and the gates of the moon were heavily guarded. But Hugh had nowhere to go. The only place he could get safety from the crown if the queen decided to go after him would be the Vale. He needed to meet Lady Lisa Oren, and he would not leave until he did. It took another few days of waiting before he was allowed an audience. The nobles of the Vale did not think much of Hugh even after Jon Arryn took him as his squire, for he was only a former squire, a lowborn boy who once served their late Lord Jonaran. When he was finally brought before Lady Lisa, Hugh was surprised. She sat on her high chair in the great hall, her young son Robert on her lap. To Hugh's discomfort, she was still nursing the boy, though he looked far too old for it. Lady Lisa looked down at Hugh with a frown. "What do you want, boy?" she said coldly. "You were John's squire, nothing more. You have no place here." Hugh bowed low but kept his voice steady. "I come with tidings, my lady." "Tidings of Peter Baelish." The moment Hugh spoke Baelish's name, Lisa froze. Her lips pursed, her arms tightening around her son. "You dare speak of him," she snapped. "Peter is far from here. He serves the crown in King's Landing." Hugh swallowed, then reached into his satchel and carefully pulled out a small bundle. Inside were a few ornaments, a ring, a brooch, items Hugh had taken from Baelish's chambers after Thor's plan was set in motion. He laid them on the floor before her. Lady Lisa stared at them, her face slowly crumbling. She knew these pieces. She had given some of them to Peter herself, long ago. "No," she whispered, her voice breaking. What happened?" "Assassination, my lady." Tears welled up in her eyes. She clutched Robert to her chest and began to weep openly, not caring who saw. No one else knew the truth, but deep in her heart, she did. Peter Baelish was not just a man she once loved, he was the true father of her son. Hugh waited until her sobs slowed before speaking again. His voice was low, careful. "It was the Lannisters, my lady," he said. "I don't know why they did it, but had some vendetta against him. They learned something which I don't know of. I only know that they talked about some debt which I couldn't place." Lisa lifted her tear-stained face, her eyes burning with anger now. "The Lannisters," she hissed. She knew Baelish was plotting against them, he even had her send a letter to her sister in Winterfell. But how did they find out? Hugh felt a small pang of guilt for lying. But Thor had saved his life and trusted him to carry out this plan. He would see it done, if not for anything then for his own life. The Vale had to go against the crown if he wished to have any chance to live. Otherwise, that mad queen would hunt him down. She wouldn't stop at anyone who knew of her secret. Lisa wiped her eyes and stood, her body shaking with rage. "The Lannisters will pay for what they have done." Castle Black days passed, and still there was no sign of Bran. John searched every path, every tree line, every cave they could find, but Bran was gone as if the wind had carried him away. Apparently, one team found some clues about them but couldn't pursue them since a dire wolf ended up interfering. They didn't believe it, it had been ages since anyone had spotted a dire wolf up in the north. The best guess was that those men were drunk or making stories to end the search early. After all, who would wish to continue searching for someone in the bone-chilling conditions of the north? John's face was grim under the hood of his black cloak. John said, his voice low and certain, "I think they crossed the wall." Rob frowned and shook his head. "How could they? The only entrance is at Castle Black, and even if they found another way, like one of those wildlings, remember that Bran going with that bloody son of a bitch was only an estimation at best till now. Them crossing the wall is highly unlikely." John kept his gaze ahead. "Then where else could they have gone? There is no going south of here, that hound would be hunted like a pig to slaughter by Northmen, he wouldn't go there. He surely ain't here this side of the wall, we searched every possible corner and pit, you know that. Where else could they have gone?" John said with a little heat in his tone, trying to pass the point across. Rob muttered under his breath. He didn't wish to believe it or even think about it, but there really was no other way they could not have found the two. "Do you think we should send a team beyond the wall?" Rob asked, genuinely not knowing much about the workings of Castle Black and the men who take the Black. "There's already a team that went out with Uncle Benyon. Convincing Lord Commander Mormont wouldn't be easy." John sighed. "I'll talk to him." Rob had a determined face, no matter what, he would do what it took to bring his brother back. Suddenly, hoofbeats broke the silence. One of Rob's men came riding hard toward them, his breath a mist in the freezing air. He carried a small scroll bound to a raven's leg. "A bird, lord," the man said, handing the scroll to Rob. "From Winterfell." Rob took it quickly, his fingers numb from the cold. He broke the seal and unfolded the paper. His eyes moved over the words once then again, slower this time. His face went pale, and his hand tightened on the reins until the leather creaked. Jon noticed it at once. "What is it?" For a moment, Rob said nothing. He just stared at the letter like it might change if he looked long enough. "Rob," Jon pressed. Rob swallowed hard, his voice rough. "Father. Father's been taken captive in King's Landing." The words hit like a hammer. Jon felt like the breath had been knocked from his chest. He blinked against the biting wind. "Taken captive? How? Why?" Rob shook his head. "It doesn't say how. Only that King Robert is dead and father is now a prisoner of Queen Cersei and her boy King." Jon cursed under his breath. "The Lannisters," he growled. Rob crushed the letter in his hand, his jaw tight with fury. "Mother has called for the banners. I have to go back to Winterfell. I'll come with no." Rob immediately denied, and Jon looked at him with confusion and contemplation. "You're a black now, Snow. Your duty is here." Jon's face clenched at this. He wished to retort, to say that Ned Stark was his father too, but he couldn't. Because he knew his reality. Winterfell needs a Stark to bring father back home. Jon's tightly pursed lips didn't loosen and he gave a sharp nod. "And a Stark is needed here at the wall to bring Bran back." Jon's head all but jerked up to Rob. "Can I leave Bran to you?" Rob asked, looking Jon straight into his eyes. "He's my brother too. Bring me good news, Snow. Expect the same from you, Stark." And before they knew it, both were once again in each other's embrace like the brothers they were. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, War brewing. The Vale. Lisa Oren sat on her throne in the Eyrie, her face hard and cold. The news of Peter Baelish's death had shaken her to the core. Well, the woman was already shaken enough for that to be possible, but whatever. Her love for him, now turned into rage. She called her banners and summoned the knights of the Vale to prepare for war. Some of the lords tried to speak sense into her. "My lady," one of them said, "this is not our fight. Let the lions battle their own wars." But Lisa would not listen. With tears in her eyes and anger in her voice, she declared, "The Lannisters murdered Lord Jon Arryn, my true husband. And now they have killed Lord Baelish, my only ally. We shall make them pay." She honestly didn't care whether it meant to put the entire Vale in danger, she would have her revenge. Her mental state wasn't right to begin with. She didn't even bother double-checking Hugh's claims. The knights, bound by oath, could do nothing but obey. Though many thought it folly, the banners of the Vale were raised, and the Eyrie prepared for war. Highgarden. Far to the south, in the green fields of the Reach, Renly Baratheon was weaving a plan of his own. In Highgarden, he walked the golden halls with Mace Tyrell, smiling and charming as ever. Technically the throne after Robert died belonged to the eldest son after the king, however, it was clear that Robert had none, so the throne then went to the eldest brother after Robert, which Renly unfortunately wasn't. It was Stannis. Renly didn't care though, he wished the throne for himself. That's why he wished to work with Ned and capture Joffrey back in King's Landing, and when Ned refused he got out of the capital to make his own plans. Renly spoke sweetly, "The realm needs a strong hand, Lord Mace. Not a boy sitting on a false throne or a half-old lion with half a foot in his grave. I believe you'll make a great hand, my lord." Mace Tyrell agreed quickly. It was not hard for Renly to win him over. The man had a reputation for being a dimwit, and for good reason. It was Mace's mother who he really had to convince, which he was able to since he really did have a solid chance at getting the throne for himself. Soon, they spoke of marriage, and Renly promised to wed Marjorie Tyrell, Mace's daughter, to bind the Reach to his cause. Of course, if the Reach was putting its neck on the line, then they would demand a strong position in the capital. What could be better than the next queen being from their line? "We shall ride to King's Landing with the might of the Reach behind us," Renly said, his voice full of pride. "The Iron Throne will be mine, and the realm shall know peace again." Mace smiled, already dreaming of greater riches and power for House Tyrell. The Stormlands in Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon brooded over maps and letters. He trusted no one, speaking only to a few close men and the Red Woman, Melisandre. "The Iron Throne is mine by right," Stannis said coldly. "By law, by blood, by all the gods, it is mine." "There is only one true God," Melisandre spoke, making Stannis scowl at someone interrupting him, but he didn't lash out. He by now had almost become used to it, no matter how much he hated to admit it. And what god would that be? Davos scowled much like Stannis. Though he was more annoyed with the Red Woman's presence in general. He didn't like the Red Woman, it was a fact, and not only him. There were many who didn't like her. From her religion to the acts she acts to perform. It was against anything he or anyone in the Seven Kingdoms stood for. But of course, the one true God, the Lord of Light, our healer, Melisandre replied with a calm tone. Davos seemed like he wanted to retort, but Stannis interfered. Right now he didn't have the time nor the patience for these two fighting over like usual. His preparations were slow but sure. Every soldier, every sword, every ship was counted and made ready. Stannis cared not for alliances or sweet words. His path was clear and hard like iron. Melisandre whispered of visions in the flames. "You are the Lord's chosen, my king. The one true king." And yet he saw hesitation on the Red Woman's face. Stannis said nothing to that, but his jaw tightened. His banners would soon be called, and he would march to take what was his. Casterly Rock. In the great halls of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister sat behind a heavy oak table, reading letter after letter. His face, usually calm and cold, now showed signs of anger and worry. Bad news came from all corners. The Vale was rising, the Reach was gathering under Renly, and Stannis was preparing for war. There was no sign of what happened to Ned Stark and no concrete news from the north either. Not only had his idiot daughter let Ned Stark run away out of her hands, but she couldn't even keep his daughters as hostage. Now they were missing. A low growl left his mouth at this. There was also the talk about this man, Thor, the man who had struck terror in the heart of King's Landing. Nothing but fantasies if someone asked him. Someone calling down lightning and thunder, summoning storms and a flying hammer. Must be an utterly foolish attempt from his incompetent daughter to distract his attention. She'll answer for her incompetence regardless. Tywin slammed his fist onto the table, making the candle shake. He knew he had to act quickly. Vale, Reach, and Stormlands. King's Landing is surrounded by enemies right now, and if the North also united against the Crown, it would be the end of House Lannister's hold on power. But he too was stretched thin. Fighting war from all sides wasn't possible even for someone like him. Just throwing more money wouldn't solve the issue. He simply lacked the manpower to withstand all the forces from reaching King's Landing. His eyes darted to the laid-out map of Westeros in front of him. Riverlands will rally behind the North if North rises against the Crown, he muttered, remembering Ned Stark's wife was a Tully. If that were to happen, then he would truly be surrounded on all sides. His eyes started to roam around the map, trying to find a break point. As soon as his eyes went to Dorne, another headache seemed to attack him. If there was one kingdom that would come after his legacy with vengeance, then it would be Dorne. Dornish still held a huge blood grudge against him for Elia Martell's death. That only leaves. His eyes slowly went to the Twins and the Iron Islands. Both can't do much about other kingdoms, but in time they can contain the North and perhaps even the Riverlands. He didn't wait a second and started writing. Another form of warfare which many don't seem useful to indulge in. However, he knew, many wars are won not on the battlefield but through playing one's hands right. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Towards north we go to a man owed the champion of the storm god a life. A sudden voice jerked me up. These faceless utterly lack manners, often visiting when I'm just about to get some shut-eye. Complete jerks. Well, I believe you're the one I was asked to save from the dungeons. Indeed, Jacqueline Hagar at your service. Cool. I wasn't expecting Varys to act so fast. Did he come to free you himself? Nah, forget it, it doesn't matter. Why are you here again? Aren't you free? That's what you wished for, right? A man owed a life to the champion of the storm god. Gotta say, the misunderstanding was getting ridiculous, but what's it got to do with me? A life, you say? Didn't your friend pay for that? Yes, he didn't kill, but he gave me the name I asked him for. The many-faced god holds his words true. A life can only be paid with a life, said the faceless man, making me sigh. I had a feeling that if I didn't give him a name, he would just keep following me. There are so many names though. Arya really wasted good opportunities when she could have asked to kill anyone. I, for some reason, feel a little disdain giving away someone's name like that. Perhaps it was Thor's side that didn't wish to have someone else take the life of people he wanted dead. Warrior's pride? It certainly could be. But again, I'm not exactly Thor, and maybe the real deal would be unhappy, but what's that got to do with me? I certainly wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Whose name should I give, though? There are many. Cersei, Joffrey, Tywin Lannister, and honestly, the list might just go on until half the main cast is eradicated. I have a name for you. However, I wish for you to only deliver the blessing of the many-faced god on this person in case he betrays me in any way. Is that possible? I asked, and the faceless man looked contemplative. However, after a little while, he nodded. That happened a few days ago, actually. I wonder whether he got Varys for tricking me. Perhaps that's why I couldn't find him in the city or his quarters. I wished to kill the spider with my own hands, but that's not possible. Thus, leaving that sly eunuch to the faceless man was the last option I had. Sighing, I just shook my head and kept up with my current party. 2 girls and 1 brooding man staring daggers at me. If I didn't know better, I might even consider Ned Stark was trying to show gratitude for me saving his cold, northern, windy ass and wanted to offer his daughters to me. Of course, I knew better than to ask him that. However, those eyes glaring at me were getting annoying. How long must we go on? I know it's just my poor arse protesting, but it seems the journey to Winterfell gets more stretched the further we go, I said with a slightly annoyed tone. Though this time, the pain and stiffness were much more bearable since I updated Thor's body to level 2. Still, horse rides don't suit me well. Arya on the side just snickers at my grumbling. How she was riding the horse like that was beyond me. Sansa and Ned Stark were in the cart. Actually, Ned was fine now, at least good enough to ride the horse. It's just Arya who wouldn't sit still in the cart. Oh, you feel pain? Though pain felt you back in the capital, Ned Stark all but murmured those words, but I still heard him. Asgardian sense to the rescue. The man had been like this since he woke up. Angry? Skeptical? Suspicious? Odin knows what he was feeling. Maybe he was just grumpy about me punching him. By the rate we are going, we should enter the Riverlands in 2 days. Finally, Ned opened his mouth. It took me a few seconds to realize why he was even talking about any place that wasn't the north until I remembered his good-for-nothing wife was a Tully. You believe Lord Tully? I didn't want to sound like that one guy who is suspicious of everything, but this was Westeros, for Odin's sake. Lord Tully is an honorable man and an ally to House Stark. There is no place safer for us than the Riverlands besides the north itself. I just nodded. Not gonna argue about something I don't know. However, if it were up to me, I wouldn't stop anywhere else besides Winterfell. I know that isn't possible, we're quickly running out of rations, and the journey to Winterfell could take almost half a moon's time even at our best speed. However, before that, we must stop somewhere soon. We might be fine, but the girls need rest. Ned Stark looked at Sansa, who gave a weary smile to her father, while Arya was looking like a hooligan with her hair all dirty and mud everywhere. Not her fault, though. I too feel dirty, even though I don't see a hint of dust on me. That was another bizarre thing I noticed. Maybe the armor I was wearing was enchanted to not get dirty or something, but I looked exactly the same as I did back in King's Landing even after not bathing and traveling here on this muddy road for days. Though I still feel dirty. Strange how things work sometimes with these powers of mine. I even got envious looks from Sansa sometimes. The poor lass might have been wondering what sorcery was keeping my hair silky smooth and teeth pristine white. Fair enough. Though we shouldn't loiter more than necessary. I assure you, we might not see any men from King's Landing, but the Queen wouldn't be the only one who would want to get her grubby paws on us. I could tell just by imagining what Tywin Lannister would do after learning his daughter let Ned Stark and his daughters go, especially when war is brewing. By now, both Stannis and Renly should be acting up. Or did I change something so the War of the Five Kings won't even take place? Sigh, seriously, knowing the plot is a double-edged sword sometimes. Why wouldn't the Queen send men after us? Sansa suddenly asked, looking at her father with a curious face, making both of us stumble for a response. It was clear that Ned Stark didn't wish to bring up what happened in King's Landing in front of his kids, and I wanted to keep those tales buried too, if possible. Because, she can't. Surprisingly, Arya spoke up before either of us could. And how do you know that? Sansa gave a side-eye glance at her annoying little sister, clearly not believing her. Because Thor was there. He would have beaten everyone before rescuing father. Only a madman would go after him after knowing his reputation. Child, I understand your trust in me, but those words convey another meaning. I don't know much about my reputation, but if you go around talking like that, I certainly won't have a good one. I gave a mild stare at Arya, which she shrugged off quicker than the dresses her mother sent with her. I for one wouldn't doubt that. With what happened back then, I believe you'll soon have a hard-to-handle reputation on your hands, Sir Thor. Ned Stark said, looking at me. That last word, when he said my name, made it clear he was up to something. Those words now he wasn't saying them to just anyone. But to someone different. What happened? Arya picked up quickly, as usual, and asked. It's good then that I don't intend to handle anything. I shrugged. So what do you intend to do, exactly? He asked. He certainly wasn't just asking about what happened in King's Landing. I intend to never return to that wretched kingdom again. Out of sight, out of mind. On that we can agree, he grumbled. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Duty-bound Castle Black. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont stood in front of the cellar of Castle Black, the fire casting shadows across his weathered face. He looked at Jon Snow with steady eyes. Walk with me, Snow. Jon had a bad feeling the moment he was asked to meet the Lord Commander alone, especially when the old man was looking at him like he'd stolen his granddaughter's virginity or something. However, he followed the Lord Commander inside the cellar nonetheless. Certainly, the cold winds of the north didn't do much for this old man, who felt more like ice than the walkers themselves, or at least Jon thought so. If he had seen the real White Walkers, he might not have thought this. There were, after all, only a few in Castle Black who had even seen the monster tied up in the cellar. You asked for me, Lord Commander. Lad. I heard about Ned Stark. He's a good man. An honorable man. No one in the north would believe in those lies. I would have believed my own son to be a traitor before I doubted the honor of Eddard Stark. And we all know how that turned out, don't we? He said, and suddenly he felt many years older. John just nodded, wondering what exactly he was here for. You must ride to Winterfell, Snow, Mormont said. The words fell like thunder strikes on John. A bad feeling gripped his heart. Had something worse happened? Why was the Lord Commander himself suddenly asking him to ride back? His own mind was torn between leaving everything and going back to Winterfell, riding with his brother to free their father. But there was also Bran. If Bran weren't missing and Robb hadn't put his trust in him to find their missing brother, John would have asked to go back himself. With your father taken, the Lords of the North will gather soon. It's the best chance we've had to warn them of the true danger. John, at this, was baffled. What danger? My lord, I can't leave now. Bran is still missing. He might have crossed the wall. I need to find him. Mormont's brow furrowed. He stopped in his place and turned to John, making him shift in discomfort. He looked into John's eyes, glaring at them. Then suddenly, without saying anything, he made a fist and hit the nearby iron bars, rattling them and making the entire place echo with their noise. John didn't get it. What was the point of that? Was the old man trying to intimidate him? If so, then that wasn't Gwa-a-a-a-a-a. Before John could even complete that line of thought, a guttural growl vibrated through the entire cellar, making his skin crawl. Goosebumps, which could be said to be all but dead in the chilly climate of the north, came back to life for John. If you really think your brother crossed the wall, then consider him dead, Snow. Because where he has gone, he would face many of what lies there in the darkness, he said, and pointed at the darkest section of the cellar where the sound came from. Only now did John feel a chill spreading around him. The place was colder than outside. How was that even possible? What's in there? He finally gathered his courage, asking about what he couldn't see with his eyes but felt and heard. The real enemy, he said, handing over the torch to John and signaling him to see for himself. Nerves screaming to run away, John pushed down his instincts and took the fire, taking steady steps into the darkness. And what he saw made him freeze. This was no man, no animal like he thought. This was an abomination. Bluish skin, cold icy eyes, and even after losing limbs, the thing kept on screaming and racking the cage he was in. John instinctively gripped the fire tighter, like it could protect him from the horrid creature he was looking at. And those same instincts made him bring those flames in front of him, ready to burn the creature if he had to. However, a strong hand with a firm grip stopped him from going any further. That's close enough. Back off now. What is that thing? Never heard of walkers, Snow. It's impossible. Those were stories. I thought so too, until a few months ago when that man slammed the reality into our faces. John didn't even care who that man was. He was too taken aback to think of anything right now. Anything but what the Lord Commander had told him earlier. Bran. His chest tightened. I have to go. I have to search for Bran, John said, almost in panic. I must go. If he's in the north, beyond the wall, then he's in danger. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont just observed him, his eyes narrowing. You will not go chasing shadows, Snow. I need you to ride south to Winterfell. John frowned. My brother might be out there beyond the wall, and you want me to ride away. Mormont stood slowly, folding his hands behind his back. Yes. That was all he said. John was at a loss for words. Not sure what he was supposed to say, he raised his voice. Why not just kill that thing and ride beyond the wall? What's the point of keeping that monstrosity here? Ain't that why we're here? The Night's Watch stands to protect the realm of men, doesn't it? Then why bother hiding here when the enemy is out there? Enough! Mormont's voice boomed, echoing through the stone walls. Do you think I haven't wanted to ride north myself? Do you think I enjoy sitting here, waiting? I'm no coward, boy. He pointed toward the cellar. That thing is our proof, our only proof. You kill it, and the lords will say we've gone mad. They won't believe us without seeing it. John looked away, jaw tight. This war is bigger than one boy's life, Mormont said while looking into John's eyes. He took a breath. I am Lord Commander. My duty is to protect the realm. And your duty, your oath, is to the Night's Watch. Ride south, and show them the truth. John's hands curled into fists, but he gave a slow nod. The Lord Commander kept his eyes on John, like trying to see something in him. He didn't wish to make John do this. He knew what the boy was going through. Old gods knew that this was probably the worst time to reveal this to the Northern Lords when Eddard Stark was taken captive and war with the capital was evident. However, he too was duty-bound. He put his faith in Benyon Stark and got nothing. Ned Stark went south, and there was no news from him after that. He had asked many times for the attention of the Lords of the North, but none came. It wasn't out of his expectations. He knew that without a Stark moving them, those stubborn Northern Lords wouldn't budge. That's why he had sent Benyon to Winterfell last time with Thor and the proof. Nothing but disappointment. The man came back empty-handed, with only a promise that his brother would do something about it. Oh, how much he wished to just act right now. How much he wished to gather his forces and go beyond the wall to find what he was up against. But he couldn't. Thor's words were true. The white with them was their only proof. If they lost it, then making those lords believe would be almost impossible. You're among the only few who knows about the white. Make sure it stays that way, he said lastly, and then John was dismissed. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Tavern 1. The road out of the Crownlands had been a long and hard one, especially when one is trying to keep a low profile, and I knew they needed rest. Not me, of course. All because this era's horrible mode of travel. I gave my horse a venomous glance. This body of mine could handle anything. Horse riding just not made for me. It was about the girls, though. They were getting weary, especially Sansa, who had barely eaten in 2 days. Arya had remained quiet, but her sharp eyes watched everything. These girls are not used to this long journey on these uneven roads. Let alone running away from the capital-level adventure. Without the godly body, I too would have felt the same fatigue and tiredness they show now. At least I would feel the same way when the mental fatigue is concerned. Stark knew a place here, so that's where we were going. I didn't wish to stop, honestly. We were too close to the Riverlands. Just a little more and we could be easily in more friendly territory. However, that was just me. I know I can go on, they can't. Even Ned Stark was looking weary by now. According to him, there is no tavern or inn once we enter the Riverlands for another few days of travel. That sealed the deal. My body can stand the travel, but my mind can't. I needed a bath. Quite a spoiled and impolite thing to ask for in this condition, but I can't help it. And more than me, the girls wouldn't make it if we continued. The last thing we wanted was for either of them to fall ill on the journey, or even worse, depression. Soon we came upon a small roadside tavern just as the sun began to set behind the hills. It was not grand, but the smell of bread and stew gave hope. Even to someone like me who utterly hates this world's food. There were no spices, and even something as basic as salt was a luxury only rich lords could afford. Girls, wake up, we're stopping here, I gently stroked Arya's head to wake her up while shaking Sansa's slightly. We there yet? Arya murmured to herself. Depends on what there is. Winterfell? Arya asked as she got up. Well, of course not. Told you it's a long journey. Wouldn't take as much like the first time we came to the capital. We are moving faster without an entire entourage along us. However, it would still take time, child. Be patient. Arya just frowned at this. However, that doesn't mean this place is that bad. We'll get food, wine, clean water, and warm beds here. So get up. Eat, rest, then we move at first light. But I knew well the danger they carried. The shape I left the capital in, I doubt Cersei would send anyone after us. However, Tywin Lannister would. His dogs would stop at nothing to capture Stark and his daughters. I don't know what's going on with the war situation, but I do know it's inevitable and that Old Lion would definitely be getting involved. After all, it was his blood who was going to sit down on that throne by the end of it. He wouldn't stop at anything. If he's anything like the shrewd and cunning man from the TV show, we can't linger around here for long. Their faces were too known. Though I half expect me to be the most recognizable at this moment. I pulled the hood of the cloak low over my head. I was no longer in my Thor armor and had changed into the most concealing cloak and robes, hiding my golden hair. Ned wore an old brown cloak, and the girls were bundled in rough, travel-worn garments. They kept their heads down and entered the inn quietly. The tavern was almost empty, a few travelers and old farmers. None gave them more than a glance. Making sure the area was safe, I spoke to the innkeeper in a low voice and offered silver. We were led to a corner table and brought food quickly, a bowl of stew, some bread, and watered wine. Arya pounced on the food like she was ripping apart Cersei Lannister herself. I, unfortunately, was no different. I honestly was hungry and dangerously horny. That mental image of Cersei didn't help a bit when I ripped apart the bread and started chewing. For a time, things were peaceful. Sansa finally smiled as she sipped her broth. Arya was chewing meat hungrily. Wolf blood indeed. Ned closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall. Eat, Stark. You'll need your strength for the journey. Don't think that we won't be followed. Queen might not, but Tywin Lannister, after knowing what happened in the capital and justifiably ignoring the more unbelievable aspect, would stop at nothing to capture you and them. Ned knew what I was talking about. Only a fool would send soldiers after they saw what happened in the capital. The Queen was a lot of things, but a complete and utter fool she was not. However, what about those who didn't see what others saw? How in the gods' name, old or new, would they believe that a single man brought down heaven itself? Surely one Tywin Lannister wouldn't, and Thor was right, he'd send his dogs after them soon enough. Ned knew that. His eyes darted to his daughters, and a determined look appeared on them before he went back to his food. Perhaps to keep his strength up, or perhaps to get out of this cursed land as soon as possible, Ned Stark forced himself to eat it all. By the time I was running low on meat and about to ask for more, the door burst open with a crash. 5 men entered, clad in armor marked with red and gold. Lannister colors. My hand went to the side, where Mjolnir now rested, hidden in a sack. I saw all 3 of my companions hide their faces deeper in their cloaks. The Lannister men did not recognize us, and that was a small mercy they did on themselves. One was missing a few teeth, another had a scar across his neck. They looked like they hadn't bathed in days. How in the world these people get by not bathing for weeks and months was beyond me. They walked like men used to taking what they wanted. More like robbers and thieves than reputable soldiers and knights. Come on, lass, bring me boys some ale and that juicy meat of yours, one of them roared, and his eyes were looking at the girls in all sorts of ways that made me feel cringe. The innkeeper bowed and scurried to serve them. Of course, sirs. No coin needed, only peace in return. These people have no power. In fact, in taverns like this, it's not unusual for the owners to offer their own wives and daughters to the men at night to warm their beds, just so they don't start killing and looting. What was the reality of this world? Wonder again why I wished to get the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure by the look of the man, he wouldn't mind putting his daughter to visit their rooms free of charge if that means preventing them from wreaking havoc. That was the fate of lowborns. The leader of the Lannister men laughed loudly. Peace, he says. You hear that, lads? They drank and ate like animals. When their bellies were full, the danger became real. One of them grabbed the serving girl, a girl not much older than Sansa. Well, girls Sansa's age do marry in this world, but that was beside the point, and pulled her into his lap. She didn't scream, surely looking at her father's face who didn't protest, and a fake smile graced her face, trying to keep the situation civil. If it meant that she could stop her home from getting looted and burned apart, then she'd do anything she could to prevent that. Sharing their bed, moaning under them, or even letting them all ravage her in front of her father wasn't something that she wasn't aware could happen to her. If that meant they would leave them alone, then she'd do it. However, that was only when the men manhandling her were only looking for a woman. These men didn't just want her body, no. These men were willing to burn everything around them, the kind who would enjoy killing and raping. And the worst, they were getting paid for it. Another man slapped her hard across the face. She fell, dazed. Didn't respond to it, however. Tears appeared on her face, but she just refused to shed them. The innkeeper just watched. He couldn't do anything. However, what followed made even his stomach churn. A boot to the gut sent him sprawling to the floor suddenly. The girl cried seeing this. This wasn't what her father told her. The men weren't supposed to be like this. Clothes torn as the men leered and laughed. By now most people had left the tavern. The men started to wreck the place, making both the girl and her father cry aloud. Tears appeared in her eyes. She'd long come to terms with her reality. But this how she'd die? Her home burned down like this? There was no knight in shining armor going to come to rescue a lowborn girl like her. After all. Suddenly she was pinned down while the man tore open her top, her tits bare in full display. The man backed off for a second, fumbling with his pants before she saw him send flying. A crashing sound came and the man was slammed into the tavern wall, before the girl saw red. Pardon the interruption, my lady. But I must say the bread was delicious. Would you mind if I asked for seconds? Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Tavern 2. She had only come to bring food. Like every day, just as her mother used to do and had taught her. She had done it 100 times before, serving meat and ale to rough men passing through. Yes, sometimes they touched her, sometimes they touched where she didn't like. Sometimes they asked things of her she couldn't deny because she knew that if she did, both she and her father could be hurt. So she let it happen, from squeezing her recently filling breasts to slapping her arse. She just endured it, but never had she feared for her life as she did now. The Lannister soldiers had eaten their fill. Her father hadn't demanded either silver or copper from them, yet they turned on her like wolves. One of them grabbed her, laughing, pulling her clothes while the others jeered. She kept her mouth shut, just as she was taught to. But it hurt. They kicked her father down like a dog. Her clothes were torn, her skin bruised. She was about to be dragged to the floor. And just when she couldn't stop her tears from spilling, he stood up. The tall man in the corner. The one with the golden hair and quiet eyes. He hadn't spoken much since he entered with his companions, hadn't looked at anyone. But now he stepped in, and she felt like the world itself paused. She didn't know his name, but in that moment, she thought she was looking at a king. No, not just a king, something greater. A knight from the old songs, a crowned lord, like the warrior himself had come in him. With a single blow, he sent the man who held her flying across the room. The brute slammed into the wall with such force that he didn't even scream, he just crumpled and didn't move again. She was stunned, didn't even care that she was half naked, that her breasts were visible, that her torn skirt barely hid what little she had to offer in her life. She only looked at him, in a daze. He said something, but she couldn't quite catch it. She heard someone else talking to her from the other side, but at that time, her sole focus was on the man who stood between her and those men. The others drew their swords. She watched. It never occurred to her to run or to get away. She just observed him. The man, her savior, never flinched. Unarmed, he moved like a storm. His fists struck like hammers, his feet like iron. Every time his fist connected, the men fell. Every time his kick landed, they were thrown. One by one, the soldiers fell, armor and blades meaning nothing in front of him. She had never seen anything like it. When it was done, he turned to her. His face was kind now, not angry. He pulled off his dark cloak and stepped forward. She didn't move, couldn't, and gently, he wrapped the cloak around her torn dress, covering her. "I'm still expecting that bread, my lady. Maybe bring something for yourself as well. Wouldn't mind a beautiful company like you," he said as he slowly pressed her hand on her head. Her lips trembled. She wanted to speak, to thank him, but no words came. It was like a dam broke the moment that hand, the very same that had killed those men like they were ants, softly landed on her head, giving her a reassuring pat. He turned back to the others, like the whole thing had been nothing, like he hadn't just beaten 5 armed men with his bare hands. She stared at him, heart pounding. Who was he? A lord? No, he couldn't be. The prince. The moment the Lannister knights barged into the inn, the air turned heavy. Ned, Arya, and Sansa sat quietly in a corner with Thor. Their faces hidden beneath hoods, trying not to draw attention. But the noise of armor, cruel laughter, and heavy boots made it clear trouble had entered. At first, the Stark family sat still. But then the knights turned on the innkeeper's daughter. She had only stepped forward to collect the plates when one of the men grabbed her. Laughter echoed as he struck her across the face and tore her dress. Others joined in, circling like wolves. Sansa gasped and grabbed Thor's arm. She didn't say anything, just needed something or someone to hold onto because she knew what was happening. A sudden fear crept in. Both Arya and she covered their faces, but still, fear rang inside her seeing what was happening to the girl. Thor's eyes never left the scene. Calmly, he replied, "I need another bread." Why? She surely heard wrong. But he didn't care. She was already moving. She had no answer. Her hand dropped. Arya was already standing, hand on her sword. "We have to help her," she said, voice burning with rage. Ned Stark held her back gently. "No. Watch." "But I assure you, Thor doesn't need your help, Arya. If anyone needs help, it's them," Ned said with a calm tone. In a blink, he crossed the room. One swing of his fist sent the first man crashing into the wall, unconscious. Gasps filled the room. The other man stood, drawing swords. It didn't matter. Sansa watched this with wide eyes, her mouth forming a peculiar shape as she saw the man fly and hit the wall. Ned just observed the fight that ensued with contemplation. He wasn't sure what to think about Thor. He was a good man, an honorable man as long as his actions were considered, even though he had punched himself. But a side of his mind was telling him that this man was dangerous. He alone could destroy armies. He clearly looked like someone of high birth. He was strong enough to win any kingdom for himself. So why come to Winterfell? Why go so far to help him? And why was he so taken with the White Walkers? The Walkers. Suddenly Ned realized that he had completely forgotten part of the reason he came to the south. He had utterly failed to get any help from the lords of the other kingdoms for the upcoming war. Beside him, Sansa sat stunned. Arya, completely opposite, had her eyes sparkling. "That was incredible," she whispered. Ned stood. "Time to leave. Before more of them come." However, that was the moment when Thor actually went ahead and asked for another 2 loaves of bread and came back to eat. "Here, make sure you share with Sansa." Thor handed one of the loaves to Arya and started chewing on the other, like nothing had happened. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Tavern 3. After the fight at the tavern, when the Lannister knights were dealt with and I finally had my fill all to Stark's irritation, who kept looking outside the door like Tywin Lannister himself would enter at any moment, swords flaring, I told Stark that we would stay the night. "We'll not move tonight," I said, and before I could get any reply from the man who was glaring at me fanatically, I held up my hand in front of him. It's best the girls rest. They've seen enough blood for one day. As you said, there ain't any other place to get any warmth before we go halfway into the Riverlands. Ned hesitated. He looked out the small window toward the road ahead. I don't like it. If Tywin has started to move his banners, we might be marching straight into danger. Danger marching towards them, you mean? I looked him in the eyes, daring him to deny it. Which, of course, he didn't, understanding what I was implying. Sansa, at this, let out a soft giggle quite unlike her, at least how she had been acting all this time. Arya was sporting a smirk of her own, like she was looking forward to more of what had just happened. I wouldn't say I would mind cracking some skulls myself. Never thought that power would make someone barbaric like that. Look, I know you're worried. But the girls need strength. And I am here. I will keep watch. Yes, Thor can beat them all. He's strong. Arya grinned. The little one didn't know how close she was to the truth, calling me strong after seeing me beat the mountain and play her silly water dance with her. With a sigh, Ned agreed. There was sense in Thor's words. The nearest safe house was days away, and the Riverlands could already be filled with spies. The tavern, small and hidden, was their best chance to rest in peace. And there was more reason for me to stubbornly stay the girl and her father. There was a chance those men would get to them if I left immediately. They couldn't stay here, and I fully intended to make sure they left this place before we moved out. I honestly didn't care much about the owner. A man who watched his daughter get raped in front of him and did nothing was disgusting. Yet, maybe he couldn't do anything, but not even trying was absurd. I just didn't wish for the girl to face the same fate I had prevented today. Not my responsibility by any means, but after I saw it, I just couldn't let it happen. That night, the inn was quiet. The girl was tended to by her father, who kept thanking me. I barely stopped myself from showing my disgust. Perhaps I was a little too hard on him. Not that I was wrong, but this world is very used to this kind of thing. Prostitution was common and very legal. Rape, though, not so much. But it happens nonetheless. All for people like Tywin Lannister, who would do anything and everything if it suits him. Tisk, I should have let the faceless man go after that old lion. Shaking my head, I looked around. I was given the largest room, a small upstairs chamber with a single bed and a wooden table. Strange, considering I was accompanied by a Lord Paramount. Haha. It wasn't much, but better than most places I had rested in since arriving in this world. Undressing down to my trousers, I laid Mjolnir close to my side and allowed myself some sleep. Before getting here, I had finally gotten the bath I was longing for, and oh, it was glorious. Never thought a simple bath which wasn't even that good since I had to bathe out in the open could lift my mood like this. I was getting cozy slowly. The bed was nothing compared to the one I had in King's Landing, but it was warm, and sleep came naturally to me. However, just as I was about to fall deeply asleep, a soft knock stirred me awake. What in Odin's name is wrong with these people and their ungodly timing for visiting others? I had two thoughts about throwing Mjolnir at the door. I wouldn't even have to get up to get it back either. It was ridiculously tempting. Grumbling, I got up, my hand reaching for the hammer before I even sat up. Just in case. Another knock came. Sharp. Soft. Careful. However, when I finally opened the door, my eyes widened at what I saw. It was the same girl I had saved earlier, the innkeeper's daughter. I should have asked for her name. But that wasn't what was important right now. She was barely dressed. She stood in a sheer, thin nightgown, nearly transparent in the dim candlelight. Her hair was loose, her feet bare. I could see her erect nipples through the thin layer of cloth she wore due to the candlelight she held. She was slightly taller than Sansa, and Sansa is pretty tall for her age. Must be in her mid-teens or so. She was developing all the right curves in all the right places. "My lord." I blinked. I almost forgot I was staring. My lips thinned, a huge blush came to my face, but with pure willpower, I pushed it down, or else I would have made an utter fool of myself. Calm down, I muttered inside my head, trying not to look at those glorious peaks that were forcing my mountain to wake up. Taking deep breaths, I calmed myself, and that was when I noticed I wasn't the only one staring. I looked down only to notice I was topless, much easier to sleep in, though not very safe. Though it worked out perfectly now since the girl completely ignored my ogling her assets while doing the same to me. Yet, I'm the hot guy now. A smile appeared on my face almost instinctively. Before I opened my mouth, ahem. I presume you like what you see. The girl almost jolted back. Her face said she hadn't expected this. If anything, it was the exact opposite of what she had planned. Am I? Me, m'lord? I wasn't. She stuttered. She had nothing to fear, but still, seeing how young she was, it made sense. You weren't? I asked, my smile now getting a little predatory. Surely this was the inner Thor coming out. Last I remember, I was a complete gentleman. The girl flustered, now a little self-conscious. Shame. Here I thought my charm pulled you to me. I slowly raised my hand and lifted her chin gently. And oh, that blush. Handsome guys have such an advantage. I'm not sure whether I hate them more now or love my current situation. The girl began to shudder, shifting her eyes from my face to those godly muscles which I'd like to credit to my daily grind, but honestly, it was Thor's genetics and power. Slowly, I stepped forward, making the girl step back, perhaps from fright or nervousness. 2 steps in and she found herself firmly pressed against the wall while I towered over her. A little chuckle escaped my mouth seeing the girl the way she was. If not for the candle in her hand, I wouldn't have seen those erect nipples. She was getting aroused. Slowly, I raised my hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You know, it's not suited for a young maiden like you to visit a man's quarters late at night. People might think we are up to no good. I leaned forward and whispered in her ear. And earned a very satisfying hum from her, which almost felt like a response to my breath near her ear more than the question. Now I was questioning why I was doing this to this girl again. Last I knew, I wasn't into this teasing thing. But there was just something about her innocent behavior and defenseless self that I couldn't hold back. What's your name? I once again gently asked. Hey! Your name, my lady? I'm Mina, m'lord. I'm not a lady, she replied with an obvious stutter. That last line was quite similar to a little she-wolf I knew but different. Arya says it in defiance, while Mina said it like it was common knowledge. Like she'd given into her reality. Mina, that's a beautiful name. And what do you mean by not a lady? I asked, genuinely acting curious. I'm a lowborn, m'lord. I'm. Shush. I put a finger on top of her mouth. Why I was enjoying this was beyond me, but I wasn't stopping. A knight decides his lord and lady, dear, and for me, you are a lady. And a beautiful one at that. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Say, Mina, did your father put you up to this? I asked, but this time my tone wasn't the earlier husky one, more like demanding. Because if that man sent his daughter to me, I didn't want it. I might be going mad with hormones driving me nuts, but I wouldn't take it. Again, some crazy kind of pride, but I knew at least this much, it wasn't the right thing to do. Chapter 67, Tavern 4 *. Tell me, was it your father who sent you to me? And don't lie, my lady, believe me, I'll know, I asked and slowly rubbed my thumb over her lips while my mouth was dangerously close to her ears when asking. Mina's eyes widened, and her face turned an even darker shade of red. And no, she stammered, clutching her thin nightgown. I came on my own. Father doesn't. He didn't say anything this time. Tisk. 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 Careful now, you're acting like a bad girl, my lady. Do you know what happens to bad girls? I grinned and pinned her back to the wall, earning a well-placed gasp from her. It was him, wasn't it? I asked again, this time around, though I kept my voice cold. I could feel the girl shuddering by now. A little more push and... Yes, he asked me to. She said, her voice breaking, almost felt like she'd almost broken into tears there. Did I overdid it? Haha. I chuckled, enjoying her flustered reaction to even my amazement. Ah, now see, that wasn't that hard, was it? Unfortunately for me, since it wasn't my charms which brought you here, I shall not claim your love, my dear. I muttered and backed off. To be honest, I didn't wish to do that. Stopping felt like a betrayal I did to myself. However, once again, I felt more disgusted that I had to resort to these kinds of things to claim a girl. Mina huffed like she was finally able to breathe, while I got away from her. I'm sure I didn't put any pressure on her to stop her breathing, though. See you tomorrow, perhaps my wounded heart will feel better with those delicious breads you cook. I wave and turn around. Inside, I knew I would later cry tears of blood thinking about this, but for now, I reject something which I didn't claim for myself. Or at least that's what I thought it would go until I felt my hand getting caught by a smaller and softer touch. Anything else I could do for you? I asked too, and the girl started stammering again. I. A beautiful maiden and a bad girl who need to be punished by someone, unfortunately, that someone can't be me. Sigh. I completed her sentence, to which she tightened her grip on my hand. I want to do it, she said after getting her breathing under control. Because your father told you to. No. I mean my father told me to, but not just that. Look, I won't harm anyone and you have no animosity towards me for this. You're safe, so you can go to your father and tell him that the gold I gave him was really for the bread and nothing more. I sighed, seeing the girl push herself like this was no longer fun. So, I gave her my best Thor-like charming smile and assured her. Still, she didn't let her hand go. I know. Bulletin. But I wanna do it, my lord. If you have me, then let me please share your bed tonight. She said with resolve now. Why? You're not obligated to do this, you know. I know, but I want to. I want to not because of others asking, but cause I. Before she could even complete that sentence, she found herself lip-locked by the man whose arms clung around her like an iron vice. Before she even knew it, she found herself getting pulled in inside. As for me, I couldn't stop myself anymore. I'm no saint, like a gentleman, I gave the girl a way out, didn't I? It's her fault that she stayed. So like my mind taken over what I could only stay a fever dream, I connected our lips, immediately getting assaulted by a strong felt of bakery and earth, mixed with sweat coming off her. She was smelly. Even nobles here hardly bath 2 times a week in this world, let alone lowborns like her. But I didn't mind. I just hungrily devoured her mouth. I felt her gasping for air. She tried to push me back, but her meager strength was not enough. The moment I separated our lips, she took a sharp intake for air, almost felt like her mind going blank due to oxygen depletion. However, I wasn't even winded, I only backed off for her. Otherwise I felt like I could have continued that kiss for another few minutes or so. Though partly the main reason was the uncomfortable feeling I had in my pants. Those tight pants did an excellent job of holding back the large erection I was sporting, but it was uncomfortable. So while the girl was gasping for air, I quickly undressed them, and before she could even know what happened, she found herself getting tossed to the bed, again earning a sharp yelp from her. Seconds later, I was on top of her, looking in her eyes. Her hot and erratic breathing was making me go mad. I just wanted to do it, insert her with all my power, mess her inside out. But another look at the girl who was looking at me with slight trembling, and I couldn't continue that line of thought. Let alone the wild fantasies I had, even the normal for this body might be too much for her. Treat her like porcelain. I thought to myself, a little cautious now. Slowly, I went back to the kissing, but this time I was controlled and gentle to the point she couldn't feel having a panic attack for a lack of oxygen. Slowly, my hands started to move, removing what little she wore to hide her modesty. Personally, I believe the darkness of the night did a far better job at that than this little thin. Not like I'm complaining. By the time I get her off that thin fabric, her bare body was on display for me to admire. Having Thor's memories means that I have seen women before, but how that's different than opening a porn site on Earth. No, this had a different feeling, one which I had a practical reaction to when I saw how hard I had gotten. Apparently I wasn't the only one who noticed this. Boner was poking her on her abdomen and she could feel the hot big thing with weight on her. Gulping, she looked down, and the widening of her eyes just gave that strange satisfaction which only a guy could understand. I have a very impressive cock, even I have to agree on that. But again, I'm someone who believes that how you use the tool matters more than how good the tool is, and even now I'm not gonna change that belief. Before I knew it, my hands were roaming around her body, she was the same, caressing my muscles while I just got lost at the soft sensation I felt. Her breasts were not very impressive, but not disappointing either. To some degree, I'll call them practical. I was never a big chest guy, so I don't have any complaints. Ah! A soft moan left her mouth the moment I pinched that perky nipple. Kissing, lightly biting, and even fucking on those perky breasts wasn't the first thing in my mind when I throw her on the bed, but I have to put some effort in foreplay, right? The continuous moans from the girl told me that whatever I was doing was working, not like I could tell otherwise. My body was working on its own at this point, Thor's instincts and all. "Milord, please give it to me." She shuddered, saying this, but this made this even more rewarding when the girl asked for it herself. So I finally leaned the head of my cock at her entrance, didn't directly enter it though but rather rub it with my head. Seeing where the entrance is exactly, and you know the size issue. I'd rather not hurt her. She let out a big moan when I started tapping her clitoris with my cock head. Definitely a S-grade move. But now comes the real deal. I slowly aligned the cock head in front of her pussy and gave a soft push. Ass. At first, only the head went in, but she let out a muffled gasp at this. I slowly push myself in and immediately earn another cry from the twitching girl, though perhaps this time it was a little painful one. I can't say, but I was big, perhaps not the biggest, at least in length. Mine here was more than adequate before actually ripping a woman's inside, but the girth. That where my little brother excels in. I slow down and reduce my movement until she got used to it. The rhythmic sound of fresh pounding started, and I once again connected my lips with hers. Trying to enjoy without hurting her with my strength was harder than I anticipated it to be. "Milo, milord. I don't know why that timid voice of hers was making me go insane. I was nowhere near my orgasm and this girl was already reaching hers. A little flare out of my nose, I increase my pace, going deeper and exploring her depths. I felt warm, her insides were soft, warm, and they were squishy. Pumping inside her, I kept on moving my hips in a rhythmic motion. I looked at the girl's her eyes were half open and almost rolled back up while her breasts were giggling with every thrust I gave. And with a last powerful thrust, I saw the girl shrug as her entire body twitched and shook. She came. I though wasn't anywhere near my release. I just realized that perhaps, having a very strong body among mortals wasn't the best fighting outside. Gritting my teeth, I let a little anger slip onto my otherwise quite non-Thor-like behavior and tossed the still gaping girl around, her rear facing me. "Milord!" She almost cried out when I grabbed her from the breast and pulled her closer, sticking her sweaty black to my front and supporting her. "You didn't expect that it gonna end that soon, did you, my lady?" I smiled and took a handful of those soft feeling earning a moan from her before once again I pushed my cock in her pussy. Ah! Since this was the second time, she should be used enough, and thus I took a little more liberty at how I handled her. Pinching her nipples while fucking her from behind, shoving my dick inside her as much as possible. Ah 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 ah, ah. Her moans started to make me go faster if anything. This wasn't good, this way I was getting the stimulus, but I might hurt her. So I furious connected our lips, stopping her from making any more sound to agitate me any further. I continued on this position until I felt my stimulus almost reaching its peak. But that last push, I wasn't getting, but still relatively gentle with her. The position might be a little uncommon, but I was still careful with her. Do you think you can handle a little harder? I asked to the already out-of-breath girl. Yes, m'lord. She muttered while still gasping for air. And apparently that was the last straw for me as well, since I let her go and fall down. Now we were in a proper doggy style where I supported her back up, sticking out, while with a gentle push I pinned her upper body down, making an arc of her body. Then please bear with me, I said, and this time gave a strong push in, reaching her deepest parts. Ah! This time it wasn't just a moan, it was a scream. Not that I feel any pain in it. I'll continue, I said, and just as I got the confirmation from her by a little I continued again, this time strong. Ah! This sound was getting too loud for comfort, honestly. So I grabbed the nearby pillow and put it in her mouth. She understood the task very well and bit it down for her dear life. Getting a handful of her round ass, and pounded her front. That last thrust I didn't take, rather I pulled out, part cause I didn't wish to be a father and make her a mother, and part cause I don't want little demigods running around Westeros anytime soon. The lost of the thing pounding her made her frown suddenly until it came right in front of her face. And before she knew it, she was getting showered by my cum. It was enough to completely cover her face and chest. By the end of it I saw her tits dripping with my cum. A great satisfaction came to me before I saw her taking the head of my cock in her mouth and started sucking on her own. Seems like you're not that innocent after all, huh? What you say, one more time, do you think you can do that? I grinned. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. Next morning the morning sun had only just begun to rise when Mina stepped out of the room Thor had stayed in. Stayed in as in he wasn't there anymore. By the time she got up, she saw a little food on the side of her bed. Surely the man who she spent her last night with left it there for her. Heat crept up to her face, as her cheeks flared up and a big blush fought furiously to make its mark known while she spectacularly failed at keeping calm. A sweet pain ran through her the moment she tried. This pain was similar yet different than the few times she had shared her bed with others. It wasn't often, 3 times in her 16 years of life, but this time it was different. The pain brought more blush to her face, this time unlike the tears she used to wipe. She slowly brought her fingers and traced them to her lips, remembering those furious kisses and the moans she was making. She never felt that desperate and hungry before. Shaking her head, she brought herself out of the daze and looked around. Thor wasn't there. He left food for her, but why leave? A little pang of fear arose inside her head when she thought he had already gone. She got up immediately. Pain rocking inside her be damned. As she walked down the hallway, her father was already waiting. "Father," she said, stunned to see him there, a conscious feeling appearing on her face. Like he caught her red-handed while doing something bad. Though that wasn't the case, and when she realized it was him who sent her to Thor in the first place, her evading eyes snapped to him. He looked her up and down, sharp-eyed and curious. "Well," he asked, voice low. "Was the Lord pleased?" Mina blinked, then frowned. She had expected this question, but it still stung. Her mind went back to what happened last night, and her mood lightened up. Though she immediately stopped that line of thought, it would be hard to stop the blush already forming otherwise. She by no means regretted going to Thor's room last night, even though it was on her father's call. In fact, that was one of her most precious memories now. That man had shown her enough respect and love in a single night than she had ever gotten in her entire life. No, she'll never forget that night. However, her father asking this, it stung. He sold his daughter and didn't even feel remorse. She crossed her arms, trying not to let the blush return. But she couldn't help the tiny smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Instead of answering straight away, she gave her father a mock glare. "He told me to give you a message," she said firmly. Her father raised an eyebrow. "He said the gold dragons he gave you were for bread," she said, voice flat now. "And to make sure men who bake such good bread don't meet unfortunate ends. And nothing else." Her father's mouth opened, then shut again. He looked a bit unsure now. Yesterday when he had gotten that gold dragon from the lord who killed those men, he thought he was paying for his daughter. Why else would a lord of high station like him go out of his way to save his daughter? His daughter was pretty, much like his deceased wife, but the lord would have access to many like her daughter and more in the kingdom. Why her then? He didn't know, but not listening to the lord after he accepted the gold was inviting the stranger. He knew what the man was capable of. Him single-handedly taking down those men, unarmed, was the proof of that. Mina tilted her head slightly and added, "He completely refused to touch me when he learned you sent me. Just to let you know." Her father said nothing. She didn't wait for him to say more. She turned and walked out. Turns out the meager mortal workout I had last night wasn't enough to satisfy me. Turns out that mortal girls are quite fragile. Even when weak, I had to be very cautious with Mina. I was hardly tired, so once again I was ready to get up in the morning and back to my daily training. By the time I finished my morning exercises outside the tavern, my body was warm and muscles loose, which definitely didn't help me in terms of dispelling my raging hormones, but it still made me tired enough to put my mind back into the game. After coming here, I always started my day like this, training, moving, keeping sharp. Even now, while traveling, I try not to break the habit. Wiping sweat from my brow, I walked back inside the small tavern. The smell of warm bread and stew hit my nose. I have to say I was hungry and that bread was really good. I found Ned Stark sitting at the table with Arya and Sansa beside him, quietly eating their breakfast. Or at least, it was quiet until Arya opened her mouth. Mina was just placing a plate down in front of Sansa when her eyes caught mine. I smiled at her, a bright, kind smile. Mina turned red like a ripe apple and nearly dropped the plate. With a squeak, she turned and hurried back to the kitchen, her hands covering her face. I had to school my features not to break out into a smirk at this. Ned gave me a calm look. "You were gone," he said simply. He sent a questioning glance at me. Before I could even answer, Arya leaned forward, smirking. "He trains every morning," she said proudly. "Hammer swinging, smashing things, perfect dialogue for every response, strength drills, sometimes he practices his battle cry as well. Why in Odin's name does she know that?" Sansa had a little wide-eyed surprise at this, but then she immediately felt a pang of jealousy and rounded on her little sister. "Must you always speak like a stable boy?" Arya scowled. "Must you always sound like a queen?" Ned sighed. He turned to me with curiosity, though, "Who practices battle cry early in the morning? Let them be. It means they've some strength left in them." I quickly changed the topic and got some bread of my own. "We can't stay any longer," he said quietly. "We've had a day's rest. It's time we head north. Every hour we wait, the roads grow more dangerous." I nodded. Agreed. The sooner we reach the north, the better. More important things are waiting there anyway. Ned at this looked at me, like trying to see through me. He knew that I was talking about the White Walkers, but he felt that there was more. "Ah, handsome knight, and you. You can't even replace a knight's horse, horse face. I will, you'll see. And when I do, I'm not gonna come to save your lady arse on fire. Sansa looked scandalous. Who wants your help anyway? I'd rather cross the wall before asking for your help. Hey! Arya was gonna say something but stopped midway. Really? Shame. She puffed her chest and got closer to Sansa. She cupped Sansa's face with her hand, making her confused about what she was up to. But I have faith my charm will pull you to me. Arya grinned. Cough cough. I almost spewed out my half-chewed bread on Stark's face. How in Odin's name did she hear that? It's possible I said the same thing to Mina last night, even did the same chip-up techniques from anime and movies. Sansa spat a grinning Arya away and looked at me worriedly, offering me ale to soothe my coughing. I took it gracefully but my eyes were on the little menace grinning at me. She crossed her hands, the same Wakanda style I unwillingly taught her while playing with her, and started to shake her shoulders up and down while still grinning, giving me a smug look. Ned Stark was looking between me and his younger daughter with confusion. Not getting what was going on. Let us finish our meal and ride soon. Trouble follows the lion's banners and I'd rather not greet them here. I said after getting my coughing under control while glaring daggers at the little she-wolf who was still smirking at me like she had dirt on me. Perhaps I don't have to save all the Starks in this quest. One less won't melt down the wall, would it? Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Capital in Disarray. One King's Landing. Cersei sat alone in her chambers, the candlelight flickering across her golden hair. A raven had arrived not long ago, bearing a message sealed with the golden lion of House Lannister. It was from her father, Lord Tywin. She broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. As her eyes moved across the words, her face tightened. You have let the capital fall into chaos, the letter began. A man who can bring down thunder. Have you taken me for a fool? You let the Stark run away, do you know what it has cost us? Keep order in the city. I will handle the war. You keep a tight leash on that boy of yours. He is king in name, not in rule. Do not forget that. As for your mishap, we'll talk when I come to the capital myself. Cersei's fingers gripped the paper tightly. Her jaw clenched. How dare he speak to her like this? She was queen. She had done all she could to hold the city together after the madness Thor had unleashed. Still, she couldn't deny that her father was right in some ways. Joffrey had been reckless. The people were afraid. And Thor. Thor haunted her mind like a ghost. She stared out the window toward the city. Even now she felt that she was hearing the distant roar of thunders. Part of her feared him. Another part hated him. But above all, she couldn't stop thinking about him. She was stubborn but not an idiot, she knew she wanted him. Nay, she needed him. Cersei folded the letter neatly and tossed it into the fire. As the flames ate away the words, she whispered to herself, and I'll have him. The morning sun cast a golden hue over the Red Keep as Queen Cersei Lannister and her son, King Joffrey Baratheon, made their way to the small council chamber. This was a long time coming since after Thor left, the capital was in complete disarray and Cersei refused to take any part in ruling the city while the capital was in havoc. Recent events in King's Landing had left the court in disarray. Upon entering the chamber, they found only Grand Maester Pycelle seated at the long table, his aged hands resting on a stack of parchments. The room was eerily quiet. Cersei's eyes narrowed. Where is everyone? She demanded. Pycelle cleared his throat, his voice wavering, though mostly this was an act like usual. Your Grace, the position of the Hand of the King is vacant. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard has, unfortunately, is no longer among us. This was of course not Sir Barristan Selmy as he was long taken out of his position after Joffrey came to power. The new Lord Commander barely served in his position for a few days before facing the Heaven's justice. The Master of Coin and the Master of Whisperers have both been found dead under suspicious circumstances, Pycelle said, and this drew almost zero reaction from either Cersei or Joffrey. Not like they knew this in advance, it's just that they didn't care. The Master of Laws and the Master of Ships are currently have turned traitors and are now raising armies to invade King's Landing. Cersei cut off Pycelle and almost growled. Joffrey slammed his fist on the table. They both will die. I'll have their heads on pikes. Cersei had another scowl at this. She knew that something like this would happen sooner or later, but this was getting out of her hands. Reach, Stormlands, and Vale. War brewing from all sides. Soon North will add to that list. Before Cersei could respond to her son's shout, the doors creaked open, revealing the High Septon, adorned in his ornate robes, flanked by a group of devout followers. He stepped forward, his expression solemn. Your Grace, I come with grave concerns. The faith of the Seven is troubled by the recent chaos in the capital. Cersei's eyes flashed with irritation. This is a council meeting, not a sermon. The High Septon remained undeterred. The faith and the crown are the two pillars that uphold our society. When one falters, the other must intervene to restore balance. Joffrey stood, his face red with anger. Are you suggesting we can't manage our own affairs? Pycelle interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Perhaps the High Septon merely wishes to offer counsel during these turbulent times. Speak your piece, Cersei said with gritted teeth. She can't have an internal conflict between the Crown and the September right now. The High Septon nodded. The people are frightened. They whisper of dark omens and question the Crown's ability to protect them. The Faith proposes a joint effort to restore order, a partnership between the September and the throne. And Cersei raised her eyebrow. Not even for a second believing that the High Septon was here just for this. And the September would need the right to reinitiate the Faith militant. Cersei's lips curled into a cold snarl. A generous offer. But rest assured, the Crown will handle its responsibilities. The High Septon bowed slightly. As you wish, Your Grace. However, you might wish to reconsider. For the good of the people and the Crown. The High Septon looked at her with a strange look which she couldn't quite understand. As he exited, the chamber remained silent. Cersei turned to Pycelle. We need to fill these vacant positions immediately. Begin the search for suitable candidates. Pycelle nodded. At once, Your Grace. Joffrey sat back down, his demeanor still tense. We must show strength. That insolent Septon thinks that he can threaten his king like that then. Cersei placed a hand on her son's shoulder. All in due time, my lion. All in due time. Outside the chamber, the High Septon paused, looking back at the closed doors. A glint of danger passed into his eyes just for a second before he started moving again. Make sure the people are content. The Crown is at war, there must be absolute unity and peace in the capital. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, Crossing the Wall. North. Bran and Sandor have been on the run for days, trying to find a way to cross the wall, but the wall was sealed tight. Every gate was guarded, and there was no safe way through. And in one of their searches to find a way to cross the dam structure, they almost got caught. The men from the Night's Watch caught up to them. Usually, Bran with his skin-shifting ability would spot them coming, however, that time was an exception. The forest hindered his view. They had no other option but to run, but they couldn't outrun men on horses. So they hid. In hope that they wouldn't be noticed. They weren't found in the end, but not because they were good at hiding, but rather because they had unexpected help. Two strangers appeared, young, cloaked in furs, and moving like they knew the land better than their own hands. A boy and a girl. The girl introduced herself first. My name is Mira Reed. This is my brother, Hojan. Bran looked at them with suspicion. Why are you here? How did you find us? While the girl was the one talking, it was the boy that both Bran and Sandor were wary of, not because he was more threatening, or because they looked down on the girl per se, but rather because the boy had the same gifts as Bran, and unlike the young Stark, this boy was capable of controlling a dire wolf. Hojan stepped forward. His eyes were calm but serious. "We saw you in a vision. We've been waiting for you." Brandon Stark. Sandor scoffed. "Visions? More magic nonsense. What else is left? Dragons coming back, gods descending to this filthy land, monsters rising from the crypt of hell." Hojan didn't flinch. "You can believe it or not, but without us, you won't get past the wall. There's only one path that can take you through without being seen, and only we know it." Bran narrowed his eyes. "Why help us? What's in it for you?" Mira smiled, though it was faint. "Because your journey matters. You're here because of the three-eyed raven, right? We are the same. We are to take you to him." That answer didn't comfort Bran much, but he felt something deep inside him stir. He didn't fully trust them, but something told him they were speaking the truth. Sandor wasn't pleased, but even he admitted they had no better option. The brat would most likely be fine if those men caught up to him, but he, dead, would be better than falling into those savages' hands. "Fine," he muttered. "But if you lie, I'll gut you both," Sandor growled to himself, to which Hojan just smiled. He was the calmer one. Technically, he was better suited for diplomatic talks over his sister, but she took the lead anyway. And so they followed the reeds. The siblings led them east, toward the river that flowed beneath the ice. There, hidden beneath frozen roots and heavy rocks, was a narrow cave leading under the wall. "This will lead us to the other side of the wall. Do you know what he wants?" Suddenly, Bran asked, voicing his thoughts aloud. That cave was the point of no return for him. For all the higher power driving him, he was still a boy and hesitated. The three-eyed raven is mysterious. No one knows about him, but he has existed for a long time. He keeps eyes on everything. None has seen him before. However, he himself asked for you. That means something." Bran at this just nodded mindlessly. His resolve torn between taking another step or going back. And that's when a mighty push came from behind, almost thumping him and knocking him down. "Move. There is nothing to think about after coming this far," Sandor growled and started walking inside the cave, leaving everyone behind. "He's right, you know. Sometimes we just have to take that leap of faith." Hojan smiled at Bran and went ahead as well. Bran just watched them go, and perhaps it was peer pressure or it was really one of those leap of faith moments, he just shut his mind and walked forward. There was no turning back now. Castle Black John stood still in the dark of night, the cold air biting at his skin. The wind howled through Castle Black, but his heart was louder. He had stayed silent when the Lord Commander ordered him to go south and speak with the Northern Lords, but his mind had already been made up. He might be a bastard, but he considered Robb his brother, he considered Bran his brother, and Ned Stark his father. So, it would be a hot day in the north before he left Bran behind to die. He was going north beyond the wall to find Bran. Even if it meant breaking his oath. Even if it meant never returning. Jon had made his choice. He moved quietly through the halls of Castle Black, keeping to the shadows. Most of the brothers were asleep, and the few on night watch didn't look his way. Jon had packed what little food he could carry and wore the warmest furs he could find. When he reached the top of the wall, he stopped and looked out into the vast white land beyond. Endless snow, black trees, and frozen rivers stretched into the dark. Somewhere out there, Bran was walking. Or hiding. Or lost. Jon couldn't say for sure. But he would find him. He had to. The lift was too loud, too slow. He didn't risk it. Instead, he took the old builder's stairway along the side of the wall, steep, icy, and dangerous. Step by step, he made his way down the wall's frozen face, gripping the icy rope railings tightly. The snow stung his face, and his fingers ached with cold, but he didn't stop. Finally, his boots hit the ground on the other side. The haunted forest stood before him, dark and quiet. He looked back once at the wall, the night's watch, his life. Then he turned away. "I'll find you, Bran," Jon whispered. However, just as he was about to take another step, he heard someone behind him. He was immediately on the defensive before he finally saw who the person was. "What are you doing here, Sam?" "I'm coming with you." "What?" "I'm coming with you." "No. No, you're not. Go back. You're the only person I have here who doesn't look down on me. You're my only friend." Jon wished to say more, something, but no words came to his mind. "I can help," Sam said as he looked at the wolf beside Jon. "Sigh, fine. Come on." Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Riverland. The journey into the Riverlands was quieter than the roads we had travelled before. Though the tension of war hung in the air like a storm waiting to break, there was a sense of relief among us. We had finally crossed out of the Crownlands away from Lannister banners and the Queen's Reach, and this fact alone was enough to relax them a lot. I, though, didn't feel like that. To be honest, I didn't feel like leaving that little tavern so soon. Perhaps I was biased toward leaving the girl who took my virginity, or perhaps it was the excellent food and warm beds. I can't say for sure, but I really didn't wish to leave this soon. That night with Mina never repeated. We left even before noon. The girl seemed to wish to come with me. She never said it, but I felt like she wanted to. Unfortunately, I couldn't take her with me. That was casual sex on both our parts. I asked her and told her so as well. I don't have any particular kind of feeling toward her besides a sense of loss. However, no can do. I, as it stands, have no home, a goal which I wish to accomplish at all costs, and my battles to win. Taking her with me would have been trouble and definitely dangerous for her. Still, I didn't leave just like that. I told her father to take his daughter and get out of the Crownlands as soon as possible. If the entire realm is going to plunge into war, then technically no place is safe. But still, if they can relocate inside a big city or a castle, then they might be safe enough. Besides the few gold dragons I gave her father, I ended up giving her some money as well, just in case her father forced her to do something she didn't wish. She'd have the option to start her own life. Mina is a sweet girl. I really don't think I can stand to see her meet the same fate as most people will in this upcoming war. A sense of helplessness filled me currently, or perhaps it was remorse. What I saw in the tavern, it felt horrible, honestly. Rape and murder are things that exist in modern times too, yes, but not in the open like that. This was my first real exposure to the life peasants live in this medieval era. And there it was, the traitorous thought, why not change it? Why not bring a change? You have the power. You can bring storms and annihilate armies if you wish. Why not use this power to save those people? No matter how much I tried to shake these thoughts out, that this wasn't my world, that I was not obligated to do shit here, that I was no hero, I couldn't push them from my mind. Even sex wasn't enough to still my unrested mind. It just turned out to be a temporary distraction, which made the matter worse. The fact that I slept with a girl who got the short end of this medieval era lawlessness, and that I ended up giving my virginity to her, wasn't helping. No. In fact, those thoughts came back with a vengeance. However, at the same time, I had no real inclination to start a war against the ruling class of this world to bring some decent modern ideas to it. You know, things like equality, the right to life, liberation. Things people in the modern era often take for granted, even after knowing how much blood their ancestors, fathers, and forefathers shed for them to live with their heads high and expect happiness from the world. Shaking my head, I kept my eyes sharp, always watching the path ahead. We moved carefully but steadily, changing roads when needed and avoiding patrols. Sansa and Arya rode close to their father, speaking little, their minds heavy with all they had seen. I decided to let go of this matter for the time being. I would only fall further into my own machinations if I didn't stop here. Perhaps I could help out this world a little by the time I finally give my last regards to it, but today was not that day. Now, I have to be here to get the realm ready for the bigger war. If those who stand across that wall come to this side, then there wouldn't be anything left to worry about. Soon, the great towers of Riverrun came into view. The stronghold of House Tully stood proud between the forks of the river, its banners waving high in the wind. Inside the castle, Lord Hoster Tully, old and weary in his bed, held a letter in his hand. It was from his daughter, Catelyn. Her words had been short but filled with fear, telling of Ned's capture and begging her father to help him. Hoster's heart ached. He had always respected Ned Stark, and he loved his daughter dearly. He had already begun gathering men when one of his guards burst into the room. "Lord Tully," the man said, breathing heavily. "It's Lord Stark. He's here." Hoster blinked. "What? What did you say?" "He's at the gates, my lord. With his daughters, and another man." The old lord struggled to rise, his hands trembling. "By the sevens, then what are you dumb lots doing here? Bring the man in. At once." Outside the castle, Ned Stark waited quietly, his cloak pulled close around him. "You sure about this? It might have taken some time, but we could have reached the north without getting spotted." "That would have been safer," I muttered to him. The fact that this world was that of Game of Thrones, I couldn't bring myself to trust anyone easily. Spider too, I never trusted him. It's just that I had no other choice back then. To find Stark, I needed his help. Thor stood tall beside him, arms crossed, watching every movement on the walls. Without looking at me he said, "I believe in Lord Hoster Tully. And we need to send a raven to Winterfell soon." The news of me getting captured would have reached Winterfell by now. "I know Robb. He will soon gather the lords of the north. If we don't act now, then by the time we reach Winterfell, the north will be at war against the crown," Ned Stark said in a calm tone. I honestly didn't think about it. Good that Stark had the mind to think ahead. Or all that hard work would have been for nothing. Sansa and Arya looked around the wide fields of Riverrun with quiet awe. It was their first time being here, of course. For the first time in many moons, Ned Stark saw the gates of family open before him. This wasn't the north, but still he felt a familiar feeling from here. At least he knew that his daughters were safe here. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Tywin's Move. Tywin Lannister sat in his large war tent, the room dimly lit by a few flickering candles. The smell of parchment and ink filled the air, and maps of Westeros lay spread across the wooden table in front of him. 4 days now, he had been waiting for a proper letter from King's Landing. His daughter, Cersei, had written before, but her letters were always filled with excuses, panic, and strange claims that seemed far from the truth. He did not trust her words entirely. He needed something more reliable. That's why when Pycelle's letter arrived, he expected reason and clarity. Only a few knew that Pycelle was his spy. But even Pycelle's words were strange. According to the old man, a mysterious warrior brought down lightning from the sky, struck down Lannister guards with ease, and helped Eddard Stark escape from his chains. Pycelle called it a devil's spawn and claimed that the people of the city now whispered Thor's name in both fear and wonder. Some called him a god. Others a demon. Tywin, however, frowned. Not this nonsense again. This looked like it was written by his daughter and not Pycelle. Though it was possible that that exactly happened. Still, Pycelle was not one to lie or exaggerate. And when he read that both the Master of Coin and Master of Whisperers had been found dead shortly after Thor's appearance along with the disappearance of Eddard Stark and his daughters, Tywin knew he could no longer ignore the matter. With a heavy sigh, he called for his son. Maybe his foolish son with all his eccentrics might be able to say what's going on. Tyrion Lannister entered the tent a short while later, dressed in fine dark clothes, a wine cup already in his hand. He looked relaxed, but his eyes were sharp as ever. "Ah, you calling for little old me, father? It's either the stars from the night sky have disappeared or the shadowlands of Asai have finally been conquered by men. Surely nothing less would make you call for me." Tywin didn't look up right away. "Tell me everything you know about this man, Thor." Long he learned that directly getting to the point was the most time-saving and efficient way to talk with this monster. Tyrion blinked. "Ah, the Hammer Lord," he said with a chuckle. "Why the sudden curiosity?" "Tell me everything you know," Tywin said coldly. "I only want facts." Tyrion set his cup down. "Very well. I've heard he came from the north, though no one knows where exactly. He travelled with Ned Stark and his daughters to King's Landing when they left Winterfell. As I already told you, he was the one who captured the White Walker with his bare hands. He even defeated Sandor Clegane in combat in Winterfell. That's it. What's the point of asking that when you're not gonna believe me anyways? Is that it?" Tywin asked again. Tyrion looked at his father's eyes, like trying to search what he was hiding before he shrugged and replied. "That's all I know." He knew that his father didn't believe a thing about the White Walkers. He tried, but he would rather believe a beggar with the Lannister vault over him. Tywin's eyes narrowed. "And his allegiance?" Tyrion shook his head. "Hard to say. He seems to care about the Stark family, but he hasn't made any political moves. My interaction with him was bare minimum, to say the least. However, I know that he didn't show any kind of allegiance while I was in Winterfell, nor did I hear of him doing so when I visited Castle Black." Tywin leaned back in his chair, hands pressed together in thought. The capital was in chaos. All major positions were vacant in King's Landing. It's completely fair to say that if those age-old walls of King's Landing weren't in the way, then even those filthy mountain bandits with their meager numbers could have besieged the Red Keep. Robert dead. Littlefinger dead. Varys dead. And both Stannis and Renly were missing from the capital. Cersei, in this case, had all the power of the capital if she could just put that horrid of a son on a leash. However, Cersei. She would lose control soon. In the absence of the Little Council, there was no one to stop her from doing whatever she wished. His daughter was many things, but a good leader she was not. Tywin could practically see what could happen after this. In the absence of many of the players in King's Landing and with the Crown's military power depleted, the Scavengers of Faith would grow strong. Especially now, when they had an excellent reason to rally the people. Whether the stories about this man who can summon lightning were true or not mattered little. Tywin could see the Faith rallying people in these trying times, growing in power to push back the Crown's authority. It was a headache. None of his children were competent. In times like this, Jaime was hunting children's stories beyond the wall. Cersei would draw all the ire of the people of King's Landing, and he had to fight a war on 3 fronts soon, perhaps 4 if the North declared war on the Crown. And that was when his eyes finally went to the dwarf caught stealing wine from his personal stash. "Perhaps, I was wrong," Tywin finally said. "Pardon?" Tyrion blinked. He just thought that his father, his Lord Father, the Lord of Casterly Rock, had just agreed he was wrong. "Prepare yourself. You're going to King's Landing." "What? What will I do there?" "Rule. You'll be the hand of the king." Tyrion was baffled. Tyrion raised a brow. "You want me to be hand of the king?" "Acting hand," Tywin said. "You will take control of the city, restore order, and keep your nephew in line. Most of all, you will find out the truth about this Thor. If he's an enemy, remove him. If he's useful, bring him to our side." Tyrion was stunned, to say the least. Of all the things, he wasn't expecting this. Why not Uncle Kevin? Why not someone else? Why me? "Because you're my son." Tyrion sat there, pondering what was just happening. Did this heartless man who thought of him as nothing but a monster responsible for the death of his wife just call him his son? "You're dismissed," Tywin said after seeing no response from Tyrion, and went back to whatever other work he had. And keep an eye on those faith servants, Tywin added just as Tyrion was making his exit. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Lord Hoster Tully. After a short rest in the safety of House Tully, I and Stark left the girls in the care of the household servants. Then, without delay, we made our way toward Lord Hoster Tully's solar to speak with him. I personally didn't think that I'd be needed there. If anything, I was expecting that now they were in safety, Ned Stark would want to keep his distance from me, especially his daughters. You know, bringing down lightning and all. Even in modern times, something like that would be seen as superpowers being real, aliens among us, a secret science project gone wrong, or worse, we're living in the Matrix. Here though, there was only one notion that those faith fanatics spread around: demon spawn. The devil himself came down on earth, and of course, people have only one path to salvation. The Septa, of course. So yeah, I had not expected to be invited to the meeting, but Ned had insisted. You are as much responsible for me and my daughter being alive here today as I am for letting the situation develop to the point that my daughters had to run away from the capital with their lives. You're coming, Ned had said. At least the man was seeing reason now. Perhaps a few days down in the dungeons gave his rock-solid honor a little flexibility. I could only hope that was the case. However, it was one thing for him to honor me by dining and strategizing with him and Lord Tully, at least in his mind. It was completely different in terms of whether I was interested in doing this or not. And spoiler alert, I wasn't. I can't do shit about this war and any other things going on in this world. My only objective is to beat that bloody Winter King and get my arse off this planet. However, I can't do it without Stark, not just in a strategic sense but also in a literal sense. If that damn system had given me all of Thor's power, then I bloody wouldn't even have to do all this quest nonsense. I would have just flown to him and brought down the biggest lightning bolt in the history of lightning bolts Westeros has ever seen to burn his icy arse down. But no. You need power? Then work for it. Stuck babysitting Stark here. Sigh. Though saying I completely didn't care would be a lie. I did care a little bit about both Sansa and Arya. The little one especially, has grown on me. Letting them die just like that would feel wrong. Not to mention my recent mood after seeing what this world is really like. If what I saw happening with Mina was any indication, then that should be quite common here. Again, sometimes having power but not using it puts greater pressure on someone than being weak. It's the difference between a resolute statement of "I can't do anything, I'm weak," which could give you a very good excuse to blind yourself from your surroundings like others, and none shall judge you to "I can, but should I? It's not my fight after all." Now that statement is very grey in nature. There comes morality into play and no less degree of guilt when one sees the consequences. Sigh. The guards opened the large wooden doors to the solar, and inside sat Hoster Tully, old and tired but with sharp eyes that still held command. He was wrapped in thick furs, his breathing slightly labored. He turned his gaze to the two men entering the room. "Eddard," he greeted in a rough but warm voice. "You look alive, which is more than what the rumors said." Ned offered a small smile. "I am alive, thanks to help I didn't expect." He gestured toward me. "This is Thor, the man who saved my life and helped me escape the madness in King's Landing." Hoster Tully gave me a long look. "So, you are the man the songs are already whispering about. Hammer Lord, Bear's Bane, Mountain Slayer." I gave a small bow. "I assure you, there are many more less impressive titles I have gotten which might paint a completely different picture, Lord Tully." "Hey! Humble, this one. Not quite how I imagined it. Hardly see this trait in youngsters anymore." Tully muttered before patting my arm and returning back to Ned. After a bit more polite exchange, the mood turned serious. Ned stepped forward. "My lord, I must speak openly. What I tell you must remain among us until the time is right." Hoster nodded, leaning back in his chair. Ned began. The Queen's children are all bastards. They are bastards, born of her brother, Jaime. Hoster's eyes widened. Gods be good. Ned, you understand what you're saying, right? He whispered. It is true, Ned continued. When I confronted her, she acted quickly. I was imprisoned and sentenced to die. Joffrey ordered my execution in front of the people. If not for Thor, I would not be standing here now. Do you have any proof of your claim? Jonaran knew and he died too. However, I couldn't gain any significant proof to declare Joffrey Waters' claim to the throne null. Hoster shook his head in disbelief. I have met many men in my life, however, none as honorable as Jonaran. You have inherited his honor and virtues, part of the reason I gave my daughter to you, Stark. I believe you. However, it won't be easy to prove this fact. If the Queen and her children are false, then the throne has no true heir. War is already brewing, Ned. Renly, Stannis are already gathering their armies and that old lion was quick to respond. And Seven only knows why in the bloody hell the Vale is entering this bloody mess. Ah, so Hugh did his job. A slight smirk appeared on my face, which only lingered for seconds before I again schooled my features. At least a few things were going my way. War is coming. The Lannisters will not sit quietly. We must be ready. No, you're not, you idiot. That's their fight, let them hack each other to death. Why do you care who's sitting in that darn chair, putting more holes in their butt? I really wanted to say those things but remained silent during much of the talk, listening, observing. If there's one thing I have learned, it's that these people here care way too much about their face and authority. Going against Stark or Tully could cause them to not listen to my advice just on sight. You know, that highborn pride they have. Nope, I know better than to argue with them on this topic at the start of the talks. Not happening. Let them exhaust themselves before I put my proposal onto the table. So the talks continued until Hoster let out a long breath. I will call my banners. The Riverlands will stand with the North. But we must move wisely. Who do you wish to support your allegiance to? Stannis is the rightful heir to Robert's throne. We will march together with him, Ned said. But first, we must send ravens to rob and gather our strength. The other lords won't stand still when war starts. And what of you? Hoster asked me. Where do your loyalties lie? With my people, with my land, and with my nation. Unfortunately, none are here, I said with stern look, making sure both looked at me. And before asking my loyalties, ask the same to yourself, Stark, where do your loyalties lie? I asked with no emotion on my face. Stannis is the... He was saying, but of course, I interjected in between. Fuck Stannis. I said, finally getting both of their attention in reality. What about the North? Have you forgotten what's behind those walls? Ned paused. It's not like he had forgotten, but... Why are you putting your leg in a way which has nothing to do with you, Stark? I asked, with a little anger mixed in. This was my genuine anger because the fool just won't see things until I put the entire picture in front of him. What are you saying? You want me to do nothing when my king's throne is being usurped by that bastard? Ned asked with equal heat in his tone, though there was no anger in his voice. Yes, yes I do. The entire fucking North does. Because let me tell you, when winter comes and the North will be on its own. You flow the northern blood in southern shores expecting nothing, and you'll see the North isolated when the long night comes. Your loyalties should lie with the North and your people, Stark. Your land and your family. Don't involve yourself in someone else's fight when your own house is under threat. Needless to say, the conversation took quite a drastic turn from there. Good, I waited until less shouting and more reason when people don't have much energy left. Chapter 74, capital in disarray. 2 King's Landing. The city of King's Landing was a pot on the boil, and the lid had finally begun to rattle. Ever since Thor's bold rescue of Eddard Stark and the deaths of several key council members, things in the capital had started to crumble. In the weeks following Ned Stark's escape, food had grown scarce, prices had risen, and the streets had turned mean. Something usual in wartime, but not to the extent that it would start internal conflict. With the city watch overwhelmed and the nobles locked behind the Red Keep's heavy gates, the common folk grew desperate. Hungry, angry, and afraid, they found their ears open to any voice promising salvation or justice. That voice came from the faith. Where else could it have come from? The Septa had always struggled for power with the crown. And now, since the crown's power had been weakened to this extent, this was the best time to act and reinstate the faith militant. Preachers of the Seven began speaking in the streets and outside septs. They called for purity, for righteousness, and most of all, for justice against a corrupt crown. In hushed voices, of course, so none knew who was blowing wind to the fire. They spoke of the Queen's incest, of Joffrey's cruelty, of the deaths of the innocent and the poor while the nobles drank wine and gorged on meat. They didn't name the Queen directly, but it was clear who their sermons targeted. People gathered in growing crowds to listen. Some dropped to their knees and wept. Others raised fists in agreement. The timing was fantastic. Seeing Cersei was terrible when it came to city management, and in wartime heavily pressured the populace of King's Landing. Even highborns were affected due to oppressive orders from both Cersei and Joffrey, let alone the lowborns. Then came the breaking point. Just like it always does, this being a fantasy world didn't change the nature of humans a bit. One afternoon, as King Joffrey rode through the streets under heavy guard, a rotten apple struck his face. It splattered across his fine golden cloak. Furious, Joffrey shouted for the guards to make an example of the crowd. When they hesitated, he took a crossbow from a king's guard and shot a man in the leg, an old baker who could barely stand. The crowd exploded. Rocks and bottles were thrown. Some guards panicked. Others fought back. The scene turned into a riot. Tywin Lannister was completely correct in his estimation. Without any sort of opposition and wise minds to help out Cersei, the capital didn't need any siege. It would collapse from the inside sooner or later. Joffrey had to be dragged back to the Red Keep as chaos reigned in the streets behind him. When he returned to the castle, bleeding from a cut on his cheek, Queen Cersei nearly screamed. She ordered the gates shut, locking the royal family and their few remaining loyal guards behind the walls. Inside the Red Keep, tension ruled. The small council was in tatters. No one remained but Grand Maester Pycelle, who offered no useful advice beyond muttering that order must be restored. The city was slipping through their fingers, and all Cersei could do was pace the hall, clenching her fists, blaming everyone but herself. Her usual tactics were all for nothing due to lack of manpower. Half of the capital's forces were dead, and the rest had an abysmal time handling the faith fanatics and the lowborns. They soon became caged in their own castle. Then came the High Septon. Exactly on time when they were desperate enough to make a deal with the devil himself. The High Septon wasn't emitting any holy light that day. He arrived not as a supplicant but as a man with leverage. He came dressed not in golden robes but in plain grey cloth, flanked by men and women with shaved heads, calloused hands, and hard eyes. They called themselves Sparrows faithful, humble, but not powerless. Let us help. Restore the faith militant, and we will bring order back to the streets. So direct to the point that it was almost blatant blackmail. Cersei's face twisted. Cersei wanted to shout. She wanted to throw him from the hall. But she couldn't ignore the reality. Her guards could no longer safely leave the keep. And there was no sign of her father's forces. If she wanted to survive, she had to make compromises. So she agreed. Funds were released. The faith was armed. Swords and axes were placed in the hands of zealots. They took to the streets under banners of 7-pointed stars. They arrested drunkards, whores, and anyone they deemed sinful. They drove out minor lords who had hoarded grain. They closed down brothels. At first, some cheered. Then they came for shopkeepers. Then for healers. Then for soldiers who had taken bread from hungry hands. And this was what Tyrion Lannister found the city in when he came with the Lannister forces to King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister rode through the gates of King's Landing with a heavy cock, for his father refused him to take any woman to warm his non-existing bed on the road, arguably the first order of business he had to sort out surely, and with bloated belly as when there was no woman, only wine would have kept him entertained, besides his books of course. Though perhaps his heart and mind would soon be just as heavy, if not more. He had seen war before, never took part in one, but had seen it. He had seen cities broken and burned. But this was something different. There were no screams in the air, no fires on the rooftops, no bodies in the streets. A very joyous news, as now he had more time to spend on the excellent quality of whores of King's Landing. He heard after Littlefinger's death those girls are awfully lonely. And yet the city felt like it was holding its breath. People moved quietly. Eyes looked down. The laughter and music that once filled the streets were gone. Wait, there was no laughter and music. There was only shit and more rotting shit. Perhaps he really drank a little too much. Why otherwise would he, Tyrion Lannister, be watching groups of faith zealots, dressed in rough grey robes, walking side by side with the city watch? The same men who once answered only to the crown now marched with 7-pointed stars sewn into their cloaks. What's going on? He wasted no time. He rode straight to the Red Keep, ignoring the stares and whispers. When the guards at the gate saw him, they opened the doors quickly. No one wanted to argue with a Lannister, especially not this one. He found Cersei in the council chamber, drinking wine with her feet up like nothing was wrong. Joffrey sat nearby, playing with his crossbow and grinning like a mad dog. A dog with a freaking crossbow. Usually, he would antagonize his little devil of a nephew, but let's not do that while the little shit had that in hand. Seven knows the boy was crazy enough to really shoot him. What are you doing here? Cersei said, not even bothering to stand. Tyrion smiled. Sightseeing. Lovely decor you've done to this city. I see the new king has been blessed by the faith. Cersei immediately scowled at this. Where is father? She was expecting Tywin himself to come. Doing his lordly duties. And in the meanwhile, he sent me to make sure there's something left to wipe the shit, if any, made by my dear sister and nephew. He made you the hand. Cersei almost lost her composure at this. Acting hand. But yes. And enough about little old me. What have my favorite sibling and nephew been up to? The faith militant walks the streets like they rule it. The people fear them more than the crown. You gave swords to fanatics. Impressive work. I did what I had to, she hissed. You weren't here. You don't know. Oh yes, I don't know, and Seven knows I've got no curiosity about it either. Just wondering what our dear father would do when he finds out. Silence in the room. Well, I'm here now, Tyrion said, rubbing his temples. I have a war to plan, a city to hold, a crown to protect, and now, thanks to you, I also have to manage a bunch of religious soldiers with too much power. I'm the king. The guard will listen to me, Joffrey spoke up from the side. The little shit was having too much trouble sharing power with his mother already. Oh, of course, of course. In fact, what could be better? So if that's it, then I certainly wouldn't mind handing over all the responsibilities given to me by our Lord Father to you, sister. Just point me toward the nearest whorehouse and I'll be out of your sight, Tyrion smiled. Of course, he wasn't going to do that. Not entirely, at least. Tywin would blame him no matter the case. He had no choice but to come up with a solution, even if it meant taking it out of his arse. Cersei at this smirked a little. Like whatever she was about to say brought her immense pleasure. You'll have better luck finding a hole that fits that little thing between your legs to satisfy you over finding a whore in the city. Those 7 zealots closed down all the whorehouses. Circe almost grinned at seeing the little monster's face pale, realizing what she just said. Tyrion was left open-mouthed at this. No, they wouldn't dare. Oh, they dare. Those fuckers locked us up in the keep like we were some bloody sheep to be slaughtered. They dare more than you could give a fuck. Tyrion was baffled. Okay, this is personal now. War it is then. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, finally back to Winterfell North. A cool wind blew through the halls of Winterfell as Robb Stark stood over the war table. The room was filled with tension. The banners of the great northern houses had already begun to arrive. Robb had called for a war council, ready to march south and bring justice for his father's capture. Catelyn watched her son closely. She saw the weight on his shoulders. He was young, way too young for this, but already trying to act like a lord. He had to. With no word from Ned Stark for so long, Robb had no choice but to take charge. Almost all the lords of the north had gathered and soon the council was about to begin. However, that was when a rider came in through the gates, holding a sealed letter. Catelyn didn't like it. Lately, all the news she had gotten had just broken her family apart. The guard handed it straight to Catelyn though, between her and Robb, she would still prefer to take the first look at those letters, anything she could do to lift some weight from her son's shoulders. She broke the seal with shaking fingers. Her eyes moved quickly over the words, and then she gasped. "It's from Ned," she said, her voice cracking with emotion. Robb's head snapped at her faster than Robert Baratheon made bastards. "Father? WH. What does it say?" Catelyn smiled for the first time in many days. "He's alive. He's safe. He escaped King's Landing, and he's with Lord Tully now. He's coming home." Robb let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Relief spread across his face. "Thank the old gods. What about the girls?" Robb asked in a hurry. Yes, they as well," Catelyn added. "Lord Tully has sent men to guard him and the girls on their journey back. They'll be here soon." Robb sighed in relief. It was like he found his source of power at this moment, such was the presence of a parent standing alongside you. He quickly turned around at the guard who brought the letter. "Delay the council," he told his bannerman. "We'll wait for her father." He turned to his mother. "When he returns, we'll decide together what happens next." "Yes, by the old gods and the new. They are coming back home." Catelyn Stark almost felt like her legs would give up at this moment. I have to say that it was a long journey. Too much happened, and everything under my control, but hey, that's life for us, even for a god. Hard experience shapes a man, and I believe I am a better and more capable man since the time I left this ancient castle few moons back. I mean few months back. Have to say the language and habits of this world are growing onto me, slowly and steadily, but it is happening. The journey from Riverlands to Winterfell was far less remarkable and adventurous, and that's exactly what most of us liked. Perhaps only Arya might be looking for something big in our path. I could see though, the girls' eyes shining, tears almost threatening to spill, and beyond anything, the big smile on their faces when they saw their home in front of them. I might have been the same if I went back to Earth, even if that meant I had to leave Thor's powers and this otherwise incredible experience to live the fantasy myself. I would definitely have acted like them. Though after all this time, if someone had asked me to choose this adventure over my life back on Earth, then perhaps I couldn't. From the girls, I shifted my attention to Stark. He too looked relieved, more eager than anything to meet his family. He has been brooding extra hard after our conversation with Lord Tully. It was about time someone told the man his honor gonna get him killed. Surprisingly, it wasn't me who brought it up to him, it was Lord Tully. He completely agreed with my estimations. Especially after learning what could be lingering behind the wall. Without proof, of course, he only gave us the benefit of the doubt. Stark though hasn't spoken much on the topic after that. Knowing him, I can easily say the man hasn't changed his mind. And I fully intend to bring this topic back, in front of the Lords of the North if I must, to make sure he remembers. At last, the gates opened. Horses rode in slowly. Ned Stark led the group. Sansa and Arya rode beside him, both looking weary from the road but safe and alive. Finally, it was me, and surprisingly, I attract attention even in times doing so was not my intent. Odin knows I was grateful to him and Frigga to make me this handsome, but Sir Tuor's tales, I can't keep a low profile even if my life depended on it. Thankfully, there are not many times that happens, so it was more of a general complaint over a complete annoyance and grievance. The moment they entered, Robb ran to his father. The two embraced tightly. "I thought I lost you," Robb said, his voice thick with emotion. "You almost did," Ned replied, holding his son close. "But the old gods were kind. I assure you they had no hand in your survival, it's the god in front of you who did the heavy lifting." A knowing irritation spread inside me. Like my hard work being credited to someone else. Catelyn moved to hug her husband, tears already in her eyes. She pulled Sansa and Arya into her arms next. The girls cried softly, finally home, finally safe. While this emotional scene was playing out, I looked around the old castle and noticed something odd. I saw banners. Many unknown banners. Any man with half a wit to his brain could tell whose banners they were, the Northern Lords of course. My eyes all but shone at this. Are they here? I pondered. If so, then this was the perfect time to act. Well, sooner or later they have to gather in a meeting, right? I definitely can't miss it. After the warmth of the reunion, Ned raised his voice for all to hear. "I owe my life," he said, "and the lives of my daughters, to you." He finally opened his mouth after looking at me. This was not him saying it to me, but making a statement in front of others. If not for Thor, I would still be in chains in King's Landing, or worse. He helped us escape. He protected us on the road. I cannot say more but know that we owe him everything. I stood silently. I understand the man was paying credit where credit was due, however, I can't do shit with credit. If he had done this in the presence of other Lords of the North, then that recognition could have been a good leverage. Sigh, a little uncomfortable from the attention, I smiled back at him. "You think too highly of me, Lord Stark. It's the old gods and the new who brought you back to your family. I was just a mere instrument." It pained me to say it, but appearance has to be kept. I just hope I don't hear another voice calling me out about whatever I saw. Please let there be no mystical power in my voice for this sentence. Robb stepped forward and offered his hand. "I owe you, you have done a great service to us," he said. "You have the North's gratitude." Catelyn nodded, looking at me with soft eyes. "You will always be welcome here. The salt and bread of Winterfell is yours for as long as you desire, my lord," Catelyn said with almost teary eyes. Maybe almost forgetting that I was no lord. Well, I got the title of knight, but she wouldn't know it, would she? "Come in, the hospitality of Winterfell is yours." Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Back at North and back to work. Winterfell was filled with joy and warmth when Lord Eddard Stark returned home with his daughters and their noble protector. For a moment, everything felt as it should. But then, something tugged at Ned's heart. His eyes scanned the group again. "Where is Bran?" Ned asked quietly, turning to his wife. At once, Catelyn's face fell. The warmth in her smile vanished like mist. Her eyes dropped to the snow. Catelyn didn't first wish to inform Ned about Bran, but she had to. However, it was too late. By the time her message arrived in King's Landing, he was already captured. Ned Stark had no idea that his son was not in Winterfell, let alone had crossed the wall with the Hound of all people. Ned's heart dropped seeing the clear hesitation on his wife's face. Catelyn. Where is he? She swallowed, her voice tight. He was taken, Ned. Her eyes, which had shown happiness for the first time in many months, again regained their sorrow. Taken? What do you mean by taken? Taken by who? Ned had a damning feeling that something was wrong. His instincts held him so. By Sandor Clegane. What? Ned's voice rose, his face darkening. The Hound? When? How? It happened almost a moon ago, Ned, she explained slowly. He vanished. No one knew where. He wasn't the only one gone. That Hound was missing too. We sent people, Robb himself went. News came they were spotted on the wall, caught by the Night's Watch. They had Bran there, Ned. But... Ned asked with concern. That monster, he kidnapped him again. There was no sight of them ever since. Even Robb went there, searched the entire wall, but they couldn't find them. Robb believes that they crossed it, Ned. He took our son beyond. Catelyn was already in tears now. Half sobbing and half stuttering in her speech. North? You mean beyond the wall? Ned gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. He turned from her, trying to calm his fury. It was hard to even believe, but after what he saw in King's Landing, nothing was impossible. Lannisters. The fury inside him almost burst out with those words. The Hound had taken his son beyond the wall where White Walkers. Old gods, the Whites. The Whites are there, the White, the wildlings, the cold, the animals. Ned Stark felt like taking his sword and marching to King's Landing at this time. Just how much that damn city will take away from him. What more? He felt like immediately arranging an expedition party and going beyond the wall to search for Bran himself. But he can't do either. He can't leave while all the Northern Lords were in Winterfell. That would upset most of them. But that wasn't the end of his worries. Later that same evening, as Ned tried to settle his mind, Maester Luwin came rushing into the hall. "My lord," he said, panting. "The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch is here. He has come from Castle Black." Ned looked up sharply. "Jeor Mormont? Here?" Thoughts ran rampant inside him. He forgot everything else and only cared about one thing. Bran. He could only pray to the old gods and knew that the Lord Commander had good news about Bran. "Yes, my lord," the Maester nodded. "He requests to speak with you, urgently." Ned walked swiftly to the gates. There, under the grey sky, stood Lord Commander Mormont. His black cloak fluttered behind him, and a group of men stood silently at his side. Their faces were grim. One of them carried something large and heavy in a wooden crate, sealed with ropes and chains. "Lord Stark," Jeor said. "It's good to see you again. I was surprised to find you here but glad at your return," the Lord Commander said. He too was surprised when he first heard Ned Stark had returned. This was good for him, at least this might make it easier to convince the Northern Lords with Stark here. Ned gave a curt nod. "The same, Lord Mormont. What brings you so far south? Any news about my son?" Ned asked urgently. "Apologies, my lord, but none. I'm here for a different purpose." This deflected Ned, however, he listened to the man nonetheless. Jeor stepped forward. "It's Jon Snow," he said. Ned's breath caught. What happened? Old gods, not another one of his sons. "He's gone," the old commander said plainly. "The same night I ordered Jon to ride to Winterfell, to warn about the threat beyond the wall everyone he disappeared. So did another with him. Samwell Tarly." Ned already knew what that meant. "They went after Bran," he said softly. Jeor nodded. "That's my guess too." Jon was furious. I tried to reason with him, but, the boy's heart burns with Stark blood. He wouldn't leave his brother behind. And Sam? Ned asked. Too loyal for his own good, Georg replied. I believe he followed John. Though I don't think he'll be much help. If nothing, he might just turn out more trouble than help. Ned ran a hand through his hair. They abandoned their vows. Yes, Georg said. But I don't blame them. I was harsh with him. Had to, in your absence there was no one to rely on and bring the Northern Lords together. So had to take this chance, to show others where the North's real enemies lie. The Lord Commander slightly turned and looked at the wooden container. Ned looked at the crate and suddenly his mind clicked at what this could be. Is this? His voice deepened as he asked the Lord Commander. Georg turned. Proof, he said grimly. It's time the North sees the truth lurking behind the wall, my lord. Ned just kept on staring at the wooden crate with intensity. He fully understood the consequences of opening that crate in front of the Northern Lords. Ned himself hadn't seen the white yet, but he believed it. That one frozen moving hand was enough to make him believe. If that wasn't enough, then what he saw in King's Landing was more than enough. Then that is what we shall do, my lord. Gather all the lords. It's time the North remembers the long-forgotten. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, War Council 1. The Great Hall of Winterfell was full. The banners of the North swayed gently in the cold air. Lords from every corner of the North had come, old men, young warriors, and seasoned bannermen. They had all gathered for one reason, to hear from Lord Eddard Stark himself. Well, technically it was Robb Stark who called for the banners, but Ned returned, so obviously he would be the one addressing the lords instead of his heir. Ned stood at the head of the hall. Beside him sat Robb. I was also given a seat with the lords of the North. The hall quieted as Ned stepped forward. My lords, Ned began, his voice strong and steady. You all know why we are here. He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of those who had followed him for years. Then he spoke clearly. I was taken prisoner in King's Landing by Queen Cersei Lannister. She accused me of treason when I discovered a truth she wished to keep hidden. Her children are not the true-born heirs of King Robert. Joffrey Waters is a bastard, and so are the other children of the Queen, born of incest between her and her brother Jaime. Gods be good. Seven's cunt. Incestuous bastards. A murmur of shock spread through the hall. Ned raised a hand to silence it. She tried to keep me quiet. Had it not been for this man, Ned said, motioning towards me, I would be dead. He saved my life and the lives of my daughters. We escaped King's Landing with our lives, but barely. The lords nodded, their faces hardening. There is more, Ned continued. War is coming. The Lannisters have gathered their forces. Both Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon, the two brothers of late King Robert, have proclaimed their right to the throne. The war is imminent. A few lords shouted in anger. Others pounded their fists on the table. Ned let them speak a moment, then continued. Stannis is the rightful heir to Robert's throne. And we must help support him. As Lord Stark finished speaking, the hall remained quiet. But the silence didn't last long. My lord, said Lord Karstark, standing up. This war in the south, it's not our fight. Let them tear each other apart. Let those southern cunts cut themselves for all I care. North doesn't need to interfere with the south. Several other lords nodded. Why should northern blood be spilled for southern crowns? Another added. We've bent the knee to southern kings for too long. Ned's jaw tightened. This war will come to us whether we want it or not. Stannis is the rightful king, a southern king. Lord Glover snapped. We're not blind, Ned. You'd have us follow Stannis like you did Robert, but how long before he turns on the North? What would the North get after spilling our blood? North was the first to raise their arms in Robert's rebellion, and we very much damn won that battle. We ended those fucking dragons. But for what, Ned? What did the North get? Nothing. The room grew louder with each voice joining in. Some called for independence, others wanted to hold back and wait. Ned tried to calm them, but the lords were now speaking over one another. Then, a deep voice cut through the noise. That is enough. It was Lord Commander Georg Mormont. The room fell silent again. The old man might be the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch now, but he was a respectable lord before his son became a traitor. There was still respect for him in everyone's mind. The South may be bleeding, Mormont said, standing tall, but the real war isn't down there. He looked around the hall, his eyes hard. Ned Stark sighed hearing this. He fully knew what would happen after the truth came out in front of everyone. Then there would be no chance the Northern Lords would agree upon helping Stannis. It's not like Ned wished to do it, it was just his honor and friendship with Robert that he didn't wish to see a bastard sitting on his friend's throne. I came not just to bring news of Jon Snow's desertion, though we will speak of that, the old man said, and everyone who wasn't known to the latest gossip yet started to mutter among themselves. But because of what we found at the wall. He took a breath and glanced at the blond man sitting among the Northern Lords. We have found a White Walker beyond the wall. A heavy silence fell over the lords. Understandable, it's hardly believable. The moment Lord Commander Mormont finished speaking, the hall was quiet but only for a few heartbeats. Then, Lord Searwyn scoffed. White Walkers. That's a tale for children, Lord Mormont. Not something for a war council. Laughter followed from a few of the younger lords. Next he'll tell us he saw giants riding mammoths, one joked. Said Lord Tallheart with a smirk. Perhaps the ghosts of the first men are coming too, Even some of the older lords shifted uncomfortably, whispering among themselves. They knew Georg Mormont enough to know that the man wouldn't joke about something like this. Georg Mormont's face was like stone. I do not bring stories. I bring truth, boy. He said directly, looking at the person who mocked him. All of them. And I brought a corpse with me to prove it. Lord Stark. He looked at Ned, who sighed and nodded. That made the room stir again, but this time with murmurs of doubt rather than laughter. Men in black brought a crate from outside. The Northern Lords shifted uneasily. Don't expect a harmless corpse inside, lads. Georg Mormont warned, and then the men in black opened the crate and threw it with great hesitation. The lords said nothing. The chill in the hall felt deeper now. And for the first time in years, they were afraid. None spoke, even some tried and failed. What rose from the crate was no man. The creature stood tall and thin, bones pressing tightly against pale blue flesh. Its skin shimmered faintly with a dead sheen, as though carved from ice itself. Its eyes bright, piercing blue glowed with a cruel, cold fire. There was no soul in them, only death. Frost clung to its hair and fingers, and where it stepped, the stone beneath frosted over. The moment it stood upright, it lunged. A loud clatter rang out as its chains snapped taut, stopping it just feet away from Lord Searwyn, who stumbled back in terror. The White Walker snarled like a beast, jaws wide, hands clawed and reaching for flesh. The sound it made was worse than any wild thing, like the wind howling through a graveyard. Every man in the hall went still. The laughter, the mocking, the disbelief, it vanished like smoke in a storm. Lord Tallheart dropped his goblet. By the old gods! Lord Manderley's face turned pale. Gods, it's real. Even the most hardened men took a step back, hands drifting to swords that would do little against such a thing. The White Walker thrashed against its bindings, but the iron held for now. Ned too was stunned for a second. He knew they existed, but this was the first time he was encountering a real White Walker. Calming himself, he stepped forward, eyes fixed on the creature. As you all could see, war is inevitable. I'm afraid to say this, my lords, but winter has finally come. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, War Council 2. The Great Hall of Winterfell had never felt so cold. The presence of the White Walker still snarling and rattling its chains froze every word in every man's throat. Lords who had come in loud and confident now stood stiff, their faces pale with horror. "What in the bloody hell is that thing?" Lord Glover muttered, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. "By the heart trees, the stories were true," said Lord Cerwyn in a whisper, sweat beading on his brow despite the icy air. "And it walks. It does more than walk, you fool." "Seven gods protect us," someone said from the back, indicating that this person must be from White Harbor, since that was the only place in the north that preached and worshipped the religion of the Seven. Another muttered, "How are we to fight death? We're fodder to this thing." Men began cursing under their breath, spitting old oaths. The hall was filled with the heavy sounds of fear, nervous breathing, shuffling boots, the clink of armor. Ned Stark stood before them, grim and steady. He waited until the White Walker was secured back into its crate, though the frost in the air lingered. Then he spoke. "I assure you that if we have captured it, then there are also ways to defeat this enemy, dead or not," he said. "Not long ago, one such as this killed the men of the Night's Watch. They retrieved the body. It didn't rot, and upon putting it inside the castle for further observation, it turned into one of the undead. Since it was put under security, it was swiftly taken care of using different ways to extinguish these beasts. Fire was indeed, as the stories say, it burned them. They can be burned, and they sure as hell can be killed." The lords looked to each other, expressions stiff and silent. However, upon hearing that they could be defeated, a little relief was seen on their faces. It made sense. Every child in the north grew up hearing the tales of the first men, the creation of the wall, and the army of undead beyond the wall whom they fought and prevailed against. If the stories were to be believed, which looked very much the case here, then common steel was useless against this undead. Only fire would send them to the stranger or the real afterlife. Ned continued, his voice steady. "It was not the Watch that defeated it. It was a man named Thor. Once again, the North has been in this man's debt." Suddenly, the entire hall shifted their attention to one man sitting silently. He looked toward the seat where he sat, silent, arms crossed. This man not only captured the White alongside saving a member of the Watch from the undead, he also brought the White to the wall. He was the first to warn us of what lies beyond, or else even today we might not have known what enemy the North would be facing in the near future. As you all already must be aware of his strength, no doubt, as he not only beat both the Hound and the Mountain in single combat but also saved me when I was imprisoned in King's Landing. It was Thor who helped my daughters escape and brought me home." And in the corner, Thor just sat without saying anything. He didn't make it feel like he wasn't interested in the meeting, however, he was playing the same game he played in the Riverlands, bring up all the arguments and counter-arguments at the very end of the meeting to, if needed, force Ned Stark's hand at not joining the war for the Iron Throne. He was about to speak up after Ned had given his support to help Stannis, but to his surprise and delight, the Northern Lords had him beat. Even then though, Ned Stark's face remained too neutral for him to ascertain if he had changed his mind. If that was the case, then he was about to bring his own voice to the table to give him a little push. He had thought of all sorts of ways to force Ned anyway. Not using them felt like a missed opportunity. However, before he could even bother saying something, the old Lord Commander spoke up. It was only now that Thor even saw the old man was here. Unfortunately, he had met with far too many old men after coming here to bother remembering everyone's faces and names. However, he had to give it to the old Lord Commander. He had one hell of a surprise planned for Thor and the Lords of the North combined. He had freaking brought the undead with him. Crazy old man, but one Thor wholeheartedly approved of. If earlier was any indication that those stubborn Lords of the North would not believe in the undead beyond the wall even after his and Ned Stark's testimonies, and few would make a leisurely trip to Castle Black to ascertain the truth, then now it was all gone. Truly, well played, old man. We must prepare the north, Ned said, once again bringing the attention to himself. These creatures are coming. The wall may not hold forever. A long pause followed until Ned's tone shifted, drawing them back to another pressing matter. But there is more, he added. The south bleeds. Stannis Baratheon claims the Iron Throne. He is Robert's true-born brother. By law, he is the rightful king. And the Lannisters, they are behind Robert's death. Even I don't wish to make the North take part in this war which is not ours, my lords, believe me, but whether we take part in it is not just in our hands. Ned swiftly pointed out that sooner or later, even if the North doesn't take part in the war, it would be called upon by whoever wins the throne for its allegiance, or to pay for its allegiance in the time of the crown's need. Ned at least hoped that it wasn't the latter. The fear in the room twisted into frustration. Southron kings and southern wars. Lord Umber barked. Why should we shed northern blood for Stannis Baratheon? Let them come if they wish, we'll put them back to where they belong. Aye, grunted Lord Karstark. Let the lions and stags kill each other. If they wish to feel the winter of the north then they are most welcome. They sure wouldn't like it, those summer cunt flower nights. We've got worse things to deal with now. The stories were real. Lord Hornwood shouted. If what Lord Stark says is true, then more than anything the South should be helping us, not the other way around. Tell those pompous southern lords that this is not just the North's issue. If we fail, then the eternal winter will come to pillage their summer-filled fields. Ned felt the tension in his chest loosen. His honor pulled him in two directions. He had sworn oaths. He had duties as Warden of the North, as Hand of the King, as a man of justice. However, family came first. Now he had 2 sons and 1 brother beyond the wall while these undead roamed free. He felt remorse for his old friend, but he couldn't look back on his family. There are times when even honorable men like him have to choose what must be done over what is right. And I agree, Ned said, voice firm, leaving everyone in the room silent and Thor stunned and in disbelief. Perhaps he wouldn't get to rant about his issues with Ned Stark's honor after all. Ned looked over the room. We must be united, he said quietly. Our ancestors once defeated these horrid creatures, and we have the same blood running in our veins. Let them come. The wall will hold, and we will too. Just like our ancestors, we'll throw them out of our lands. As for the South, on any other day, I might have chosen what has to be done. And I will do the same today. I stand with the North. Let them do whatever they wish. It is no concern of ours. No matter who comes, the Southern Lords or the Whites. It's time to tell them all. The North remembers. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, War Council 3. I was surprised, truly surprised, when Ned Stark stood and chose the North over his honor. After all I had seen of the man, I had expected Ned to speak of oaths, kings, and duty until the last breath. But instead, Lord Stark made the choice that most men of reason would fear to make, to protect his people first. Suddenly, I felt that saving him wasn't so bad. This was exactly why I had to bring him back. The North needed strong leadership that could unite all its lords. Yes, I felt like Gandalf bringing the old alliance of elves, men, and dwarves to fight the evil forces of Sauron while doing it too, but it worked, and I was content. It felt like a fresh wind after a long storm. So, unlike usual, I decided to break the stern and no-nonsense character I had built myself around for a little while and allowed myself a genuine smile, nodding at the man who had already earned everyone's respect. Mine not yet. I'm still not over his blatant oversight at King's Landing, but it was a step in a better direction. Now, finally, Ned Stark was thinking like a king, even if he didn't wear a crown. But this was only the beginning. All this trouble and playing Gandalf, and we had only reached the point where we were just aware of the real enemy. There was much to be done. Ned turned his gaze to Lord Commander George Mormont, who stood near the crate that had held the white. Lord Commander, we must know everything you can share about the wall, about your numbers, and what we are to face." The old man gave a slow nod. His face was hard, grim, and tired. "The Night's Watch is not what it once was. We have less than 1,000 men, my lords. And even fewer are true fighters. Most are boys, criminals, or old veterans unfit for war." A few lords cursed under their breath. It was their fault for not putting enough importance on the watch, but it wasn't just them. Their ancestors, their fathers and forefathers, were also responsible. "Our defenses are failing," Mormont continued. "Many castles along the wall are abandoned. We hold only Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower. And even those are spread thin. If the dead come in force, we cannot hold them back. Only the wall stops them from entering the realm of men." Silence, it rang louder than any noise. Finally, the reality was coming out. I made a mental note to find funds and manpower for the watch. That was the most important thing currently. I knew this would happen and already had some solutions in mind. "And the enemy?" Ned asked. "What numbers can we expect from them?" "We don't know," Mormont said, voice low. "I have sent a small search party after the undead was brought to Castle Black. However, that was a few moons back. We have yet to hear anything back from them." He looked around the room. I, hearing this, nodded, my mind flashing with what happened in the show. "Must be Benyon." I pondered. Not only is he the first ranger, but even in the HBO series he was sent first. However, that is not what worries me, my lords. Thor here and the member of the Night's Watch who first encountered the undead found out something truly concerning. Apparently, the undead and real White Walkers are different. Thor fought and defeated the one you saw, which is just an undead, while real White Walkers hold the power to turn the dead into undead. He said, making everyone quiet. "So how strong is an undead?" one of the men asked. "We do not know. However, that is not what concerns me. It's the fact that they can turn the dead into undead. Currently, there are more than 100,000 wildlings beyond the wall if our estimations are right." Gasps echoed across the hall. They finally caught up with what the old man was trying to express, and it was truly horrifying. 100,000? Surely you jest. Lord Umber asked in disbelief. "Are we to believe the dead will have an army of hundreds of thousands?" "They are," Mormont replied with a grim nod. "Every man they kill rises again. In the scriptures left behind by the first men, and we too have seen it, since the undead you saw was once part of the Night's Watch. That is why we cannot afford to let them gain ground. Every fallen soldier, wildling, man, woman, child, even animals would become their weapon." Ned rubbed his brow with a clear scowl forming on his face. "And do we know where they are now?" "Far north still, if they haven't moved in the last few moons," Mormont answered. "However, the fact that the ranger unit I sent didn't return does make me worry, my lord." The hall fell into another heavy silence. Then all eyes turned to me. Ned gave a small nod. "Thor. You are the only one among us who has fought one of these creatures. Speak freely. Tell us what we're facing." I nodded and stood slowly. Honestly, I intended to bring up the fact about undead and whites being different myself, but whatever. This means that old man Mormont was taking the issue seriously. I looked around the room, the faces of hardened warriors, noble lords, and wary minds watching me closely. I faced one alone, and let me tell you, steel wouldn't work on them. Whether it is a lethal strike from a sword or a hammer like mine here, they receive the damage but ignore it like it wasn't there. Cut off their limb and they still move, even the limb would. Smash their head like I did and they would still bare their teeth at us, just looked more deadly doing it. I paused, letting the weight of my words settle. I struck it down with great force, I continued. Even shattered its body. But still, it tried to rise again. I could only tie it up and bring it back to Castle Black in that case. Whispers broke out across the room again. That confirms what the old tales say, said Maester Lewin, who had been standing quietly in the back. The old magic fire and perhaps dragon glass, those may be our only hope. I nodded. The little knowledge about Valyrian steel being their kryptonite in my mind remained intact. Had to find a way to test that out in front of them. There aren't many Valyrian steel weapons in the first place, so pointing that out might be more of a distraction at this point. So we'll need weapons made of dragon glass? Have you tested it? Lord Searwyn asked, confused. We shall do it now, Ned said softly. Turns out Lord Stark and the Lord Commander already had everything planned out, hey? The undead was released once more and another of its limbs was severed. Normal steel indeed didn't do much. Fire or dragon glass weapons, which they had on hand, though, made the now limbless undead scream in agony. The limbs stopped moving after both fire and dragon glass were used on them, and just as quickly the undead was put back into its crate. Mormont added, we found a small cache of dragon glass beneath the wall. It's not enough by any means, though. We would require much more than this. Then we mine it, Robb Stark said, who had been silent up until now. He was made aware of the undead before, but even then, after watching them for himself, he had a hard time accepting it. Stepping forward, he said, and we arm every man who can hold a blade. Aye, several lords shouted in agreement. Dragonstone, there is a deposit of dragon glass there. However, to get it we need. I said, my voice lingering. Stannis, we need him to cooperate. Ned sighed. There is more, the war could run for years. The North, as of right now, is not ready for a war which could stretch that much. We'll need more men and food, I said again, and this made everyone in the hall quiet once more. They knew this was coming. The North wasn't like the Reach. It imported food from Highgarden. It's already hard to get by in times of peace and winter time. The Northern Lords immediately understood when Ned said why he had gone south to ask for help. This was the reason. We need them. Ned nodded, looking even more tired. Chapter 80, What to comes next. I'm not attending another meeting ever again. What possessed me to agree to attend it is beyond me. Well, actually not, it was that annoying quest I had to complete. The meeting or war council, as people call it, is just a fancy name for people who want to kill other people in a large group. Anyway, the meeting turned out to be a lot more boring than I first thought it would be. A lot of brainstorming on my part, after seeing the dimwit, stubborn old fools of the North who call themselves lords trying to break their brains against the otherwise fantastically big wooden table Stark had in the War Council, in the pursuit of getting answers to their problems, somehow. Ironically, even after almost everyone knowing them, it was I who voiced those questions. Their names revolve around budget, weapons, manpower, and ration. Something has to be done to acquire all of these things before the war really starts, otherwise the North as it is right now couldn't stand a chance to defeat the Whites. Well, I do believe we've got a pretty good chance to beat the Night King, especially with me around. Even if Mjolnir can't kill him, which is a big if by the way, I still think it didn't work on the undead due to them being low level back then. I can still just carry a dragon glass weapon or Valyrian steel weapon with me when I go after the Night King. Hammer him until he's down and then boom, like Arya said, stab them with the pointy end. Unfortunately, again, my powers are kind of tied to this ridiculous system of missions. Like the system was designed for me to grind. Some RPG game level design shit. Fortunately, the last journey went pretty well for me. I liked the journey itself, killed 2-3 super annoying characters in the story pretty early, and upgrade points. Wolf Companion completed, Reward 1, Upgrade Point Winter is Coming completed, Reward 2, Upgrade Points Status, Godly Body LVL 2 Mjolnir LVL 3 Thunder LVL 2 Remaining Upgrade Points, 3 Cool. Hard work paid off. Nothing is more satisfying than seeing one's progress after a grind. Unfortunately, however, that's where my happiness ends. And more grinding begins. A new main mission immediately after the first one was completed. Main mission: prepare for winter, help the North prepare for the upcoming war. That is a little confusing. What kind of preparations is the system asking for? Probably the same questions I raised earlier. Should have kept my mouth closed. Sigh. Weapons, money, manpower, and food. That's what's needed in the North right now. With enough knowledge from the original story, finding most wouldn't be that hard. We need dragon glass weapons, and we could only get those in Dragonstone. We need food, which could either be provided to us by the fertile lands of Highgarden in Westeros or imported overseas from Essos. The manpower problem was the easiest and hardest at the same time. There is literally a force of 100,000 beyond the wall in the form of wildlings. If we don't get them in time, then we would eventually face them either when they are forced to travel south due to the advance of the White Walkers, or even worse, as Walking Dead in the Undead Legion. Nope, I refuse that. I'll have to do something about that. However, it's easier said than done. Those free folk are one heck of a stubborn bunch. Making them see reason would be hard, to say the least. There was also the fact that I can get some good soldiers from overseas. But again, that would need money. Or I could pull a Daenerys onto them, but for that too I need a living, breathing dragon. That or a lot of thunder. Let's not let my mind roam towards mass murdering for now though. The biggest trouble in all this is, again, money. The eternal truth, if there ever existed one. Where can I get money to acquire food, manpower, and if required, dragon glass? One thing at a time. Thor, one thing at a time. Or rather just forget it for the time being. I just came back from a long journey, I very well deserve a good rest. It was nighttime. I found myself in one of the impressive rooms of Winterfell, a much-needed upgrade from my last accommodation here. Saving the lord and the ladies of the house earned hefty brownie points, hey? Who would have thought? For the time being, the lords of the North are planning to each send men and resources to the Watch. Much needed thing to do, but that won't be enough. It was getting late, so a detailed plan of action hasn't been determined. But I do know that the North alone can't beat the Night King. I really wonder how the TV series ended. Perhaps I could have gone down that route. But then again, who knows if the directors fucked it up. It's not like that was a sure-shot way of winning after all. I have changed way too much already. For instance, Arya in this world would never learn under the Faceless Men. Ned Stark is alive. Both Baelish and Varys are dead. Mountain 2 may have turned into a moron, or perhaps he died. There was no official word about his condition after the tourney. Those are good changes, at least according to me. However, there are also some unexpected and bad changes which I can't foresee coming. Bran somehow got kidnapped by none other than Sandor. They also happened to go beyond the wall. This was surprisingly like canon, only Sandor wasn't there. Jon Snow defected from the Night's Watch to look for Bran, and Samwell Tarly went with him. If that wasn't enough, then Jaime Lannister of all people has gone beyond the wall with none other than Benjen Stark. What madness clouded his mind to do that? The man was a walking red flag. Sigh. And in all this time, I still don't know what's going on with the biggest player in the game. How is the Mother of Dragons faring? Did the story change for her too? I wonder. And, how are mother and father? Not my parents, of course, but apparently, it wasn't just the memories I inherited, but also the emotions. Can't say I would consider them as my parents, but I've come to care for them as I learn more of Thor's memories. Wouldn't mind going back there if I got the chance. Even if that means dealing with Loki's shenanigans again. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Next Travel Point, Beyond the Wall. Necessity is the mother of all invention. I believed in this phrase until I realized how hard it is to invent anything. Who could have thought that even making something as simple as a gun or a cannon would be so darn hard when it comes down to it? How the inner mechanism of a gun works, how big a cannon has to be, its diameter or its barrel thickness for it not to blow up in our faces. It's fascinating how seamlessly things work around those who don't understand how they work. But the moment we wish to recreate, it suddenly becomes rocket science. Sigh. I had the same kind of feeling once I attempted the same. During the time when the Northern Lords came up with a plan of action, I had some free time. Besides my training and networking with the Northern Lords, I also decided to do what most transmigrators think is their birthright. Leeching off of other people's work in the name of innovation. Technically, introducing technology and methods from their world. The only problem is, I don't know how to. I tried, but perhaps it was Thor's influence, or I'm the one who is an idiot, but I couldn't come up with how a fucking gun works. Quite an embarrassment, seeing how much I liked first-person shooters back on Earth. How do those other transmigrators even do those kingdom-building things? Odin knows that I wouldn't build a doghouse if my life depended on it. I'm good at smashing things, but building things just wasn't my jam. So, after a few days of annoyance, I just gave it a rest. I wished to make those things to help out the North ultimately. If not that way, then I'll do it the old-fashioned way like everyone in this world does. Sir Thor. Lord Stark wished to see you, I heard a servant call to me, and with a sharp nod, I got up from my place, the small parchment I'd been using to draw designs and come up with ideas left forgotten. Very well, let's proceed then. I nodded and followed the servant. One thing I have noticed is that I think and talk differently for some reason. While I think exactly how I used to back on Earth, with a little bit of Thor's tone mixing in, when I'm talking, it's like Thor takes over there. The speech I speak and the words I use are vastly different than my previous life. This was one of those things which I only figured out when I observed intently, something I didn't have the time to do before. This free time, though boring, did me good in terms of grounding my ideas and mental order. Lord Stark, you asked for me. I entered the main hall, pretty much walking like I owned the place at this point, not how I used to behave. However, I'll consider it a welcome change from my earlier somewhat timid personality. I doubt anyone in this old castle minds me acting like that. At least none would tell me so. Until then, I'm not changing. Yes. Come in. Ned looked a little tired, from the dark circles under his eyes to clear signs of lack of sleep. I assume lords here in the north have a strong disposition towards the wall and what's beyond it. That's one way to put it. Ned poured himself a drink and intended to do the same for me. However, I waved my hand, taking the water placed on the side instead. I have been over-drinking recently, a cheat meal of sorts in this free time, but I gotta stop. This body is a little too addicted to alcohol. Some say we fortify the wall and some say we take the war to them, Ned grumbled, taking a sip of his drink. The first is a necessity while the second should be our priority. I shrugged. Fortifying the wall makes sense, but having the intention to let the Night King even make it up to the wall gives me bad omens. Not to mention we have yet 100,000 men, women, and children beyond the wall. The more time we waste, the bigger the army of the dead will grow. They won't listen. They're called wildlings for a reason. They don't sow, they bow, they have no faith. Ned shook his head, not even considering that those men beyond the wall could be saved. This was another problem with most of the northern lords. They despise the wildlings just as much as they do the Greyjoys. I'll go. Pardon. I'll go beyond the wall. Meet with those wildlings, I said with determination. You don't have to. We need you here at the wall. Why? You know. No, I don't. Stark looked at me, a long, intense stare before he finally sighed. We never talked about what happened in King's Landing, he said, taking another sip of his stronger northern ale, seemingly like he needed one to continue where the conversation was heading. We didn't. Though, do you really wish to know? Ask the man who could bring down lightning on top of this castle any minute he wishes. What am I to think about you? A man, a god, or a demon? What are you? What do you want? Who are you? Ned finally asked. It was clear that this thing was eating away at him. Perhaps the only thing stopping him from seeking the answers was the safety of his family, the known fact that if I wished, then none would be able to stop me, that I ultimately am not hostile to them. True, I have not been very forthcoming with my origins with any of you. You putting as much belief as you did is already more than I could ask for. My name is Thor Odinson, that I didn't lie about, nor did I lie about the fact that I'm from a place called Asgard or that I'm lost, finding a way back home. On that, you have my word I didn't lie, I said and waited until I saw some form of recognition in Stark's eyes before continuing. What I didn't tell is that I'm the crown prince of Asgard. Odin is indeed my father and he is the king. The reason I help you all out still now is also regarding this. I can't go back until I defeat the enemy beyond the wall. He holds something which I need to go back. I said, essentially telling him everything useful for him but not delving much into my own powers or my origins. Ned at this almost paused. For once, he knew that Thor was not someone ordinary but a crown prince. Suddenly a pressure ended up building around him. When he didn't know better that was fine, but now since he knew he was in front of royalty, he can't just act like a lord as he does unconsciously. In fact, Ned was better in this regard. He hardly acted all high and mighty like other lords. Nonetheless, this changes things. Stark didn't look surprised or taken aback. Part of me says that he was expecting something more, like a god descending on earth to help mankind survive the coming winter. And what was that, back in King's Landing? He asked again, no doubt asking about the lightning and the flying hammer. Magic. Magic. He repeated my words, like testing me. Dragons used to exist in Westeros not even a few hundred years ago, Stark. This very castle you stand in was built using magic from the first men. How do you think the wall was built, or the fact that it's even standing after thousands of years? It's just that where I come from, magic still exists, not pillaged, lost, and forgotten. This description seemed to make him nod. Recently he has seen way too many impossible things become possible to doubt my claim about magic. So, doesn't that explain it? We want you at the wall. Someone of your strength, we need you if we wish to defeat the dead. Our goals align, he said again. Why do you think I saved you, Stark? I asked nonchalantly. Ned looked at me and pondered. Yes, Thor was an honorable man, but even Ned could tell that just honor wouldn't let Thor act as a nanny for him and his daughters, especially after knowing that he was a crown prince. After a long time when he didn't reply, I finally spoke up. I did because I wanted someone to help me protect the wall. As you said and I confirm, fortifying the wall is a necessity. However, I can't stay behind and do it myself. I need someone who could. That's you, Stark. I saved you and your family because you are the only one that the Northern Lords will hear, and I want you to ready the North. And what will you do? Ned asked, after a brief pause. I'll take the fight to them, of course. I grinned. You intend to go to the true North? Ned's eyes slightly widened. With you, the wall has strong leadership, so I can go and see what we're up against. And honestly, I'm a little excited too, you know. Just let loose a little. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Departure to Castle Black. Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister sat in his tent, the large war map spread out before him. The sun was just rising, casting a dull golden light through the open flaps. However, for Tywin, it was already feeling like a long day as a raven had arrived not long ago, and the words written on the paper in front of him made his jaw tighten with anger. Ned Stark was alive. Not only alive but back in Winterfell with both his daughters. This was not what Tywin had wanted. He had hoped the North would stay away from this already complete mess of war. However, now the North had their leader back, and worse, he had returned with tales of betrayal from the crown. Tywin crushed the parchment in his fist. "Damn Eddard Stark," he muttered. No, it's not his fault. It's all Cersei's fault. I can't curse someone else when my own progeny is incompetent," he snarled. If he could, then he would love to go back to King's Landing and slap that daughter of his good. Her and her good-for-nothing son. And at this time, the man who should be here, taking his rightful place in the war in Casterly Rock, to continue the family legacy, was now chasing fantasies. There was another name on the paper that added to Tywin's frustration: Thor. The man who had apparently caused chaos in King's Landing. The man who, again apparently, fought like no other and brought down thunder from the sky. The Raven mentioned him, too, but not much more. Only that he had accompanied Ned Stark back to the north. The lack of details made Tywin uneasy. Tywin hated not knowing things. Still, the paper gave him one important piece of information: the northern banners had been called. All the great houses of the north were gathering. That meant they were preparing for war. Tywin didn't know what the north planned exactly, but he didn't want them marching south to support any enemy of the crown. He needed to keep the north busy. So Tywin made a decision. He called for his scribes and messengers. "Send a raven to the twins. Lord Valder Frey will want a part to play," he said. "He's always looking for favors." Then he turned to another one of his captains. "And send word to the Iron Islands. Tell Balon Greyjoy the time has come. If he strikes the north while their forces are scattered, he may claim what he has always wanted. And give him what he wished for." The plan was simple: distract the north. Let the Freys cause trouble along the rivers and roads, stopping the march from the north. Let the Ironborn raid the coasts. With fire from the west and treachery in the south, the north would be forced to protect their lands instead of sending help to any southern rebellion. Tywin believed he was several moves ahead on the game board. But he didn't know that the north wasn't preparing for the Iron Throne. They were preparing for the Wall, and for something far worse than any Lannister could imagine. Winterfell. The cold winds howled over Winterfell as I stood near the gates, my non-red and very ordinary cloak billowing behind me in the strong northern chilly winds. Snow crunched under the boots of the men preparing for the journey. Ned Stark was already mounted on his horse, along with the other northern lords. They were heading to Castle Black. The Wall awaited them. And oh, it's awaited me. It's been hard on me more than I even realized. Restraining this natural tendency to be brash and use fists over words. On earth, calm talk came naturally to me, but in this body, it's like my entire being longs for fighting. I somewhat pressed the feeling down back in King's Landing, but there was just something about that feeling to let loose in a fight that just exhilarated me. Even the sex later couldn't satisfy that battle lust in me. All this time I thought it was just the strong hormones, but it was more. It was the centuries of battle instincts which called out whenever I could have just stopped restraining myself and gone out, thunder blazing. But not anymore. Because in this free time I had in my hands, I realized something, that fighting is not something necessary but rather an integrated part of Thor's life. He has warrior's blood in him. I have warrior's blood in me. We are not someone who runs away from a fight. I was too concerned and distracted with all the Stark saving mission to realize this. However, now I know. I want to fight. That's what I want. Now I know. But not now, at least wait until I'm beyond the Wall. I noticed on the side, Robb stood beside his father, now left in charge of Winterfell. He wore the weight of responsibility with quiet strength. Then my attention was drawn to the soft sound of hurried footsteps. Arya ran toward me just before I was about to mount my horse. I still hate that horse. Her face red from the cold, and her eyes filled with something deeper. "You're leaving," she said, trying not to sound upset. It was very similar to when she had to say goodbye to her dancing teacher, Sirio. "I am," I answered gently. "The northern winds have called, my lady." "I'm not a lady." Arya glared. You're a warrior, little but a warrior nonetheless." "Valkyrie," she spat. Haha, yes, yes. Valkyrie. Arya pursed her lips. Definitely wanting to say something. Does my dear Valkyrie wish to say something before our departure? You can't just go like that. I knelt in front of her. I know, if I could, then I long would have. I gently placed my hand on her head and gave it a rub. You'll come back, right? Arya didn't understand what I meant and she didn't care. She just wished to know one thing. Haha. I have been very cautious with it recently after knowing what it really means, but for you, my child, you have my word. I knew this would tie me up somehow, but I do wish to come back, at least to meet her. I liked her, she's like the little sister I wished I had. So perhaps this one time, giving my word with full assurance wouldn't be wrong. You better, she said, her voice shaky. Or I'll come looking for you. I chuckled. The gate of Bifrost and the hospitality of Asgard would be yours, my lady, as much as the honor would be mine to have you there with me. I'm not a lady, Arya called out, but this time smiled a little, though her eyes still shimmered. Just then, Sansa approached, her hands clasped in front of her, her face calm but clearly holding something back. There was the more girly girl. I don't know. She's beautiful and all, but Sansa, after I came to know her, was more like a pretty doll. I was surprised to see how I found Arya more likable over her. I thought it would be the other way around, me being a horny teenager and all before coming here. I know you have to go, she said softly, but I wish you'd stay. I gave her a small nod. For once I have to say, my lady, if it's you as my company, I wouldn't mind staying. However, I must go, for the tales of battles Westeros has yet to know. I smiled. However, I'll say the same to what I said to your sister. I'll come back. You have my word for it. Sansa kept looking at me with her eyes fixed on mine. For once, I felt that perhaps staying away from equally horny teenage girls would be a better idea. Not that I mind sleeping around, but there is an age-based consent on Earth for a reason. Stepping back, I looked between the two sisters. There's still more to do. Bran is out there. I'll find him if I can and bring him home. Jon is also beyond the wall and so is your Uncle Benjen. I'll do my utmost to bring them back if possible. Sansa looked down, nodding. Thank you, Thor. Smiling, I stepped up and placed my hand on her head, a move on my part to move her into the child category if she took the sign correctly. She was obviously surprised seeing me treating her the same way I do with Arya. I immediately stepped back, giving Arya a pat of her own. Look after each other. And try not to make your brother brood more than he already does. Arya again pursed her lips. You're really going? I certainly am. Then, don't die. Ha ha ha, many have tried, my dear, and would. And as you can see, I'm still here, and I absolutely would be for the time to come. Arya nodded. Wakanda forever. She crossed her hand like that was a greeting and a goodbye sign. I certainly tried to change that to Asgard, but she would never stop with that. Yeah, that. I gave a very Chris Hemsworth-worthy smile to the girls, leaving and walked to my horse. The banners of the northern houses flapped in the wind. Ned gave Robb one last look, proud and serious, then nodded to Thor. Ready? He asked. To Castle Black. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Another argument. Castle Black. Inside the war room at Castle Black, the air was heavy with tension. Maps of the north lay spread across the wooden table, candles flickering in the cold wind that slipped through the cracks in the stone walls. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont stood with his arms crossed, a stern look on his face. Ned Stark was nearby, and for some reason, they believed it was necessary to have Alliser here. Who exactly wanted this guy to be here? Sigh, as I said, I'll go beyond the wall, I said firmly. Alone? Jeor Mormont slammed his hand on the table. Are you a madman? No one goes into that frozen land and comes back. It doesn't matter alone or with men, he said, irritation building. He didn't mind letting me go beyond the wall. What he opposed was me traveling all the way to the land of always winter. And that was also just a minor thing. The fact that my original goal is to convince the wildlings to come here has yet to be discussed. Oh, I know for a reason this is gonna be a long day. Good, since I can assure you I'm not just any man, I replied, brashness suddenly coming to my tone. Don't know why, but I'm just fed up acting good in front of everyone. Oh, I believe that. I heard the king offered you a position among his whores. Should have taken it with that face of yours, you would have made a lot of men happy, Odinson. An annoying voice came, and I knew who it was. Part of the reason I might be losing my cool was this guy. Alisar was an asshole of the highest order. I thought he was sent to King's Landing by the commander but then was recalled back. Shame he wasn't there when I fought. I would have loved to bring down thunder on that ugly mug of his. You mean furious when their women line up to share my bed with their money? If I'm not wrong, House Thorn resides in the Crownlands. I will perhaps give them a visit one of these days. I'm sure women in your house would have a fine arse, seeing how yours is big enough to forget where to butt in. He glared at me, almost screaming bloody murder at this. I was not behind. I wasn't the one to throw the first punch, that was putting his death on me when we end, but I can urge him to act first. Then killing him would be justified, right? Enough. Quit being at each other's throats. I can't have my master of arms and the man who might be the single most capable warrior in Westeros if not the world acting like common street scoundrels in petty fights, the Lord Commander shouted. Then keep a leash on your dog, Commander. Once they grow old, they start biting far more than they can chew, I snapped. Alisar was ready to intervene, but a glare from Jeor Mormont stopped him. He started it, so it's only fair. Look. I've fought the dead before, Thor said. And I survived. I turned to the Lord Commander and said. That was one, he cut in. One White Walker. This time, you don't know what's waiting for you. Hell, they would know someone would be coming after our rangers went missing. Oh, let the bastard go. Let's see what he does when an army of undead is ready to fuck that shiny arse of his, Alisar responded, definitely a jab at my ass because of that earlier comment. I promptly ignored him. I didn't need anyone's permission to go out. What I was here for is to convince Jeor Mormont about taking in the wildlings once I bring them with me. This conversation is going fucking nowhere. Are you just gonna stand there and not say anything? Jeor turned to Ned Stark. Even Jeor knew that I was not one of Ned's men, but still, the man's complete silence was not helping. Bran is out there. Benyon and Jon both are out there as well. I won't sit here while they freeze or die. Great. Now we have to convince both of them, Alisar muttered with irritation. Stark, we talked about this. You have to stay at the wall, I commented. And let my 2 sons and brother be lost there? No. The members of my pack are beyond that wall, and I'll not stand still here. You will stay here, I said with a little heat in my tone. Perhaps it was my anger that did the magic, but just as I spoke, outside a thunderous sound was heard, making everyone stunned. Seems like a storm's coming. Of course, Jeor and Alisar didn't understand. Ned, however, just kept on watching me. I didn't save your arse in King's Landing for you to go dilly-dally beyond the wall. Your duty is here within the walls. As for Bran and your bastard, even your brother, I'll do my utmost to find them and bring them back if possible. And what if I don't agree with that, he said with a glare. Then House Stark will lose its head. The North will lose another Stark. The Wall loses a capable man who could have united the North in these times when necessary. The world might lose the Wall shielding the living from the dead, and I lose my chance to go back home. Silence was resounding. And I assure you, I won't do a thing in this madness. Ned finally relented at this, again looking away. Even he knew that him going himself was a bad idea. But being a father, he just couldn't stand still. Is this how Odin would have been in Asgard when Thor went missing? Hell, if he even went missing, for all I know, I could be someone with his powers and memories, but not really him. Gior shook his head. You might be a lord, but you're not a fool. The lad is right. If you die, then there would be just more chaos in the north. Robb Stark would have to handle the wall. You want that? Send a small party, Ned finally said. If you must go, go with men who know the land. Gior just relented at this, seeing no way to stop me from going north. No, I however firmly denied, voice rising. Must you deny everything I say? Ned grumbled. Which men of yours know the land of always winter? The more you send, the more will die. I can't keep everyone safe. I'll be faster and more efficient at moving through this snow-filled land if I'm alone. And more likely to end up dead alone too, came a mocking voice from the corner. I turned sharply. Alistair Thorne leaned against the wall, arms folded, a smirk on his face. If I die there, then believe me, Westeros is doomed when they bring me back. Snow and ice would be the least of your concerns in that case, Thorne. Because then the very sky will bring down its fury on you. Others didn't get it, but a shiver passed Ned's back hearing what I said. That's enough. Gior barked. Both of you. Ned stepped between us. We're wasting time. Thor, I understand your will to act. But this isn't about pride. It's about the North. We need you here just as much as out there. The very fact that you need me out there is the reason I need you here, Stark. And now let's not talk about this pointless argument. You know more than I do that there ain't no one stopping me going north. Let's talk about what we're here for. What do you mean here for? Mormont asked. Sigh, it's the wildlings. He wishes to bring them here. Ned finally bit the rotten jerky and said it. What madness! I knew he was up to something, Alistair immediately said, making Gior shush him again. What in the bloody name of the old gods has gotten into you to even suggest that? He asked, an almost equally scandalized look on his face. There we go again, I muttered, knowing this was gonna be a long day. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Going Beyond the Wall. Beyond the Wall. Jon and Sam had been traveling beyond the wall for many days now, and it was even more dreadful than they had anticipated it to be. The snow never stopped falling, and the wind howled like wolves. They had followed what little trail they could find, hoping to discover a sign of Bran Stark or Sandor Clegane. But the deeper they went into the woods, the less hope they had. The fact that they hadn't crossed the wall before and knew nothing of the lands beyond didn't help either. The only knowledge they had came from their brothers at Castle Black and whatever they could learn from them. Their food was nearly gone. They had taken some supplies from Castle Black: dry bread, a few bits of meat, and some apples, but now even those were almost finished. The cold was biting, and their fingers ached. Sleep came only in short, cold bursts, and they were growing weaker with each day. And if that wasn't enough, then the knowledge of undead walking these snow-filled lands was just the final push for them to live their time beyond the wall with absolute dread. At least Jon was the only one who knew it. He hadn't told Sam this yet, and that was a small mercy for the already shaken fat man. We can't keep going like this, Jon, Sam said, shivering. We'll die out here. We'll die if we stop going too, Sam. Just keep going. Jon didn't want to admit it, but he knew Sam was right. But being right doesn't mean a solution. He could be right too, but that solves nothing. They needed shelter. Somewhere warm. Somewhere safe. And fast. Or he feared that, let alone searching for Bran, even making it back to Castle Black would be a lost cause. Well, perhaps going back to Castle Black might not be the best option. They might be executed the moment their brothers at Black saw them. I'm so cold that I could smell a warm fire and meat roasting on top of it, Sam gulped and said with self-pity. That would be nice. John nodded as if he too could smell the food and warmth. And then suddenly he stopped. I can smell it too. John blinked in confusion once he realized it and looked around. What is it? Shush! John waved his hands and looked up, and indeed there it was, smoke. Smoke, come on! John bolted from there, hope surging in him that perhaps they wouldn't be dying today. Sam obviously followed. That's when they saw it, a wooden house surrounded by a rough fence of logs. Smoke rose from the chimney, and a few pigs wandered nearby. It was the only sign of life they'd seen in days. That's Craster's place, John said, remembering the name. Some of the Night's Watch talked about him. Who's Craster? A wildling. He doesn't attack us and provides a safe place for us to stay, at least for the men of the Night's Watch. John muttered with contemplation. He wasn't looking for this place, and if it wasn't necessary, he would never interact with a wildling willingly. However, he had to if he wished to survive. The farther north they went, the colder it became, and more dangerous. Is he safe? Sam, not knowing anything about this Craster, asked. No. But he has food and warm beds. And girls. Sam muttered, seeing a few of Craster's daughters working outside. It's been months since I saw a girl. Keep your eyes to yourself, Sam. I heard not much about this Craster, but he ain't the one to let others ogle his daughters. John sighed and started walking. With the stunt they pulled, they were certainly no longer men of Castle Black. However, Craster didn't need to know that. If they played their cards right, then perhaps they could get away with real food and warm beds tonight. They approached the gate, and a large man with a thick beard stepped out to meet them. His clothes were old but warm, and he carried a sharp axe in his hand. He looked at them with a scowl. "What ya you crows want now?" said the man while munching on some meat. "We're from the Night's Watch," John said quickly. "Rangers. We're searching for someone." That's what crows do. They search, they come here to bother us, search a bit more, and go back to that dung place they came from." "Nothing new," Craster grunted. "So, what do you want from me?" he added with slight hostility. "Intel." John looked around. The man, who most likely was Craster himself, was the only person there outside of some girls. At least if it came down to it, the fight would technically go 50-50. He's not counting the girls, and by extension, Sam. "New here, boy? That ain't how we do things here in my place," Craster said with a little grunt. John indeed wasn't sure what kind of relationship the Rangers had with this wildling beyond the wall, but he couldn't show any weakness. "What ya want?" "That's a nice sword. Castle forged." Craster looked at the sword at John's side. "We've been out in the cold a long time," John replied. "We need a place to stay." "Just for the night?" "Food." Craster looked them up and down. "It will cost you more. Depends on whether you have the intel or not." John never once broke eye contact. Sam, on the side, was getting nervous. Especially when Craster's eyes went to him. "You can stay. But you follow my rules." "What rules?" Sam asked nervously. "First, give me your weapons," Craster said. "And any wine you got. One sword and a dagger, for intel and food, warmth, and shelter." John again repeated. They had no wine. But they still had their weapons. "Second," Craster continued, "you don't talk to my daughters. Don't look at em. Don't even think about em. Break that rule, and I'll cut your guts out." John nodded slowly. "Your roof, your rules." Inside, the hall was warm from the fire. It smelled of smoke, sweat, and something sour. Craster's daughters moved around quietly. They were all women. Young, tired-looking, and they didn't say a word. None of them met John or Sam's eyes. One notion did come to John's mind, though: if they are indeed his daughters, then what happened to his sons? He can't always have daughters, right? As they sat near the fire, Sam whispered, "Are all these his daughters?" They ate the little food Craster gave them and tried to rest. But sleep didn't come easily. Not in a place like this. He needed answers, intel about Bran and Benyon. Get some sleep. We'll need it. Also, the talk with Lord Mormont regarding the wildlings didn't go as well as I thought it would have. Stubborn fools, all of them. They are willing to see 100,000 men added to the enemy, but not willing to take those free folks south of the wall. Are you sure you're going alone? Ned Stark asked from the side. Yes, I am. They are not the kind of people who will see reason, Ned replied. I certainly am meeting a lot of those kind of people lately, wouldn't you say, Stark? I rolled my eyes. For thousands of years, the Night's Watch have protected that wall, safeguarding the realm of men. Many of ours have died at the hands of those wildlings. You're asking to forget all those grievances you don't even know about. Joer Mormont chipped in from the side as we all made our way toward the wall's gate. It was the wall which guarded us, Mormont, not the Night's Watch. Thousands of years of grievances, and you ask me to believe that blood had only flowed from one side. That's not how battle works, old man. If it does, then that's no battle. The war you have been fighting wasn't even the intention when the first men made that big wall. The things which it meant to keep out are the real enemy, the very one which you can't see. If you did, then you'd see that the enemy doesn't care whether one wears a white cloak or a black cloak, which god they pray to, and where they stay. Everything living is the enemy of that enemy. And I'm not sure about here, but where I come from, the enemy's enemy is a friend. I snorted and saw the great door open up. What if they refuse? I'll kill them and make sure to burn their bodies, I replied without hesitation. There are thousands of them, boy. You're marching to your death. I looked at the man with slight irritation. Don't pull age with me, Mormont. Your ancestors' combine would not match my time. As for death, yes, it's marching toward them. And don't think that I won't extend the same courtesy to you once I come back, with how so many rational minds I could find out there and saw the gates closed on us. That definitely shut the old man up. Is that a threat? He asked with narrowed eyes. No. That's my word to you. And ask those Lannisters if you wish to know whether I keep my word. I rotated my hammer in my hand and looked at Ned one last time before heading out of the gates. I had no horse, not much food, and the clothes I wore were not suited for the cold. However, I didn't care. I can hunt my own food. With LVL2 godly body, I don't feel much cold either. As for a horse, I wouldn't ride one even if I got one for free. Make sure you prepare the gift by the time I come back, Stark. That's about the only place we could keep those wild folks, I said before heading out. Didn't get any reply, and honestly wasn't expecting one either. He'll do it, and if not, then perhaps me intending to save him was a wasted effort on my part. In that case, he'll be useless. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Caught a Wildling Beyond the Wall HAAA. Thud HAAA. Thud ha. Crash. The big tree finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. The cold was unlike anything I had ever felt, even after upgrading my godly body to level 2. Still, it was bearable, just a bit chilly at best as long as I don't focus on it, and considering that I was almost knee-deep in snow, that was saying something. I kind of liked the cold northern breeze. Probably the only annoying thing about this place was the constant white all around me. Snow is beautiful and all, but terribly boring to look at once the novelty wears off. As for the tree and why I was hammering at it, well, I needed wood for a fire and, frankly, I needed something to hit. Months of frustration had to be let loose, and this was the only way I knew. What happened in King's Landing or in that tavern was cool and all, but nowhere near enough to quell the rage I'd built up while playing the role of the innocent Prince Charming. No, in fact, I had a lot of anger and an intense desire to destroy things. Odin knows how Alistair is still alive. If not for G or Mormont stepping in when he did, I swear I would have thrown Alistair off the wall. I honestly don't know where all this anger and battle lust comes from. At this point, I can only blame Thor's personality. But I do know one thing, keeping it bottled up is probably a bad idea. It might just explode one day on someone who doesn't deserve it. Sigh. Note to self, add calming meditation to the daily routine. After collecting the wood I needed, I kept walking back to my camp, Mjolnir hanging by my side. I'd had a special hook added to my belt to carry Mjolnir. Carrying it in my hand all the time was a bit impractical. Technically, I didn't have to carry it at all, I could summon it anytime, but why bother? A simple upgrade to my outfit made things easier. I was searching for the White Walkers or the Wildlings, maybe even Bran or Benyon Stark like I told the Stark girls. But the north was vast and endless. At this point, I honestly had no idea where I was. Navigation wasn't exactly my strong suit. I often had to climb trees to figure out my location. If only Mjolnir would let me fly, sigh. Still a few upgrade points away. I had 3 points left, but spending them on Mjolnir in the hope that it might let me fly seemed like a waste. Everything looked the same here. White snow, dark trees, and silence. Even knowing there's probably nothing out there that can harm me much, this silence still creeps me out. I had no map, no guide, no clear path. Those bastards at Castle Black wouldn't listen. I was alone in my plan to bring the free folk south of the wall. Only 2 days had passed, and I was already starting to think this might have been a bad idea. But my real enemy wasn't fear, far from it. It was boredom. Having nothing to do can drive a man to madness. Hacking trees wasn't just out of rage, you know. Returning to my makeshift camp, I cleared an area for the wood and stacked it up. I brought my hand close to the pile and focused, channeling the power within me. Lightning suddenly sparked around my hand, bolts of electricity. It wasn't nearly the same as what I could do with Mjolnir or by summoning thunder from the sky, but it was powerful enough to paralyze someone. And I used it, to light a campfire. Just as intended, the dry wood caught fire quickly. Then came the prize I had caught, nothing major, just 2 birds and 1 rabbit, courtesy of Mjolnir. While eating and wishing I had something stronger to drink, I sipped water I had melted from snow. Then, suddenly, it happened. I heard a subtle sound and in the next second, an arrow came flying at my head. Only my quick reflexes saved me. Attack! A group of wildlings burst from the trees around me. I hadn't sensed them at all. They charged with weapons drawn, swords, axes, spears. Motherfu! At least let me finish eating, you imbeciles, I grumbled, rising to my feet with Mjolnir in hand. Another arrow came, but I blocked it easily with my hammer. I twisted and hurled Mjolnir toward the archer. The hammer, defying all expectations, flew straight at him and knocked him out. I didn't bother summoning it back. I hadn't needed to. When one of the wildlings, a woman, charged at me with a crude wooden spear, I dodged, grabbed it, yanked it away, and head-butted her, knocking her out cold. Now I had a spear. Not for long though. Seeing 2 more wildlings, I gripped the spear and prepared. The moment one moved, I hurled it at his head. It struck so fast he didn't even realize before it pierced through. The other, a swordsman, swung at me. I easily dodged. With level 2 godly body and training in Thor's fighting style, I could see their every move. I was already incredibly fast for a human. My perception was so sharp I could catch a flying arrow if I tried. So this poorly trained swordsman didn't stand a chance. I dodged again. The others seemed panicked, probably because I'd taken out their companions so easily. Dodge. Step back. Duck. I dropped low under a wide swing, not ideal positioning, but it didn't matter. Before the man could swing again, Mjolnir came flying back, slamming into his chest with godly force. I could practically hear his ribs shatter. Rip the fucker. Honestly, I just wanted to try that move. Thor does it in the movies, I had to try it once. That's it. I asked no one, scanning the area. No more enemies emerged. After confirming I was alone, I checked on the wildlings. The two struck by Mjolnir, the archer and the swordsman, were dead. So was the one impaled by the spear. Only one left, the woman I had butted. She had black hair, wild eyes, and was breathing heavily. I waited for her to wake while finishing my dinner. When she finally came to, clutching her head, she stared daggers at me, equal parts fear and surprise. She'd seen her companions fall like dolls off a shelf. Name? I asked, still eating, acting like I didn't care. I hadn't tied her up. I could catch her anytime. But I needed her. If I wanted to find the wildling camps, I needed a guide. This land was too vast to wander alone. Tell me yours, you hammer-throwing northern cunt, and I'll give you mine. Feisty. But what else did I expect? This was the North, the real North. Thor. I'm Thor Odinson, I replied. She looked around, likely wondering why she wasn't bound and if her companions were all dead. You're the last one left. If you're going to kill me, get on with it. I shook my head. No need. I have a use for you. She frowned. And why would I help you? Help me? No, no. You'll help yourself by doing what I ask. And what if I don't? Then I'll drag you with me until my utter lack of direction drives you mad enough to help. Just imagine it, you and me, wandering this snow-filled wasteland until we die. Quite the date, wouldn't you agree? I grinned. She scowled. Satisfyingly. If you wish to be spared that fate, start talking. Name. She was definitely planning to run. But she hesitated. Then, finally, she spoke. Osha. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Foul as they come. John couldn't sleep. The cold night air was heavy and silent, but his mind was restless. He quietly slipped out of the small room where he and Sam were staying and began walking around Craster's rough camp, hoping to clear his thoughts. The flickering shadows of firelight danced on the wooden walls and snow-covered ground. Perhaps it was the danger of this place, or the worry gnawing at him about Bran. Either way, he hadn't had much sleep lately. Where are you, Bran? That was the only question he kept asking himself. How was he? Was he safe? Was he even alive? He wanted to be angry at Sander, but knowing that Bran might have gone with him willingly, he couldn't hold on to that anger. As he wandered, a faint sound caught his attention, a soft, frightened woman's voice, barely more than a whisper. Was it a scream or a moan? John had no idea. He had never been with a woman, so he couldn't tell the difference. He carefully followed the voice, moving quietly through the dark. The closer he got, the clearer the sound became. It definitely wasn't pleasure. His instincts screamed something was wrong. He crept around a corner and froze. Before him stood Craster, the foul man himself, holding one of his daughters against her will. It was night, but it wasn't hard to recognize the man by his size and voice. There were only 3 men in this place anyway, and that certainly wasn't Sam. John could spot his fat friend from a mile away. Even from atop the wall, anyone could spot Sam before spotting a charging White Walker. The girl's tears streamed down her face as Craster held her cruelly. John's blood ran cold as he realized what was happening. It didn't feel like a struggle, there was no resistance, but Craster was clearly abusing her. He forced her down like she was some animal, his full weight pressing on her. One of his feet crushed her face into the ground while he took her from behind with vile aggression. Frozen at first, John's horror turned to rage when Craster raised his hand and struck the girl harshly. He treated her less like a person and more like livestock to satisfy his lust. John had seen the world's cruelty, but this? His own daughter? The girl's voice sounded young, only now did John realize how young she was. You bitch think you can escape, eh? I'll fuck you till morning, then hang your naked ass for the beasts to take you, Craster growled, giving John an idea of what might have happened. Without thinking, John charged forward. His body moved on its own. He had no sword, he'd left it behind, but Craster was unarmed too. Craster didn't know what hit him before he was knocked down, pants literally around his ankles. Get out of here! John shouted to the girl, who was stunned and gasping for air. You black bastard! I'll kill you! Craster roared, trying to rise, but John was faster. He rushed the man and tackled him to the ground. The two men clashed in a brutal fight, fists pounding and legs kicking. The cold night air echoed with grunts, thuds, and harsh breathing. Craster was strong and ruthless, landing heavy blows that bruised John's body. But John was younger, more agile. Craster's movements were hampered by his half-removed pants. John fought with desperation and fury, driven by the injustice he'd just seen. The fight was loud enough to wake everyone. The scuffle rolled onto the snowy ground. Craster's daughters came out but didn't intervene. They knew, no matter the outcome, they were doomed. If Craster lived, they returned to their caged existence. If he died, they had nowhere to go. Summoning his last strength, John struck Craster hard on the side of the head. The man stumbled back. John was about to press the attack when the same girl appeared, wielding a large rock. With all her might, she brought it down on Craster's head. Craster didn't even react in time. The girl, his daughter, his victim, hit him again and again, smashing his skull until it was cracked and bleeding. His face became a mangled mess. He couldn't have been more dead. Bastard, bastard, cunt, die. 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 John stood over him, chest heaving, watching the girl pummel the lifeless body like she was exorcising her every demon. He slowly approached and gently caught her hands. Stop. It's done. He's dead. The girl's face was broken, tear-streaked and lifeless. That night, John learned the terrible truth about Craster. He was no mere wildling, but a monster hiding in the cold. Thor POV: are all men like you beyond the wall? Osha asked as we made our way toward the wildlings. Sorry, the free folk. That's what they call themselves. Men are the same no matter which side of the wall they're on. It's we who build walls, divide lands, name them, plant flags, and claim ownership, I said with a shrug. Ironic, coming from a man whose father conquered planets and did just that. But hey, I'm not saying it's wrong, just that it's the truth. First time I've heard a southerner admit that, Osha said with a hint of disbelief. Have you met many southerners? I raised an eyebrow. No, just crows. And how many of them did you talk to before killing them? One, she answered after a pause. What did you talk about? How he'd like to die. And then we wonder why there are always wars. I rolled my eyes. And no, there's no one like me. And for the record, I'm from the south but not from Westeros. Then why come here? There's nothing but death in this land. You could say I'm looking for death. I shrugged. This woman asks too many questions. Too pretty to die on a bed of flowers back where you came from, O lord of mine. Osha mocked. Who said I'm here to die? I'm here to kill death itself, you foolish woman. I smirked as we walked. This had been our routine for a while, jabs at each other, and multiple escape attempts by her. I caught her every time. Never bothered to tie her up. Even let her carry weapons. Eventually, she gave up. It took me a while to remember her. She was Tonks from Harry Potter. Just kidding. But she looked exactly like the actress who played Osha in the TV series. Some people here looked like their Game of Thrones counterparts, some didn't. She was a near-exact match. I had her lead me to Mance Raider's camp. She refused at first, so I dragged her through the frozen wastelands until she gave in. "Why do you want to see Mance Raider?" Osha asked for the 100th time. My answer was always the same. To take the free folk south of the wall so they can survive death. At first, she didn't believe I knew about the whites. But the more we talked, the more convinced she became. "What do you think Mance has been trying to do? It's not that easy. Marching on the wall would cost thousands of lives. Many free folk would die. Not if I have anything to say about it. If the Night's Watch doesn't open the gate, I'll break it open. And you can do that?" "Yes." "With what army? You think Mance will lend you his? That the free folk will follow you? I don't do armies. I don't need one. Not yet." "Hey, you're right, men are the same everywhere. Fools to the core." Osha snorted, and I smiled. "And I told you there are no men like me." She snorted again before finally saying, "You're making a grave mistake. You shouldn't have come here. I make grave mistakes all the time. Everything works out just fine in the end." Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Captured. I woke up to absolute darkness. I couldn't see a thing, though I could hear many voices, none of them pleasant. I found myself unable to move. I was seated and completely tied up. A great start to the day, if there ever was one. It didn't take long for me to realize there was a bag over my head. It stank. From all the spy movies I've watched, I figured letting them know I was awake wasn't the smart move. Better to pretend to be unconscious and listen in. So I did. Eventually, my head started to ache, not from pain, but from sheer boredom. Now I remembered why I'd fallen asleep in the first place. Spy work is dreadfully dull. A thick bag covered my face, and ropes bound my hands and feet. I had been dragged into a tent, probably deep in the free folks' camp. Judging by the sounds outside, shouting, heavy footsteps, it was bustling with people. I could feel the cold ground beneath me and smell snow, sweat, and smoke in the air. This all happened when we first approached their camp. They ambushed us. I had planned to fight, but that would have escalated things. Better to be captured. Good thing they didn't kill me or Osha outright. Seeing she wasn't here likely meant she spoke up for me. Otherwise, these barbarians wouldn't have hesitated to kill us. As for why I fell asleep, well, these people were taking too long to bring Mance to me. Even an interrogator, whom I expected, hadn't shown up for half an hour. I dozed off. A man's voice suddenly snapped at me. "Who are you? Why are you here?" he shouted. Then came a punch to my ribs. I sighed. The hit felt like a child swatting a rock. I barely noticed it. LVL2 godly body might sound minor, but I could take a lot of punishment before I actually felt pain. His punches stung but didn't truly hurt. Still, I didn't mind. I could learn more before making my offer. I'd get even with him later. Another punch followed, this time to the face, though the bag dulled the impact. I didn't flinch or grunt. I just sat there. "I already told you," I said calmly. "I came with Osha. We weren't sneaking in. You attacked first." The man growled in frustration. "We don't trust your kind." "Yeah, I understand. Gods of this realm are assholes," I said with a slight chuckle. He hit me again. I leaned back, exhaling. "You're wasting time. Just ask the question you clearly have. No need to flex. I get it, you're big and strong. Now get to the point." Finally, a new voice spoke, older, calmer, thoughtful. A man who carried weight in his words. "Mance Raider." "Enough," Mance said. "Take the bag off him." The bag was yanked off. The sudden light made me blink. The man before me didn't look like a king, but he carried himself like one. Sharp eyes. A face hardened by cold and time. Another man stood nearby bear-like, with a big beard. What's your name? I ignored Mans for a moment and asked the man who had been hitting me. Hey! He looked confused. Your name, I repeated. Tormund, he replied, still baffled. Well, fuck you, Tormund. Smash! A punch landed on my nose. That one actually hurt. I'd remember it. You're calm for someone tied up in an enemy camp, Mans observed. The king beyond the wall, hey? For a king, you're quick to choose enemies, I said, rolling my shoulders. Your judgment leaves much to be desired. Up here in the true north, we don't do desires. We take what we want. You and my father would get along fabulously. I smirked, imagining Odin's reaction. He must be an important man. What would he do if I killed his son and fed him to the wolves? Mans asked, casually. He'd laugh in your face for suggesting something so ridiculously impossible, then throw you off the Rainbow Bridge. Trust me, it's a long fall. You talk funny. Glad you like it. Took me hours to perfect my high and mighty speech and outwit lords in verbal sparring. I believe it. But tell me, if you train to insult southern lords, how come you speak the tongue of the free folk? I paused. I was about to ask what he meant, then I realized it. Since I arrived here, I hadn't noticed anyone speaking a different language. It must be all speak a magical language of the Asgardians that translates speech so that all parties hear their native tongue. Mans had spoken a different language, and I'd replied fluently. That explained Tormund's earlier confusion. It's magic, I said with a shrug. Sure it is, Mans replied quickly, like he hadn't expected an honest answer. You came with Osha? Yes and no. Mans frowned. You think this is a joke? Do all Southerners act like you? Spoiled brats with daddy's gold, handed everything on a silver platter. First, no, this isn't a joke. Second, my name is Thor. Thor Odinson. I come from far beyond these lands. I'm not one of your Southerners. And third, yes, it's divine to have a maid suck your cock every morning and another at night. I smiled. You don't say. Mans was clearly getting irritated. Why are you here? I came to speak with you. And walking into a wildling war camp seemed smart. Not really. Also, don't you call yourselves free folk? The way you said wildling reminded me of the Wall's men. Mans leaned in. What do you want? To go north. Far north. Beyond your camps. Beyond the wall. I'm looking for the White Walkers. Silence fell. Some men muttered. Some laughed. Mans didn't. Why? He asked. Why look for death when you could die right here? We'd even burn your body. That won't happen up north. There's no peace there. Because death is already coming. And I don't intend to die. I intend to smile at him and say, fuck off. You're mad, Mans said. Probably. Who wouldn't be after months in Westeros? A man, though, well, we'll find out. I pulled. The rope snapped like dried twine. I stood, shaking off the stiffness. Gasps filled the tent. Weapons were drawn. Capture him. I didn't plan to kill anyone. I blocked, dodged, and struck hard enough to disable. One by one, they fell, groaning. I knocked one man out with a punch, then kicked another. He flew across the tent. Hopefully just broken bones. An arrow whizzed past. Who uses arrows inside a tent? I grabbed something turned out to be a shield and hurled it. It hit the marksman squarely, knocking him out. Felt a bit like Captain America. Cool, though not as cool as Mjolnir. After 5, maybe 10 men dropped, the rest hesitated. I stood tall, brushing off my tunic. Ready to listen now? I asked. Mans raised a hand. The wildlings backed off. "You're not a normal man," he said, wary. I smiled. "The White Walkers are real, as you know. I've spent moons convincing the Northern Lords. Castle Black is preparing for a siege by an undead army. I helped make sure the wall stands. Now I'm here to help the free folk before winter consumes you all. I don't want another mass of undead." Mans crossed his arms, quiet for a while. "And how do you plan to help us?" "I'll take you all south of the wall." Silence again. "Why? Why not let us die? Since when do Southern Lords care about the free folk? They don't. And they probably never will. But I don't want 100,000 dead free folk joining the undead. So I'll do whatever it takes." "What if we refuse?" "Why would you? Isn't that your goal? Cross the wall, find land for your people." He looked surprised that I knew, but recovered. "We'll cross the wall our way. We don't need your help." "I won't let that happen. Your plan would cost the North too many lives we need when winter truly hits." "And if we refuse?" Mans asked. "Then I'll do what I must. I'll kill whoever stands in my way until more reasonable men take charge. And I'll burn the dead so they stay dead." Mans sighed. "You're insane. A madman. But maybe that's what the world needs right now." Chapter 88, Chapter 88, A talk with the free folks. After everything settled down, Mans Raider sat across from me in another large tent. Around us sat many more wildling men who must have been the heads of the many different tribes by the way it looked. A fire crackled in the center. The air inside was thick with smoke, sweat, and tension. His men still watched me carefully, hands never far from their weapons, but none dared to speak or moved, for that matter. I was yet to even summon Mjolnir, which no doubt was still at the place where they ambushed me and Osha. It wouldn't take very long for the hammer to come to me, so I'd rather not reveal that card now. I could constantly hear grumbling from the side. This was from none other than Tormund, who now was sporting a broken nose and glaring daggers at me. "Don't look at me like that. You had it coming with how you hurt me before." "You don't look hurt," he growled. "This body? No. My pride. You have no idea." Another growl later, he finally shifted his glare while still muttering about a broken nose and a tough son of a goddess, or was that bitch? Finally, Mans leaned forward. "So, tell me again. What exactly is your plan?" he asked. I knew he already knew, it's just that he wished those other free folk to know my plan. I, for once, couldn't figure out the man. I knew he wished to save his people. Even after not being from beyond the wall and once being a man of the Night's Watch himself, these people believed in him. There must be a reason for that. I nodded and began. "The free folk cannot stay beyond the wall. The army of the dead would sooner or later come after you all. I'm sure many of you would be aware that they raise the dead to fight for their own. You know your people will die if they stay. I want to help you get them south safely. Not as enemies or as hostages but as survivors. We don't kneel to anyone." Suddenly a man growled on the side, and many added to his voice. "Nice, I sure can say that I resonate with that notion. So if you don't wish to kneel, then don't. You wouldn't have to do that, any of you," I said with all my conviction. "And who are you to promise us that?" another asked. "I'm Thor Odinson. There is a piece of land south of the wall called the Gift. It's a perfect place for habitation for your people, if you so desire. Inside those lands, it would be your rules. You don't have to kneel to anyone, and you don't answer to anyone. However, any action taken outside that land, be it your tradition or not, I can't overlook. That means no killing, looting, or kidnapping wives. That's all I can promise," I replied. "It's very strange to know that these people actually use kidnapping as a way to get married." More grumbles and snorts were raised from others, not to mention the mountains of disagreements and distrust. Mance, on the other hand, kept on listening, his face unreadable. But that's not all, I added. I also want to go farther north. I want to see this army of death with my own eyes. I need to know what we're facing. We can't fight it blind. Mance raised an eyebrow. That was not what they talked about. You want to go closer to the dead? Yes. He stared at me for a long moment, then laughed quietly. You are either the bravest man I've ever met or the stupidest. Maybe both, I said with a grin. He didn't smile. And you expect me to believe a man like you? There are no men like me. And yes, I want you to believe me, to take the free folk south of the wall. My earnest and simple statement once again brought silence to the tent. Mance leaned back and looked into the fire. Odin knows what he was pondering. You took down a dozen of my best men without drawing a weapon. That hammer of yours, none of my men were able to lift it, not even giants. You speak our tongue, all of our tongues. No one does that, not even the most learned among us could do it that well. And yet you do it, a man who by all means should be a southern lord, perhaps royalty by your looks and mannerisms. You're a riddle, Odinson. I actually pride myself on being more of an open book personality. Everything you wish to know is in front of you. I don't do lies or schemes. What I do, I'll tell you to your face, I said softly. Says the man who can talk our tongues because of magic. Of all the people I have seen, the men beyond the wall should be the least amazed that magic exists. After all, you all live so close to it. I thought the blood of the first men ran inside you all, does it not? He looked at me again, studying me like I was a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. I've met many men, he said. Kings, lords, killers. But none like you. You talk different. Act different. Think different. And most of all, you hit different. At this, Tormund grunted, showing his agreement. Mance rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You want my help. You want to take my people south and walk into the frozen north alone. That sounds like madness. My people would never follow that plan. I don't need all of them, I replied. Just a few. A guide. Maybe a scout or two. I'm not looking for an army but a person who can show me the way. That's all. The tent went quiet. Finally, Mance smiled slightly. Maybe you are mad. But there's something about you, something I can't ignore. So here's what I'll do. He leaned forward again. I'll test you. I have something in mind. If you pass, I'll believe you. Maybe even help you. I nodded. What kind of test? I asked, ready to do whatever is necessary and be done with it. Hope he doesn't ask for some sort of magic trick. That I can't do. As Mance was just about to tell me, we all heard the tent flap open and someone came in. A feminine voice rang out. Thor. By sound alone, I knew this wasn't Osha. But if not her, then who? King's Landing. Cersei Lannister sat alone in her chambers, staring out the window. The sky was cloudy, and the city below looked grey and tired. It felt like they had been caged inside their own castle. It was getting better. After letting the Faith Militant be formed, the situation in King's Landing had finally begun settling down. However, this also meant that the Faith Militant were running rampant in the city. However, this was no longer her mess to fix. It was Tyrion's. And if he couldn't, which was most likely the case, then he'd be the target of their father's ire. She was, in fact, looking forward to it. As for the city getting invaded or going out of control, she didn't care. It was only a matter of time until her father came back and took control of the city once again. And on one of these days, she got the news she had been waiting for a long time, news about the maid who vanished years ago after her son died. The mystery regarding this was so much that she didn't even dare hope that her son was alive. All she wished now was to find her son's body. That was all. Finally, her guards returned. Dirty, tired, and quiet, they entered the room and bowed low. "Well?" Cersei asked coldly. "What did you find?" The lead man stepped forward. "Your Grace, we followed every trail we could. We asked in the villages. We spoke to innkeepers and old townsfolk. The maid, the one who served you, she was seen." "Seen with a child," said the man. Even Cersei knew that after decades, any clue they could have found, even if they were coming from the people who actually met the maid, the facts could easily be distorted and lost. Many of the clues they found could very well be false, for all they knew. But still, she wished to know. "Where?" she snapped. He looked uneasy. "She traveled north. Past the riverlands. Past the neck. We believe she crossed into the north." Cersei stood up, her fists clenched. "The north? Yes, my queen. She had a child with her. All the memories and accounts are hazy and uncertain at best, but after cross-checking with much evidence, we can say that she most likely went to the north." Cersei's eyes narrowed. For a long time she didn't say anything until she finally spoke. "Leave me," she said quietly. The men bowed again and left, not needing to be asked twice. As the door closed, Cersei turned back to the window, her jaw clenched. Why does it have to be the north? Chapter 89, Chapter 89, God vs Giant 1. The snow crunched under my boots as I stepped into the large circle made by the wildlings. Men, women, even children, stood around, shouting and laughing, their voices echoing in the cold wind. They weren't cheering for me. They were cheering for the massive figure standing across from me. I get it, Mance wished to test me. But how is this a test? How is this reasonable? Hell, if this was anyone else but me, it would be a completely unfair fight. Do these wildlings get some kind of kick making people from the south fight against a giant? This wasn't even one of those frost giants. While bigger, they're still manageable. These giants are really giants. Almost 3 times the size of a normal man, they are almost comparable to the titans from Game of Thrones. Not the bigger one who made the wall or the titan shifters, but the ordinary titans. This one stood at least 12 feet tall, his body thick with muscle, wrapped in furs and bone armor. His hands were like tree trunks. His face was half covered with war paint, and his eyes burned with a wild rage. I glanced at Mance Rayder, who stood just outside the circle, arms crossed. He gave me a nod, like saying, "You got this, tiger." "A reasonable test," I muttered under my breath, already wondering how I'll get him back for this. Though I know I can take the monster in front of me, giant or not, a single bolt of lightning would work on him exactly like how it works on any normal human. It just has to be a stronger bolt. Still, I stepped forward like any normal man, with no lightning crackling around me. I didn't want to call Mjolnir just yet. I don't think that would fare well in this fight, seeing how neither I nor the giant had a weapon. I certainly can summon my hammer. No one told me any rule about not using one, but it just felt a little underhanded here. Not to mention there is also this thing here, side mission, show of strength, win against the giant in a pure fist fight. Show the free folk that you are the mightiest warrior and worthy. Sigh. This was no crisis though, but rather an opportunity. An opportunity to test out the limits of this body. Thor had fought monsters, gods, and creatures from across realms. What was one giant? Come on! I shouted and rushed at the giant, who remained stagnant, waiting for me to come to him. The moment I was near him, he quickly swung his long arm at me. Somehow, I remembered the first Harry Potter movie. I might resemble the size of the golden trio in front of this giant troll. He didn't even need a club, his bare hands were bigger than any weapon I could find around here. I ducked under the first swing and slammed my fist into the giant's gut while taking a huge leap. It was like punching a wall. He grunted but didn't move. That grunt means I did hurt him, but definitely not enough. That leather and fur is getting in the way. I know I've got no right to complain after having a godly armor of my own, however, it's irritating. I was barely back to the ground after that punch when I saw his hand come down fast, like a hammer. Faster than I thought he could move, seeing his size. But with my reaction time now, I was easily able to dodge away in time. I struck again, this time at his knee. That got no reaction. I know why those thick leather straps completely strapped around his leg. I couldn't help but grumble again. I was about to back off, but the giant lashed out faster this time around. Since the earlier attacks didn't work, the giant reacted quicker than I anticipated. He roared and kicked me with his other leg. Everything turned white for a moment. I saw myself flying back from the day I came here. I wished to fly, I had Mjolnir in mind, not this. I hit the ground hard. Nothing felt broken besides my shattered pride. Odin's beard. I found that curse coming to me more naturally now as I slid across the snow and ice, knocking over a pile of crates and horns. My ribs ached. My head rang. Ha ha ha. Got you right, Crow. Squash him. No, don't. He's pretty enough. I'll bet he'll be stolen in no time. Those wildlings cheered and said things that almost made me drag them into the fight too. All right, I grunted, pushing myself up. For the first time in a while, that hurt. The giant was pounding his chest now, like asking me to come at him again. The wildlings cheered louder. Some laughed. I gave them a glance filled with irritation. I'm here trying to save you fuckers, you know. My glance roamed quickly to find a certain person beside Mance who wasn't laughing or roaring. The same girl I met a few hours ago. This wasn't Osha. Odin knows where that girl is. This one though, sigh. It's more than I anticipated. Just as I thought I was getting used to this world, the place throws another curveball at me. I have to deal with her after this. Now though, focus. I rolled my shoulder and got ready. I'm getting back at this giant for that last kick. Come on, I roared. I rushed again, this time not holding back at all. If earlier I was testing my strength against his, now I attacked to take him down. He's stronger physically compared to me. However, if used right, then my current physical strength should be enough. One big reason I don't directly put my upgrade points in use is because in the absence of too much power, techniques get easy to develop. This giant was an excellent example of this. Seeing me rush at him, he once again swung his hand. No technique and no fighting strategy, just brute strength. Makes sense when fighting someone significantly weaker than you. However, unfortunately for him, I didn't fall into that category. I easily dodged the very predictable attack. Not stopping, building momentum, I directly rushed at the giant's knee once again. With all my power and momentum behind me, I leapt up and delivered a powerful kick to his knee. The giant let out a roar as he stumbled. This time even those leather straps and fur didn't absorb the blow, making the giant buckle down and almost fall. Seeing him lowering himself, I charged again. I ran at him too, fists ready. At the last second, I rolled to the side, dodging the swing of his massive arm which he swung hastily to keep me away. His hand smashed into the snow where I had just been, sending a blast of ice flying. I jumped up once again and punched him hard in the ribs once, twice, 3 times. He groaned but didn't fall. It's almost like hitting steel. Grumbling, my hand instinctively shot out to reach for my weapon, like my conscience knew I needed more power than this to take the giant down. My physical attack, compared to this giant, would be only of a child's. But even a child could take down a fully grown adult if he played his cards right. Especially when the said adult is nothing but a mindless brute. He swung again. I ducked, rolled forward, and landed a blow to his knee. The giant growled and got up, still slightly limping from the leg I attacked before, and tried to stomp me. I had to quickly roll out of the way. I barely did before getting stomped under that pillar-like foot of his. I darted around him like a wolf. Every punch I threw was fast and strong. I struck his jaw, then his shoulder. His skin was thick, and my fists ached, but I didn't stop. I kept moving. The giant growled in frustration. Surely in his mind, this would be similar to getting pestered by a fly. Haha, makes it even better in this case. He smashed his fists into the ground, trying to trap me. I leapt over. Cheers rang around us. The wildlings were shouting now, some for me, some still for the giant. He turned and roared in rage. Maybe I finally pushed him enough. I can certainly say that he has done that to me. No matter how many attacks I throw at him, he just tanks them all. This won't do. Now I can only either put those upgrade points in use which were sitting useless in my status, or summon Mjolnir, which I didn't wish to. I'll lose a upgrade point in that regard. I quickly opened my status panel and deposited 1 point on my godly body, upgrading it from LVL2 to LVL3. And once again, there was a surge of power inside me. Yet, I could get used to this feeling no matter how hallucinatory it might be. Chapter 90, God vs Giant 2. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat and felt the power within me rising. This wasn't some magical force or energy, but rather pure physical strength. My godly body, stronger than any man's, rose from level 2 to level 3. The change hit me like a storm. My muscles tightened. My breath came easier. Pain faded away. By the time I opened my eyes, I saw the world once again, slower than what I was used to. It wasn't much, but still noticeable. It only lasted for a heartbeat before I was back to my normal self. But the power was there. I could feel it. Godly body wasn't just about physical strength either. Everything in my body became better senses to reaction time. That's why I could feel like this. The giant took a step forward, dragging his foot through the snow. He lifted his massive arm again. Have it your way. Hey, hey, hey! I shouted and charged in just like the giant in front of me. This time, when I hit him, it was different. After once again dodging his attack thanks to my increased speed, I jumped up, this time much higher than earlier. My fist slammed into his ribs and he roared in pain, stumbling back. I remembered Thor was able to do something similar to Hulk in the movies. While this giant was much bigger than Hulk, I doubted he was as strong as Hulk. I didn't stop. I drove my shoulder into his chest, forcing him off balance. While coming down, I made sure to stomp his foot as hard as I could. Needless to say, the giant staggered back. He ain't a crow, crows are not like him, one of the wildlings said, breaking the silence. The more time passed, the quieter the wildlings became. Many thought the southerner would be stomped under the giant's foot in a few minutes at best. None thought that, let alone surviving this long, the man would be making the giant stagger back and even at one point drop to his knees. The southerner wasn't even given any weapon either. It was a death sentence in many regards. Mans at least thought that would be the case. If he wished, then there was a possibility to take the man down, but there would have been casualties by the way he easily took down a dozen of his men in that tent. The man was crazy, there was no doubt by the way he talked. However, a strong crazy person possessed the same degree of danger. Thus, he planned this out. Never had he thought that he'd see this. Now Mans Raider once again started to question who this man was. Were the claims he made earlier true? Was he really not from Westeros? And more importantly, could he really help them south of the wall? I'll kill anyone who opposes me, and after burning their bodies take the rest to the south. Those words from this stranger now held more weight in his mind. He continued to watch the fight in quiet contemplation while I was starting to get frustrated. I ducked under a wide swing and slammed my fist into his side. The giant grunted, dropping to one knee, but quickly pushed himself back up. The giant growled and threw a wild punch. I leapt over it, spun, and landed a hard strike to his side again. Then another to his back. He stumbled. But even now, he didn't fall. His thick fur and leather armor protected much of his body. My blows were stronger now, far stronger, but I still couldn't finish the fight. Targeting only his legs and lower body won't do, I muttered with a little irritation as I looked up to his face. The head. That's where I needed to hit. But how? His head was so high, out of reach unless I could make him. I pondered, and then my head snapped to the still slightly lingering figure of the giant. That's when it struck me. I had already struck his right knee twice before. He limped slightly on that leg now. One more time would be the charm, I guess. Just as I was ready to rush, I saw the giant march up to a small tree and start to uproot it out of the ground. Oh no! Where is your martial virtue? Cursing, I rushed at him. I was late. He already had the tree in his arms, swinging its trunk at me. Gritting my teeth, I increased my speed as best I could, and just as I was about to get hit, dropped down. I slid forward, missing the newfound club by the troll so that I could go for its nose. Perhaps Harry Potter anthology will make it harder to understand, but that's all I could think. I threw a fake punch to the gut, then twisted and slammed my fist into the same damaged knee with all the strength I could muster. The giant howled in pain this time around, no more low growls, his leg giving out completely. He dropped down, both knees in the snow now. Ah, I certainly remember Elden Ring by the setting. If only this was a fire giant with a big fucking eye on his stomach. Though I guess that could be bad for me, since that boss had 2 phases, which is the last thing I need right now. As soon as he was on his knees, I leapt up, using all my strength to launch myself upward. The giant raised his arm to block, but I was faster. I joined my hands together to make a bigger impact and even channeled my limited lightning power in the absence of Mjolnir into my fists, and then brought both my fists down hard on his head. THM. A sound of skull breaking must have been heard, or I can't explain why others were making those horrified faces. The hit made the giant cry out. Long gone were the angry howls and growls. With every bit of strength I had cracked across his temple with a sound like thunder. The giant's eyes rolled back. His massive body swayed. And then with a loud crash he fell backwards and didn't get up. I felt heat rising inside my body. This was the first time I pushed my body this much in a fight. Doing that even in training was hard enough, let alone in a fight. My breath was labored, but to my amazement, I was catching them back to order fairly quickly. The wildlings were silent once again. None made any sound. Like watching something so unprecedented that they just refused to believe it. I just stood in the snow, chest heaving. My fists showed some bruises from that last attack. Looking at everyone around me, I could see that they were now afraid. A man who was as strong as a giant while still possessing the nimbleness and cunning of a man. I just won against a giant single-handedly without any weapon on me. That was worthy enough to generate fear in anyone's heart. Side mission, show of strength complete, reward, 1 upgrade point. I ignored the system message and once again turned to the wildlings. This was the time. I knew it after looking at them. I'm Thor Odinson. I shouted while looking at all of them. I'm not a crow. And I have a dream. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Prisoners have to give it to Martin Luther King, the man had charisma. Only by repeating his words, instantly shot my own aura as high as the wall itself. That and the fight against that giant. Might as well be the first time someone would ever fight with a giant with bare fists, alone and still come out on top. With this stunt I have gained their recognition. At least when strength is concerned. Mans too seems pretty awestruck there, hope he believes me. Thor, Mans is looking for you. Someone came running inside the temporary tent they have given to me, breaking me out of my musing. Sighing, I just followed the person until I was back to Mans's tent. One look was enough to know that this place had considerably more men stationed now than earlier. Clearly, he was taking me seriously now. Never have I seen a man besting a giant, let alone barehanded. By the old gods, that was beautiful. Upon entering the tent, the first person to greet me with his youthful way was Tormund. Not as impressive as your beard, my friend. I smiled back, not sure what to say to this wild folk here in reply. So, did you finally believe me? After a quick look at Tormund and others, I turned my gaze to Mance, who called me here. You didn't lie, however, this still doesn't explain how you will let my people cross the wall. As you said, you have been with the crows before, why shouldn't I believe that you are just merely working for them? Trying to gain trust here and then let us walk inside the altar to be slaughtered like pigs? Mance asked. If earlier the man wasn't believing what I said was true, then at least now he was considering my words. That was progress, right? Yes, I was with men of the Night's Watch, however, I'm not one among them. If I was, then I wouldn't have come alone here. As for why you should believe me? I can't say why. I have no way to make you believe me. However, let me ask you, if not me, then who? What will you do when the dead start walking here towards your people? To north of yours is certain death, and to south lays a wall which you claim you could siege. However, let me ask you how? How you plan on doing so? How many are you ready to lose before you cross that wall? What if you did it, what comes after that? You think the wall is the only obstacle there? You certainly underestimate the northern lords to think so. They will be after you the moment you step south of that wall. I said, making many of the free folks there shut up. I could tell that many of them were angry with my estimation. Then we'll fight them too, a free folk finally spoke up. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But do you think that would be the end of that? While rest of the kingdoms certainly don't care much about the barren land of the north, however, what do you think the king will do once he realizes that the new rulers of the north don't bow to him? Another war. So let me ask you again, Mance Rayder, how many of you do you think would survive? I once again shut them up. Mance at this was quiet once again. He too was from beyond the wall. He knew what I was saying was the truth. After a while, he finally spoke. Can you assure that those crows will let us in? He asked. Him asking this was enough to know that he was really thinking about believing me. And if that is the case, then I too have to remain truthful here. No. I mentioned, making the rest of the free folks there agitated. I can't say whether they'll open the gates or not, I'm not a crow and I can't say what they will do. However, I can say that even if the gates are closed on us, they will not remain once I'm done with them. I said with conviction. And we are just supposed to believe you at this? He asked with a conflicted face. Yes, it all comes down to whether you believe me or not. 'Cause I don't have any other proof. I shrugged. Once again Mance remained quiet, pondering something before he finally opened his mouth. Come with me. The cold was biting, sharp as blades. Their hands were tied, their faces bruised, and their backs pressed against the frozen wall of the cage they were locked in. Snow drifted down steadily from the grey skies, but neither man had moved in hours. Well, one of them said, breaking the silence, this has been the worst camping trip I've ever been on. Though I believe that something like this must be a daily occurrence for the men of the Night's Watch. The other man didn't reply. You know, I don't even like the cold. I was a summer child. Hot days, warm wine, soft beds. Someone to warm the said bed. Gods, I miss wine. Though the piss water they provide here isn't that bad either. He chuckled to himself, though the sound was hollow. Still, the second man said nothing. Really, not even a sigh? Not even a grunt? You Northmen are a boring bunch? Or is it only limited to you Starks? His companion slowly turned his head and gave him a tired glance. His lips were cracked, and his face pale from the cold. The dark rings under his eyes spoke of sleepless nights and long suffering. I get it, the talkative one went on. You're thinking, if I ignore him long enough, maybe he'll freeze to death and shut up. But no, not me. You'll have a better chance finding King Robert's horse getting quiet of his short fat dick. Don't ask how I know. The other man looked away again, too tired to argue. You know what's funny? The first man continued. You're supposed to be the expert in snow crawling. You and your brothers in black. Let's go beyond the wall. Let's hunt shadows. Let's chase after old tales and frozen monsters. Ain't that why the watch was built? And now look at us. Tied up like pigs, waiting for death. He shook his head, smirking bitterly. It's not often I think that my father was right, which he often is, but admitting that hurts my heart. This is one of those times that I'd rather have my heart hurt, crushed, hell even pierced with an arrow over this slow cold death. I should have stayed in the south. I should have stayed with gold, silk sheets, and whores. But no, I had to be curious. Had to come see if the tales were true. Finally, the other man spoke, his voice a rasp. They are. I noticed, the talkative one muttered. Especially when one of them killed half our party and left the rest of us screaming. Silence fell between them again for a long moment, broken only by the wind howling through the trees. What's the difference, today or tomorrow, with those things around? Death would have come eventually. Finally, a reply came, making the first man look up to him. Death would have come eventually. But at least I would have died the way I wanted to. How? Fighting like a warrior. Nah, nothing that grand. In peace, in the arms of the woman I love. The quiet man finally had a flicker of emotion on his otherwise cold face. As he leaned back and let the silence settle again, he looked at the man beside him, his golden hair, his black cloak torn and soaked with blood. If it's any better, it's an honor to work with you, Sir Jaime. He finally said, maybe to provide the little bit of comfort he could to his partner in their upcoming doom. For all it's worth, Stark. It could have been worse, I guess. At least dying here means knowing we don't turn into one of those Jaime was stating when suddenly the cage they were held in rattled and a man opened the gate for the first time in a long while. Both of them saw something, or rather someone, they knew, which shouldn't be possible since right now they were captive here by these wildlings. Been a while since I saw either of you. Seems like the real North wasn't much to your taste. Came the very familiar voice, making them know this person was real and not their hallucination. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Ygritte. I had faced giants, undead, and even horny teenagers during my time here, but nothing quite as troubling as this red-haired girl named Ygritte. I had an inkling that I knew her the first time I saw her, as soon as she entered that tent. But even after knowing her name, I couldn't figure it out until she said this, you know nothing. Yup, I now knew who she was. She was John's girl back in the show. Not anymore, though, the story has shifted way too much for that to happen, but well, who knows. Whatever, that wasn't the issue. Ever since the fight with the giant, the free folk had started looking at me differently. Some with respect, some with fear. The common thing between those two groups was that they tried to keep their distance most of the time. Maybe it was Mance's doing or they just didn't wish to interact with me. I didn't know, but this girl, she kept on trailing me, pestering me. If she hadn't told me why, then I might have just thought that I had a Yandere on my hands here. However, that wasn't the case. In fact, this was even worse. Ronald, she had said the first time we spoke. Bold and sharp-eyed, the kind of girl who didn't back down from anyone. Where were you? You disappeared moons ago. She did something that not many were capable of, shutting me up with no comeback for the time being, even after months of practicing to beat Game of Thrones in their verbal jabs. If that wasn't enough, then she almost gave me a heart attack when she said this almost in front of Mance and the other free folk. And who is this Ronald? Never heard of him. I tried a quick search of the memories I had been given, but couldn't find anything in there. I laughed at first, thinking it was a joke. You must be mistaken, I told her. My name is Thor. I come from Asgard. But she didn't laugh. She stared at me like I had gone mad. Asgard? Is that the name you made up to sway those northern gals? She said with a frown. There was a hint of something dangerous in her eyes. Perhaps my Yandere theory wasn't completely baseless. I'm not sure what she's speaking about, but I had a bad feeling. The girl was trouble. Since then, I'd been avoiding her like the plague. I took my meals early or late, made excuses to train away from the camp, and always kept an eye out for her bright hair. Yet, somehow, she always found me. It was true that I had no recollection of the memories of the person this body belonged to. At first, I just thought that this was Thor's body, period. However, that didn't explain why I looked like Thor in his late teens. That didn't explain why I had to play this ridiculous systems games to get power. If this was Thor's body, then shouldn't I naturally be as strong as him? That's where my suspicions started. I had a feeling that this wasn't Thor's body, at least, the system template of Thor explained that much. Otherwise, what was the point of giving Thor his own template? I tried to search through my memories. Thousands of years of memories were hard to decipher. I couldn't do it when I first arrived, but ever since, I had enough time to recollect almost everything I had in my head. I couldn't find anything about this Ronald guy. The only two people's memories I had were my own and Thor's. However, what that girl revealed about this Ronald guy disappearing the same date I woke up north of the wall painted a very clear picture. I wasn't reincarnated but rather transfigured. Transfigured into this Ronald guy's body. Sigh. It would have been much easier if I had his memories too. At least I would have known how to act around this girl Ygritte, because she was a stubborn one. Today was no different. I was by the river, trying to clear my mind when she appeared again, arms crossed, her breath fogging in the cold air. "You've changed," she said. I didn't look at her. "People change. Not like this," she said. "You talk different, act different. You don't recognize me. You almost fucking killed a giant barehanded. By the old gods, Ronald, what happened to you?" I clenched my jaw. Her words made my thoughts spin. Though only suspicions, the way she acted around me all familiar made me feel that I had really stolen this Ronald's body. I had no remorse or anything. I didn't do it willingly or anything, everything was an accident. However, that didn't help me while dealing with her. Her following me all day long wasn't the issue. It was her opening her mouth in front of others that worried me. That thought unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I turned to her, trying to stay calm. "Maybe this Ronald died, and I'm someone else now." She looked at me like I had just confessed to being a ghost. "Maybe you're just lying so that you didn't have to explain why you left after stealing me." Cough cough. "Maybe I am," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe I'm not. Though if it were up to me, believe me, I wouldn't even dream of thinking about leaving a beautiful maiden like you behind." I grinned. Only to get smacked on the head by her. "Quit talking like that. You don't talk like that," she growled. "Lady, how am I supposed to know how this Ronald guy is supposed to talk? And why the fuck did he have to knock you up before handing his body to me? I can't help but curse. So how am I supposed to talk? Not like that. You're too lordy, noble-like. Quit it. Okay, okay. I wouldn't have left someone so pretty." Snap. I said quit it. She interrupted me again. "What did I do this time?" "What? You never call me pretty." She frowned. "Then I was a moron of the highest order. I wouldn't doubt it even if someone says it otherwise." She rolled her eyes, but still, the edge in her eyes never left. "You're not him?" she asked, with a rather complicated face this time around. The man in front of her looked exactly like Ronald. However, he didn't behave like him at all. That, with the fact that what he did beating a giant barehanded, by the old gods, her heart leapt out of her chest when she suddenly saw him facing one in the ring. She almost ran toward Raider to pull his dick out, but he did it. She knew Ronald. He was strong, always had been. But not this strong. She was conflicted. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Benjen and Jaime. I finally got the chance to see them, Benjen Stark and Jaime Lannister. They looked tired but alive now, after some proper meals and real beds to sleep on. Their faces were thinner, and their eyes held the weight of long days in darkness and cold. They had been given food and rest by now, and though they still looked rough, they had enough strength to talk. Both got the worst luck in the entire series. Benjen got lost in the north for as long as the series was good, while Jaime was held captive and lost his right hand in the ordeal by the third season. If I didn't know better, they were testing who got the worst luck at this point. What in the world gave them the idea that going north was wise? I sat with them near the fire. Jaime leaned back with a smirk. How that man smirked even after what happened to him was beyond me, as if the last few moons hadn't nearly killed him. Benjen was quiet, as always, but his eyes watched everything closely. Clearly, the first ranger of the Night's Watch didn't believe the wildlings a bit. So the fact that those savages released them, fed them, and gave them warm beds was anything but suspicious to the boot. I didn't expect to see your golden hair up here, Lannister, I said. Jaime shrugged. I almost forgot they were golden. Almost felt like I had haystacks up there. Piss, mud, and turd on them does that to you? I nodded. You speak as if you know it firsthand. He shot a curious glance at me. Even in this condition, the guy wasn't ready to leave a single chance to be an asshole. Experience, yes, but not mine. Could go into a lengthy explanation on whose, but let's spare a brooding Stark here for the sake of this upcoming jolly tale of a wolf and lion forgotten beyond the wall, together caged in the wild. Now that's a tale I'd love to hear. I smiled, much to their annoyance. What happened to you both? I asked again when they didn't catch my drift to start talking. Benjen, sighing, answered first, his voice calm and low. We came with a small group. A scouting party sent by the Night's Watch. Our mission was to confirm the stories about the White Walkers. You still call them stories? I looked at him like he was an idiot, which he kind of was. He was Ned Stark's brother. And I knew that old man Mormont wouldn't sit still but to send people out even after knowing the danger. I sighed. They aren't stories. I knew that. You know that. But many, even in Castle Black, don't believe in the White Walker's existence. Lord Commander needed proof to make sure. I gave you proof. What more did you need? I cut him off, not letting him continue his mindless tirade to justify this foolish expedition of theirs. Don't lie, Stark. Tell me why exactly he sent you. I narrowed my eyes, pondering what that old man would be thinking when sending Benjen here. Benjen remained silent for a while before sighing and opening his mouth. While the fact that we needed to know more about the Whites is true, he also gave us another mission. He wanted to know more about the wildlings, he said and paused, like thinking something to himself, his eyes darting before he resumed his speech. After knowing that those White Walkers could raise dead bodies, he was worried about the numbers these wildlings have beyond the wall. I too thought so. That old man was more cunning than he looked. He wanted proper intel before he could move against the wildlings. Knowing him and the rest of the northern lords, they would never compromise and let those free folk come south of the wall. Meaning he was planning on eradicating them completely. But how? A small scouting party can't do that. How did he plan on doing this? More headache for me, I guess, sigh. And I leaned forward. We found them. Jaime willingly took over the conversation from there, the humor gone from his voice. Or they found us. The wildlings? I asked, to which they didn't respond. Whites. Benjen nodded. It was deep in the frozen forest. They came at night. Cold and silent. Half of our men were dead within minutes. Before we knew it, we had to run away from our own men turned dead and now chasing us. We tried to run. And we did if not for these blasted wildlings, Jamie added. We ran straight into them. They were waiting, hiding in the snow. Ambushed us. So you were caught? I asked. Jamie gave a dry chuckle. Wouldn't be here if we weren't. They didn't kill us, Benyon said. Mance Rayder knew who we were. Jamie is a Lannister valuable for trade or negotiation once they cross the wall, at least that's what he's filling these wildlings' heads with. Taking our homes and lands. Killing our men, raping our women, Benyon said, with nothing less than pure hatred in his tone. Years of serving on a border like this wall could do that to a person. Hatred towards the other side, even though there was no reason for that hatred, no origins. There's always a way for the hatred to manifest. And he's the first ranger of the Night's Watch, and Ned Stark's brother. That gave him worth, Jamie concluded the topic. Smart of Mance, I muttered. This also explained somewhat why he wasn't as influenced when I put the reality in front of him and the rest of the free folk. They think they could somehow salvage the aftermath of their siege on the wall by offering these two here to those southern lords. Benyon looked at me seriously. Why are you suddenly here? Why are those wildlings listening to you? What kind of deal did you make with Mance Rayder? I nodded. A long story. It might even sound like a madman's rambling. You sure you want to hear it? Jamie raised an eyebrow. We are mad enough to come beyond the wall just to see the army of death with our own eyes. What do you think? Fair enough. I shrugged, and thus I started explaining what happened with me and by extension, to the entirety of Westeros by the time they had been captured here. By the end of it, both were all but gaping. I need to go back to King's Landing, Jamie muttered, now much more serious. The thought of kings dying and other houses declaring war against the Lannisters didn't bode well with him, especially while he wasn't there and his sister-cum-lover was trapped in Red Ford like a sheep to be slaughtered. No can do. Ned Stark is currently stationed in Castle Black. He'll directly capture you. If you somehow cross the wall in any other way, then those northern lords would hunt you down. If I were to choose one, I'd choose Ned Stark capturing you over them, honestly. Divided by the wall, they may be, but the blood of the first men flows in their veins as well. Your treatment in those northern lords' hands wouldn't be much better than with the wildlings here. Then take me. I know you can, Jamie replied, now a little panicked and desperate. I do plan to go south eventually, but before that, I plan to go north. Seeing that army of dead myself. What? Are you a madman? We just told you what happened to us, and you're still going on about that. Jamie retorted. Tisk tisk tisk, and here I thought we were the same kind of people. What would the world be without a little bit of madness, Sir Jamie? Believe me, you'll like the north of here. What? The Seven will burn their September before I go there. Jamie scoffed. Oh, you won't have to bother them. Why do you think I'm here? I smiled at him. He had a bad premonition just now. And Benyon, I hope you'll be coming along as well, right? I asked him happily, but he didn't reply. He was still looking at me like I was mad. Going north to see those abominations and taking those wildlings beyond the wall? Never. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, The Fellowship has formed. After speaking with both Jamie and Benyon, I knew it was time. Time to depart from this place. I was here to go north and that's what I intended to do. I walked straight into Mance Rayder's tent once my talk with both Jamie and Benyon was done. I would just waste time if I stayed in this wildling camp any longer anyway. The guards gave me a long look, but they didn't stop me. By now, they all knew who I was. The man who fought a giant and won. They knew better than to stop me without any reason just to stroke their own ego. Mance sat by a fire, sharpening his blade. He looked up as I entered, his eyes sharp and steady. He didn't reply like he was sitting there waiting exactly for me, just to talk. So, I talked with them as well. What now? I said. He gave a small nod. Now you know what happened to them. Do you still wish to pursue your plan? Someone else failing doesn't explain why I should not look towards victory. I'm not the kind of man who goes back on his words. I'm going, I replied without hesitation. You don't seem the sort who goes back on his words. He nodded, accepting the fact a little too easily for my liking. Even though I had the experience of a god who lived for thousands of years, I didn't have his experience to read the room well, nor could I see through a person's character. I had no idea what he was thinking. Mance leaned back slowly. And even after you heard what happened, you expect me to send my people with you? I'd prefer your help, I said. But I'll go even if I have to do it alone. You won't be alone, he said thoughtfully. You have Benyon Stark and that Lannister. At this, I raised my eyebrows, a little surprised at what he was implying. You'll let them go just like that? Though you plan to use your captives. I might not be the best judge of character, but I understood strategies well enough. Why would he willingly give up 2 captives who could give him the necessary help once he and his wildlings crossed the wall? Though chances of that happening were extremely unlikely, it could still happen. I almost thought that I had to fight you over their freedom. Would you fight for their freedom? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Nah. Too much work. One way or another they would have gotten out of here nonetheless. Spending a little more time in that cage is nothing in comparison to what would happen once they come with me. However, I still fail to see why you would let them come with me. Mance didn't speak for a while. His eyes stared at the fire, lost in thought. Once upon a time their existence was nothing but stories for us to tell the children, he said. Stories which were never meant to come to reality. Now those stories are coming to haunt us. I'm not a delusionist, we free folk would be the first to feel the cold winds of winter, even before they fly towards the wall. You're right, we don't have time, neither do we have many options. Nowhere we go, on both sides we face death. And we were ready for it. Every man, woman, and child was ready for it in this army, he said as he kept staring at the flames ahead. There are hundreds of clans in this army and each speaks a different language. Everyone hates someone here. On any other day, they would slit each other's throats before even questioning whether it was worth it. Yet they come together here, do you know why? He turned to me with a solemn look on his face. Because we all know that death awaits us. That we have no other option but to act. So, even if it means death, they follow me because there is hope that we can cross the wall. It's better than at least waiting for the winter to catch up to them. For a few short seconds, silence ensued after he said this. Neither of us said anything until he once again opened his mouth. Between death and a certain death, death isn't that bad, is it? For long we had the same idea that they coexist together. Now, they are looking forward to that slim hope that beyond that wall they could escape death. However, if there exists a third option, then I would like to pursue it. Whether it's us to die or those crows and the northern lords. Ultimately the ones benefiting are those whites. So, I'll believe you this one time, Thor Odinson. If there truly exists a way for my people to live without the bloodshed, I'll believe you and follow what you have planned. He said with utmost sincerity. The weight of his words for the first time hit me. This was not just some random decision or some silly quest given to me by the system. If I fail, then many will die. I might survive with my powers, but those wildlings. I remained silent for a while before finally making up my mind. And you have my word, as long as the free folk can coexist with those beyond that wall, I'll make sure nothing happens to them. I spoke. For the first time, it felt like this is the time my worth was really needed. Because if I can't do it, then perhaps these powers are useless by my side anyway. He just nodded in silence. However, before taking them back to the wall, I still intend to go north. Would you come? I asked. Him coming or not doesn't matter much, but if he did, then the leader of the free folk might be more compelling to work with the northern lords later on. I do, Mans said. But I also know my people. They've run from the dead before. That's why we came south in the first place. You're asking me to lead them back toward the thing they fear most. I'm not asking them all to come, I said. Only those who are brave enough. Strong enough. Foolish enough to believe there's still a chance to stop it. Can you stop them? He suddenly asked. That's one of the reasons I wish to go there. To know whether I can or not. I paused and then said with hesitation. Never have I ever felt so bad not continuing a show as this one. If only I knew what happened in the story, then I could have made an appropriate plan to kill the Night King. Mans stared at me for a long time, then let out a quiet laugh. You're mad, Thor. No doubt about it. But you fight like no man I've seen. And you speak like someone who knows more than he says. He stood up. I won't order my people to go with you. But I won't stop them either. If anyone volunteers, they're yours. I gave a nod. That was enough. If the initial few people can cross the wall, then others may follow. As for those who don't, I can't do anything about them. I can only minimize the damage by the end. Gather your supplies, Mans said. It's colder up there. Darker. And more dangerous than you can imagine. On it, I said. I gave a smile and raised my hand. Suddenly, far away from where we were, a hammer laying dormant for way too long reacted. What are you? Mans asked, confused. However, what happened next almost made him have a heart attack. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Ironborn and Craster. Since Winterfell, the cold wind blew through the halls of Winterfell, but it wasn't the chill that made everyone uneasy. A rider came through the gates, his horse covered in sweat and mud. He was breathing hard, shouting before he even fully stopped. They've come. The Ironborn are here. They're attacking the northern shores. Dramatic much, but it was understandable seeing how their liege lord had given them orders to inform him of every and anything happening in the north. Robb Stark was in the Great Hall when the news reached him. He stood up at once, his face hardening as the words sank in. The Ironborn, those sea raiders from the Isles, were despised by all of Westeros, and not just the north. They were the only ones who didn't follow the common laws of the kingdom and had staged multiple coups d'états. Almost a decade ago they did something similar. The rebellion cost many lives and ended in their defeat, which ultimately led Theon to be a foster child here in Winterfell. Well, that fostering was just in name. In reality, he was a hostage, to stop Balon Greyjoy from performing another rebellion in the near future. So the fact that this was happening now, while Theon was still in Winterfell, was baffling if anything. Not to mention, his father was away, war was all but imminent in the south over the throne, and beyond the wall, things were stirring up. Where? Robb asked sharply, stepping down from the dais. Along the coast near Salt Cliff and Flint's Finger, the rider said. Villages burning. They're looting, killing, some say they've taken hostages. Robb's hands clenched into fists. His jaw tightened. Cowards striking when our strength is away. He turned to the guards. Send word to every bannerman near the coast. Tell them to rally their men. We ride at first light. The hall was suddenly filled with noise, men rushing to deliver orders, servants whispering in fear. The calm of Winterfell broke like glass. Chaos spread as everyone scrambled to prepare for war. Robb walked quickly down the hall, his cloak flowing behind him. Maester Luwin caught up to him. My lord, this may be more than just a raid. Them attacking now, I believe they might have some other ulterior motive behind their actions. Then we'll make them regret it, Robb replied without hesitation. He needed an outlet to drive all the frustration he had regarding what happened in King's Landing to Bran's missing. The North would answer this attack. And the Ironborn would pay for every drop of northern blood they spilled. They'll pay the iron price. Beyond the wall after Craster was dead, John and Sam stood in silence, unsure of what to do next. The night was cold, but they barely noticed it. Their minds were filled with worry and confusion. John and Craster's brawl woke everyone up, and after his death, none blamed John as he thought they might. He was ready to take the blame, for him he did nothing wrong. He saved a girl, and killing Craster wasn't his intention. He was going to knock him out. It wasn't him who killed Craster, it was rather his own daughter. Burn him! Burn him! Suddenly, the girls started to shout. Even as ignorant as captivity had made them, they knew that here north of the wall, burning the dead was wise. Letting them rot could have consequences. Craster's daughters, his wives too, were now free, but they were frightened and lost. Many of them didn't want to stay in Craster's keep any longer. The place only brought them pain and horrible memories. They had suffered here for years, and now that the man who ruled them was gone, they wanted nothing to do with the place. "What were you thinking?" Sam asked, looking at John with a strange look. He wasn't berating him. However, killing someone in his own house was foul. That man was a wildling, he didn't follow Westerosi customs nor offer them bread and salt. Sam was a Tarly, an influential highborn, and respected the guest right like most do in the West. He didn't accuse but just asked. "Wasn't me." John knew what his fat friend was indicating. He simply shook his head to deny the blame. However, he didn't point at the real murderer. The girl was shaken as it is. Though he doubted many here would weep at their father and husband's death, if there are some, then it's better the girl remain an unknown in this ordeal. But John and Sam couldn't just let them go on their own either. These were women, most of them young, and completely unprepared for the dangers beyond the wall. Wild animals, White Walkers, even other wildlings, they wouldn't survive alone. "Can we take them back to Castle Black?" Sam asked quietly. John shook his head. "We can't go back, Sam, let alone take them with us. We broke our vows. We stole supplies. We're already traitors and most likely to be shot dead before we even reach the wall." John replied, to which Sam's face stiffened. He wasn't having second thoughts about following John, but perhaps not acting on impulse would have been better. "Then what do we do?" Sam looked at him, desperate for an answer. John didn't reply. He didn't know. He was here to find Bran, and that still mattered. But he couldn't just walk away and leave these women to their fate. This Jon Snow wasn't the Lord Commander who led the Night's Watch, came back from death, and fought for the realm of the living. No, this Jon was still 18 and naive. He cared about honor and had a soft heart. He was impulsive and rash sometimes. More than anything, he had never been in the decision-making position to come up with an answer. "I don't know, Sam. I'm not sure," he muttered with an annoyed expression on his face. Let it be known that he learned anything from Ned Stark but not decision-making. For Jon, that man was a father, a teacher, and a role model. He wished to learn all his father wished to teach, become just like him. However, that was also a problem. Ned Stark sucked at decision-making. The man's honor was as high as a mountain to see the ground reality. Jon was honorable, not as crazy as Ned Stark, but he was also inexperienced. While Jon was racking his head around, he suddenly caught a girl coming towards him. She was the same girl Jon had saved a few minutes ago. Her face was still bruised, but her eyes were clearer now. She walked up to Jon and looked into his eyes. Thank you," she said softly. Slightly stuttering, this wasn't the kind of stutter coming from the earlier fright or the current chilly climate but rather nervousness. Jon looked at her closely. She couldn't have been older than 18. "What's your name?" he asked. "Gilly," she replied. "You tried to run, that's why he caught you and did." Jon trailed off. "Why?" Jon, after a pause, asked, wanting to know why she wanted to run. Perhaps that could give him some idea how to help the girls. There was a pause. Then she gently placed her hand on her stomach. "I'm with child," she said. Both John and Sam stiffened. They knew the rumors and didn't even have to know them to figure out whose child this could be. Just how many men were here anyway? Craster's child. I was going to run away, even if it meant dying. I couldn't let him take my baby like he did the others. John's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Gilly looked away, ashamed. He gave them, the boys. Gave them to the others. Said they would leave us alone if he did. But I couldn't let my baby suffer the same fate. John and Sam stared at each other in shock. John, of course, had seen the undead and told Sam too. You mean you knew of the undead? John asked, at least hoping this others were just another ridiculous name for those monstrosities. Gilly ducked her head down, realizing she had spoken too much. But John and Sam finally got a lead, and they weren't leaving it now. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Snowballs. We left the wildling camp just as the sun began to rise. The cold air hit my face like a slap, but I welcomed it. As my sensitivity increased, the more I leveled up, I realized that my perception of what was normal had started to expand. Perhaps even lava might one day feel like yeah, it's hot instead of I'll die if I touch it. Updating any attribute brings changes, some subtle, others significant. Mjolnir, for example, may or may not be stronger now. Hard to say until I start swinging it. But every time I upgrade my body, it feels like I injected super soldier serum into my veins. I liked the cold wind. While it was unbearably chilly for the true Northborn like the free folk, to me, it felt like the first breeze of autumn, soothing and refreshing. It kept me alert. With me were Benyon Stark, Jaime Lannister, Mance Rayder, Tormund Giantsbane, Osha, Ygritte, and a small group of wildlings brave enough to journey north. The real north. Benyon and Jaime had finally rested well over the past few days, regaining some strength after their captivity. Benyon remained mostly silent, always scanning the trees. He looked motivated, driven to find the real enemy. Once a black brother, always a black brother. His loyalty to the North and the Night's Watch was, for lack of a better word, commendable. But that was also the problem. His loyalty wouldn't allow him to accept the wildlings. He wasn't on board with taking them south of the wall. That was exactly what the Watch had been preventing for hundreds, maybe thousands, of years. While he kept quiet, surely waiting for the right moment to act or escape, I kept a close eye on him. I've spent enough time around Starks to know they're a stubborn bunch. Worse yet, when the situation demands caution, they choose to make it harder. Sigh. The last thing I wanted was for Benyon to die after doing something foolish like killing the king beyond the wall and ruining everything I'd built. Just to be safe, I made sure both Tormund and Mance were keeping tabs on him. Jaime, on the other hand, was loud and always complaining. Reminded me of his sister. Being an arse must be a Lannister trait. Genetic, perhaps. At least she had a better arse, which made her bearable. Tell me again why we're walking into frozen death. Jaime grumbled, wrapping his cloak tighter. Wasn't freezing our balls off enough? Now you want to deliver them straight to the Whites. Of course. I assure you, Lannister, your frozen balls will stay with your frozen corpse even if they turn you into one of their own. We're going there to see how much better they've got it over us, I replied simply. Why bother? They'll still be frozen. Nothing comes out of them but bell rings when they walk. I'll give him credit, Jaime Lannister knew how to talk. And the man could be infuriatingly funny. Osha wasn't quiet either. She mumbled under her breath, clearly convinced we were all mad. Fuck you and your frozen balls. If I survive this, I know whose balls I'm eating first, she snapped, glaring at me. I was the one who insisted she come along. No real reason, just preferred some familiar faces over stone-faced wildlings. You don't have to wait, you know. Say the word and I'll give you something better to put in your mouth. Though, Fair warning it might not fit, I teased, further irritating her. The sub-zero temperatures were meaningless to me. Many cast envious glances as I strolled like I was on a spring walk, while they per Jaime's eloquence were freezing their balls off. Maybe it was also because I made them fix the mess I caused when I accidentally summoned Mjolnir inside Mance's tent, which left a trail of destruction. I'd bet my still perfect, warm, large, godly balls that if the hammer hadn't shocked them, half the camp would have chased me down. Okay, no more balls jokes. Promise. Good, we're running out of meat anyway. Let's see how big you got, Osha said menacingly, pulling out a dagger. For once, I agree with this bitch. That thing of yours would feed us all, Ygritte added, also drawing a blade. Why were they suddenly united against me? They'd been at each other's throats since I made Osha join us. I'll take that as a compliment. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You'll find my meat unnecessarily hard to chew, I said with a wink, earning a dramatic full eye roll from Osha. I know, Ygritte muttered cryptically. Must be quite a thing if even she can't argue, Jaime said, raising an eyebrow at me. Gods, shut up about cocks and balls. If you two want him so bad, get it over with. There are bushes over there, Mance finally snapped. He was taking a risk, not just with his own life, but with every wildling's. He wasn't in the mood for jokes. The wildlings weren't exactly friendly. Even after I defeated the giant, many still looked at me with suspicion. Some called me a warrior, others whispered I was a trick sent by the crows. Trust was hard-earned here. Truth be told, this small group only came together because of Mance Rayder. No one expected Mance to join us. He was the king beyond the wall, leader of the largest wildling army ever assembled. But Mance wasn't a true king. Free folk don't kneel. He had influence, not control. Many wildlings disagreed with his choices, especially trusting me. Still, his presence gave others courage. A few, led by Tormund, joined us. Tormund didn't seem to mind the danger. He laughed as we marched, sharing loud tales about giants, mammoths, women, and especially the bear he allegedly fucked. I take that last one with a grain of salt. Wildling he may be, but that wild? Thor the giant slayer, he grinned. Maybe you're hiding more than I thought. He looked at the girls with a knowing smirk. Or perhaps he was that wild. Ygritte grew quiet. She walked beside me but said little. We had temporarily set aside our argument about Ronald the wildling. She still couldn't explain how the flirtatious man she'd met became a giant killing machine overnight. We had two goals on this journey. First, we were heading farther north into the true land of ice and snow to learn the truth about the White Walkers, where they came from, what they wanted, and how to stop them. My greatest enemy right now, besides my lack of power, was ignorance. I never finished Game of Thrones. I didn't even know how strong the Night King was supposed to be. Estimating his power based on the world setting wasn't enough. I needed specifics. The second goal was to visit other wildling tribes along the way. I hoped we could convince them to come south of the wall. If we were going to survive the army of the dead, we needed unity. But that wouldn't be easy. Many wildling tribes were proud, stubborn, and didn't answer to Mance. And the farther we traveled, the more likely we'd encounter dangerous things: White Walkers, whites, and worse. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, The Talk. After many days of walking through snow, ice, and freezing winds, we finally saw it in the distance. Hardhome. It was the biggest settlement of the free folk, standing tall and crowded along the cold northern coast. When first Mance told me about it, I almost got baffled. This was the first hint of the wildlings not really living out there in wild and resembling somewhat like modern humans. It was a real settlement, not temporary tents for those nomadic, no, full-on proper structures with roofs and even a little harbor. Benyon didn't even believe it when he heard of it, but upon seeing it, everyone was left baffled. It wasn't an engineering marvel by any means. The room I lived in at Castle Black and Winterfell when I first arrived in this world was better in many aspects than how these wildlings live here, but still, it was a real home. I have to say that I was impressed. Wooden huts and watchtowers were built tightly together, surrounded by walls made from sharpened logs and old bones. Smoke rose from fires, and the smell of cooked meat hung in the air. If only those stubborn Night's Watch Rangers saw this. This proved that it's not impossible to have reasonable talks with them, that these wildlings could indeed live alongside the rest of the Westerosi people if given the right conditions and incentives. Hardhome was a tense place even after these people had a proper settlement. People moved fast, holding weapons close. They still followed the barbaric culture here. The fear of the White Walkers was stronger, especially here since how close to the north this settlement was built. We were near their land now, the land of always winter. Everyone could feel it. Even the wind seemed colder. For some time now, the hunting gains have been reducing. No fish or animals. Don't wander off, remember you're not welcome here. Mance looked at us three southerners while saying it. It wasn't that he wasn't welcoming us, it just wasn't his place. This place wasn't his. The free folk made this settlement way before he ever came from the wall to the north. While he was respected by many wildlings, he cannot guarantee they wouldn't act against us. And here us was of course me, Jaime, and Benyon. Still, this was our first goal before we could go further north. If we wanted to stand a chance against the army of the dead, we needed more than just Mance's army. We needed all the free folk. Even if they weren't fighting on my side, that was fine. However, I can't let them be consumed to fight for the other side. We walked into Hardhome as a group: Mance, me, Jaime, Benyon, Tormund, Osha, Ygritte, and a few other wildlings who had come with us. Our presence stirred whispers. Eyes followed us from every corner. They recognized Mance, of course. But me? They weren't sure what to think of me. I wasn't even wearing any warm clothes and my appearance was screaming out that I wasn't one of them. Me and Jaime both. No matter how annoying, gotta give it to the man that he was handsome. We both blonde were getting much attention, definitely not the good kind. But nothing like Benyon in his dark Night's Watch clothes. Thanks Odin that I didn't take those black cloaks from Castle Black. Quite a hospitality we are getting. Is this place always like this? Jaime leaned closer to Mance. No, usually by now there would be 2 arrows dug deep in your knees before you could take another step inside here. They're like this because of him. Osha on the side replied before Mance could and pointed at Mance to tell that we were only alive due to Mance's presence here. Excellent, Jaime grumbled under his breath and shut up. Soon after we arrived, Mance called for a meeting. After some time we took the rest. It was a hard journey on most of us. Even for me, while not tired, I had accumulated enough mental fatigue to just either sleep or do something to give me dopamine. A journey on foot without anything to time pass is definitely not what I'm gonna look forward to the next time I wish to travel. The important leaders of the free folk came. Karsai, the fierce spear woman. Styr, the then war chief. Rattleshirt, known as the Lord of Bones. Orell, the eagle-eyed skin changer. Tormund, loud and proud as always. Osha and Ygritte too. And even Mag the Mighty, the great giant king, stood at the edge of the meeting circle, watching us with sharp eyes. The meeting took place in a large open hall made of dark wood and snow-covered stone. Fires burned in the center, giving some warmth, though not enough. Everyone sat in a wide circle, warriors all around. Weapons stayed close. Why did you bring a crow here? The first to speak was none other than Styr. The big bald man with strange facial scars in the form of long-running strips across his face. He was the most hawkish in terms of fighting against the crows and people beyond the walls in general. Not to mention I heard Tormund say that he came from the tribe of cannibals. Yup. Some people here were cannibals. Perhaps calling few of them wildlings wasn't exactly wrong. He didn't care too much about me and Jaime, we weren't wearing black. However, he glared at Benyon like he fucked his mother. Surely if Mance wasn't present there then he long would have attacked Benyon. This man, Mance said, pointing to me, not even bothering to answer Steer's question or Benyon's presence in general. Calls himself Thor. He defeated a giant with his bare hands. No weapons, just his bare hands. He said, talking not to Steer but everyone present there. Bringing everyone's attention to me. I didn't like attention, as long as it's not from the prettier females of the society. Sighing internally, I stepped forward now, taking my turn. Friends in North, I said. We ain't friends of you. Steer immediately shot me down. Talk about being a prick. Well, if not, then you better be. 'Cause we gonna need each other very soon. I shot back him a glance. And carried on before he could say anything else. I'm Thor Odinson. Not a member of the Night's Watch, crows as you all call them. Not from West Eros either. A place called Asgard. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the truth. There's an army of death out there. I have seen it and even have fought one. And I'm certain none of you doesn't know this. Y'all do much before than us, and you also know that it's coming for us all. Not just you, not just me. But all of us. The more we fall the stronger they get. We know. What that has to do with you, you acting their spokesman. Another wildling spoke up. Certainly not as I spoke for all of us. I didn't bother even looking for who spoke, broke his sentence and carried on. I'm here to offer you all an accord. To come to South before the harsh winter sweeps the North white. I said and waited. A few scoffed. Rattleshirt laughed, bones clinking. Understandable that many wouldn't believe it. You expect us to follow you south? He glared at me. Since when did you highborn southern cunts started to show us free folks pity? Rattleshirt, listen to the man. I brought him here 'cause I have reasons to believe he isn't lying. Mance on the side said. While he wasn't outright taking my side, he at least provided me a stage to raise my voice. That was enough. No. I replied. Almost immediately before that bone-masked wearing bastard cut me again. He looked almost confused what I meant. They don't. They don't pity you, or care about you for that matter. In fact, if it's in their hands they would gut all of you before you so much so even touch the wall. Any of you. A chorus of displeased noises grunted out, those free folks definitely didn't like my blunt approach. Why we let him speak again. Jamie turned to Benyon and asked with half smirk and half anxiety. Those wildlings outnumbered us 20 to 1 after all. Maybe even more, and that when Mance's party was on our side. Shut up. Let him speak. Seeing the noise wasn't lowering down, even voices to kill us all were mixed in the usual angry shouts. Mance butted in. However, they won't. 'Cause we need each other. When the winter hits the northern shores, it won't hit just the free folks or just the southern lords. It will sweep any and everything living under 6 feet under solid hard ice. I said, and this finally calmed down the situation a bit. Here in North, when the White Walkers start their march, none of the free folks can survive. We all know that. You all need to go beyond the wall if you wish to survive. We can do that ourselves. In our terms, in our ways. Another voice rang out, this time it was a woman, Karsai if I'm not mistaken her name. A spear woman. And do tell how many of you would cross it, while doing it your way, I asked, and no answer came for a while. Enough. She finally replied. Enough. Enough is it? How much is enough? 100,000 free folks. How many you y'all are willing to sacrifice before it's enough? A 100,000? 10,000? Perhaps more. 'Cause don't think the wall is the only obstacle in your way. Night's Watch stand, and after them comes the Southern Lords. The entire might of 7 kingdoms would be against you when you make that trip. I said, raising my voice, finally leaving out the diplomatic tone and entering into the Thor's deep enriched voice. My speech brought silence for a few seconds. Why enough when you could avoid all the bloodshed? Come with us in peace. We don't kneel. Another spoke. Good, cause just as I said to Mance, I don't expect you to do that either. I have discussed with him and he'll explain to you all, but the long and short is that you won't have to kneel. And in return I just ask you to fight for your survival. The wall won't hold forever. When the dead come, they'll kill everyone, man, woman, and child. Fight us to defend against the others. I finally said. We've held this land for centuries, Karsai said, crossing her arms. And yet you have an army here in north whose sole purpose is to cross the wall. What's the point denying it? You all wish to be out of here. That's the only way to survive. We're no cowards. She replied back with a little more ire this time. No, I said, you're warriors. I've seen your strength. That's why we need you. Not to run, but to live. Because every man, woman, and child we lose, we add another death walking in the army which would come for us, all of us, sooner or later. Mag the Mighty grunted, speaking in the deep voice of his kind. If enemy come, we fight. He grunted. I hope he means fight with all of us and not fight to kill the Southerners and then fight the dead. We are not one people. We do not follow kings. Why should we all listen now? Rattleshirt asked. Because we all bleed the same, and I thought the North has a king, there he is. I pointed at Mance. Don't follow me, follow him. There was silence for a moment. He surely can talk. Osha on side muttered with a grunt. You tell me. Ygritte rolled her eyes. The Ronald she knew was good at talking. This man doesn't talk like him, not at all, however, he talks well just the same. Was he really not him?